European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hard to believe we're only 2 days away from finding out who will be the third ever European champion of cricket. Well, it's going to be a huge one today because at the end of today, we have to say goodbye to 3 teams, but 4 will remain for finals tomorrow. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now.
Su calle, a vivir su ambiente, ven conmigo, a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Bienvenidos and welcome back to Spain. Great to have your company. This is the Euros of Cricket and we're deep into week 4 now. This is in fact the last day of group matches here in Championship Week and we have 5 more coming your way. At the end of the day, of course, we had 7 teams qualify for Championship Week. Only 4 will make it through to finals Friday tomorrow. So we're starting with an absolute humdinger between England 11 and Ireland 11. Well, both these teams have had contrasting experiences, I think, so far this week. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call, Ireland.
Andalusia.
It is Andalusia.
We'll have a bowl.
So Sam Harbinson has won the toss for the Irish and he's elected to bowl first. That does seem to be the trend, doesn't it? Conditions a little bit different this morning as well. We'll go into that in a second. But Sam, he's really impressed me with his skills with the bat and the ball and just his overall leadership of this Irish side. He did whack 97 in a losing cause yesterday, but unlucky not to bring up the 3 figures. But he's also been pretty handy with the ball, so watch out for him. But all eyes, of course, will be on the Irish top order, I think, in the second half of this game. A pretty spicy contest, I think, between the English opening bowlers and the very strong Irish opening combination, likely, I imagine, to be Seamus Lynch and Tim Tector up the top for them. Now, the Irish, they are 1-3, and they ultimately have to win both matches today to have any chance of qualifying for tomorrow. So this is a must-win for them against the English. England, they've had a slightly different experience. They're 4-1, and they have their final qualifying game today. So they seem to have that top 2 locked up. Having said that, they'll want to continue winning. Winning form is good form going into the finals. Okay, conditions today slightly different. I know a lot of people are a bit worried that there's a storm on the way, but hopefully, you know, it comes overnight, doesn't disrupt the play at all, but already you can kind of feel a change in the weather. There's a bit of cloud cover around, so perhaps good conditions to bowl first up. I wonder if it'll change too much during the day. Actually expected to be windy and possibly a little bit of rain coming before the end of the day, but hopefully not. Currently, it's about 20 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of 24. Let's go up to Rico Full now in the commentary box. We'll have Andrew Ryan rejoin us a little bit later, but for now, it's Rico Full to take you close to the first ball here in match number 17. It is Ireland that has sent the English in. Let's see if they can handle the heat. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 4 here in Championship Week.
Buenos dias. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo giving us the insight to, well, this huge day here today. Moving day, really, isn't it? And to Ireland, well, they're a team that have really got to get going. To see that the umpires, Suleiman Saeed and Ian Rummage, are leading the teams out. And great to see the kids here again as part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket Cool program. And they're loving their time out here, loving meeting the players, loving watching some of the cricket, and of course, loving playing some cricket as well. The stars of the future with the current stars of the current game here in Europe. Ireland, they need a good start. They have won the toss and they have put England into bat. You can see there Sam Young and Dan Lincoln make their way out into the middle. Those two have been pretty good at the top of the order. They are certainly one team that make the most of the power play. They're going to be up against the bowling of Tim Tector first up. There's the first delivery, and it's going to be no run. So a slight change up. Damien Tector, they've done this before. Just got Tim to bowl and just holding back on maybe some of the paces. Sam Harbinson, the captain, will know this is a huge match for them. 64% as opposed to 36% in favour of England is the win predictor. Tector, this man has to be at his best here today, especially with the bat. Could be a chance, and well, I think this bounces just before, if my eyes are correct, and there's no appeal as well. Just falling in short off the fielder. Yeah, you see there, it's just that bounce. It's a good take from Sam Harbinson. Didn't he have a good day last time Ireland were out there? But the thing was, only he did. Goes to the reverse Malachi, misses out on it as Dan Lincoln. England had a great day yesterday and wins over Italy and a win over Spain. So I've got a good record going into this fixture. Ireland, on the other hand, as this one is played beautifully for the first runs of the day. Cuatro carreras, and it is the captain of England that gets them down, Lincoln. So they're off and running. The Ireland, they got that fantastic win to start off against Spain when they scored 216. There was that century from, well, the guy who's doing the bowling now, actually, Tim Tector. Bit of width, played away. Great pickup. They'll get the single. Really good work. I think otherwise that one probably had the legs to go all the way down to the boundary. Yeah, but after that win, they lost to Germany in the night fixture on day one. Then they also lost to the Netherlands yesterday. This time they lost to Jersey when Jersey put 199 on the board against them. Ireland, to the credit, got to 159. Sam Harbinson 97, but they dropped Asa Tribe on 0, and he went on and scored 122. Ooh, I think there was a bit of bat on this, you know. Let's keep an eye on the umpire. So yeah, that's a chance. I wonder if we get a chance to see that again. And a difficult one for the keeper standing up, but it will go down as a chance. You can see Tector thought he had his man. Oh, we did see the draw of the European Cricket League yesterday. I think when Willie's in the box, we'll talk about more of this in the break, but of course that is going to be the championship, or the Champions League, if you like, of cricket, starting on the 26th of February in 2024 next year. We saw the live draw yesterday, and there's some interesting teams, interesting groups in there. Of course, the reigning champions, Dreux, are in Group D. Is D the group of death? We'll have to wait and see. Remember, 2 teams from France in that one, because the champions qualify automatically, as well as one other team, and that, of course, is the university side. Yeah, some interesting fixtures coming up there. And we'll see that 2 English teams drawn in the same group as well, Wimbledon and Hornchurch. More on that later, but just a little teaser for you about more exciting times to come on European Cricket Network. And England, well, true to form. Well, maybe that's a bit of superstition. Every time we do a crossword while we're playing, and especially while we're batting, of course, we do well. Not a good delivery down the leg side. This one from O'Reilly. They'd love to get O'Reilly back in form, wouldn't they? Not a bad first over there from Tector. Score only 6 runs from it. And there's the Irish, the ever faithful. Need a big day here. I mean, we didn't get a chance to look at the standings there, maybe after this over, but just keep a look at them. I'm giving you advance sort of heads up. So after this over, the standings will come up, but just have a look at where, for example, Ireland are. England, I don't think there's no issue. England will finish top of the group. They've done all the hard work, which means that they can maybe just relax a little today. They can afford to be a little bit off the boil. Whereas Ireland, the likes of Ireland, Italy, and Jersey, well, they're out of the top 4, and they're on 2 points. The other teams above them, the closest, 6. And that means that they've got to, if one of these teams, that Italy, Jersey, or Ireland, if one of these 3 are to make it through to final stage tomorrow, really they've got to win both their matches here today and win well. And therefore, one of Spain or Germany, who play each other on 6 points later today, well, one of those could miss out. And that's why Ireland have to win this match. If they don't win this match, they don't stand a chance. Good delivery from Riley, gets his areas right. So all the pressure is on Ireland here, and I think they know it, and I think their supporters know it as well. Also a win against England. First time these two teams have met in the Euros of cricket, so they'll love to have those bragging rights as well, no doubt about it. You may have noticed also, while we're talking about Ireland, CRYMS, the Irish champions, they will be here in the European Cricket League, and I'm loving the fact that they'll be here during St. Patrick's Day as well. That will make that a very exciting prospect with the CRYMS here with their supporters as well. I know they travel well, so there'll be a bit of a fiesta happening when they are here in March. So ball to go in this one from Riley. See if he can finish well. It's a tidy start from Ireland, I have to say. They've kept the English openers pretty quiet. It's been a pretty low-key start, really, from England. Let's see if they're able to open up here. Well, they try, and it's a bit of a loose shot, to be fair. And that is the end of the over, and a very good one from Riley. A wide earlier on, but other than that, there's been 3 singles. Only the 4 come off the over. So England, after 2 overs, 10 without loss, and it's a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box to Mr. Maximo, and there's the standings. That's what I'm talking about. Italy, Ireland, Jersey.
Yeah.
Need to win, need to have a perfect day, and one of Germany and Spain, or even the Netherlands, could lose out.
Here's the thing, I think if they do that, they'll probably get there, if any one of those teams do. And I'll tell you why. The net run rate of Spain and Germany, they're both negative already. So those 2 teams play each other, one of them will lose. That means that they're catchable. If you win, obviously you improve your net run rate. If you have a negative net run rate, and all those teams we're talking about do. So I think it's a really fascinating day. Good morning, everyone, and yeah, nice to be here. Of course, a lot of excitement around today. But yeah, Ireland net run rate minus 1.5. Italy minus 1.3. This is up in the air, and really, could it be caught? Right back to the wall. It's a great effort, but it's going to be 6. I think he was probably already over the line when he takes off there, Rico, but the result, Maximo, 6 to England, and a bit of a tame start by their standards at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Finally get started. Finally those flags get waved there. Nice to see Julian Dawson. And also caught a bit of Steve McVeigh there as well. The first Maximo of the day. And England, maybe they're finally getting started here. Well, it's a good comeback, but it's too short. It's going to get over the batter. That'll be a wide ball.
Yeah. Is this on the screen? Just. But, Young's a dangerous hitter, isn't he? Yeah, so Germany minus 1.5. So actually the Irish net run rate and the German net run rate are already about the same. So really any one of the 7 teams could still make the 4, you know, Rico.
It's, just out of reach from the fielder inside that 30-yard circle. Makes a good effort there, Liam Doherty. So that's another one that just, I suppose, pinpoint accuracy from the batter. Sam Young gets another boundary, so starting to get a move on in this, the 3rd over. Otherwise, it would have been a very low par power play. Into the 20s now. 3 balls to go in the over from the captain of Ireland, Sam Harbinson. A good comeback. I always am tempted to say Harbin Singh.
Harbin Singh. Oh, there we go. Maybe that can be his alter ego.
Harbin Singh. Harbin Singh. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of a little play on Harbhajan Singh, very famous Indian off spinner. Bit more than an off spinner though, Sam. Mentioned him in the intro. Really liked what he's brought to this Irish squad. He's been that kind of extra ingredient I think that they needed last year perhaps. Is up in the air and it's going to go
6,
onto the rope. Maximo! Straight on the rope. And yeah, you could actually see the impact, couldn't you? So I guess that's perfectly judged. Didn't really have the full timing there. One hand came off the bat, but England with a couple of bombs here.
Yeah, 6 runs. That is, yeah, I mean, this is just timing, isn't it? He's away from the body. So all of the things that you're normally saying about batters and getting in line, getting on top of the ball. None of that in place there, but he just has good timing. He gets enough of it. 17 off the over, a ball to go. And high up in the air. How far is it going? Fielder under it, not an easy one. But it's really well taken. That's a tremendous catch. And I'm going to say, Matthew, well done. Well done indeed, because that is Matthew Weldon who takes the catch. This is not easy. It's not the best of conditions, Vinny. We know that. A bit overcast. That ball is moving around. There's a slight bit of wind around there. White ball up in this sky. Not easy to pick. He does well. That is a really good catch. And Harbinson, the captain, gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket of Young. Young looked like he was getting going there. It's 17 that come off the over, but they finish with the wicket of Young. Good catch.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a good catch because the ball can easily kind of blend into the clouds and you don't really have a great look at it. But Weldon held his nerve. He held onto the ball, and Young, dangerous hitter, back in the shed for 19. First wicket of the day, it's 27 for 1.
Needed it. Need this win. Ireland, they need to stay alive in this championship. The Euros of cricket being played here in Andalusia, Spain, at the field of dreams of European cricketers, the Cardamom Oval. That wicket will, well, it will boost them. The next batter that comes in is Hemp. I'm surprised they go with Hemp here and not Hinley. They may be just changing things around a little bit here, England, because they can afford to do so, Vinny.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, they haven't quite locked up top spot, but it would seem so, only because if Netherlands, Spain or Germany were to win their last game, it'd have to be a huge win, and England would have to have a huge loss to lose top spot. Anyway, this one might be lost anyway, because that's up. Where's that gone? Bottom of the trees. Maximo. Yeah, this contest on a knife's edge at the moment. If you look at the percentages, Riley just gets picked up like nothing and whacked over the leg side.
Tremendous shot. Just look at the pickup here. And the thing is, he is so powerful, Dan Lincoln. He doesn't need to have the full swing. Half a swing takes it up to the top of that bank. If he hits it proper, that's gone. It's disappeared. So well, he saves that grizzly being lost forever. Riley's got some thinking to do. Chance. Oh, well, puts it down. I'd expect him to take this, you know. Harbinson is such a good catcher. And it's almost like he's sort of, I don't know, he's like a goalkeeper save rather than take the catch. Lands heavily on his shoulder as well.
Oh, Sam, he'd love that one back. I honestly think 9 times out of 10 he gets 2 hands to it. He knows what he's doing. He's planned his dive. Bit of a nasty impact on the shoulder on the way down. Hopefully that's not going to affect him too much. But remember that moment, because Lincoln dropped on 12.
Yeah, with the battle of the two captains, and Sam Harbinson would have loved to be sending Dan Lincoln back. He's not able to do so, gets a chance. And yeah, I think we know it, 9 times out of 10 he's taking that catch.
Yeah, must win. It's do or die for Ireland. No second chances for them. Robinson's going to field this, so almost field this. So at least he's moving fairly freely. It's his left shoulder, so it's not his bowling shoulder. So that's one thing, but he's still holding it, isn't he, down there?
Yeah, he is. I wonder if he wants a bit of treatment on that. Don't forget, he's going to be key with the bat. I mean, single-handedly kept them in that contest yesterday, didn't they? The first one yesterday. Well, I say first one. I was going to say this time. Of course, it wasn't this time. It was a lot earlier. It was Super 6 Wednesday yesterday. But yeah, he scored a fine 97, and he didn't quite get to his 100. But what an effort it was, chasing 200 for victory for Ireland. And just because of that knock, and I remember saying this to Corey at the time, if they do qualify, Vinny, and they do it at net run rate, I mean, that knock of 97 to get them close to that score of jersey could be the telling point. Riley back to Lincoln, who's had a chance, was dropped on 12. And this is just pushed and beautifully fielded. Good job. I just thought for a moment it might have just got past the fielder there, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it's really good fielding. Another uppish little push from Linky. Doesn't really go after it there, does he? Excellent fielding though, and Macbeth had really good awareness that he wasn't going to touch the rope, so he just threw from the seat of his pants. Very good fielding.
Great delivery. Really good ball that. Nicely played there by Hemp as well. And that is the end of the over. So it started with a big 6, but he got the line right. And at the end of 4 overs, England 36 for 1.
Yeah, so with this start, Ireland actually pulling ahead in the game, not on the back of wickets really, but on the basis that they've kept the run rate down. So currently just 90 pace. We've been able to talk about the conditions, but I suppose the wind for me more than the cloud cover. I mean, the ball's been swinging around all the time here, but yeah, I think the wind is going to be unpredictable today. It started before the game, it looked like the batters were hitting into the wind, as in the wind was behind the bowler. Now it seems to have just kind of eased off a bit, but that could be a big factor as far as those straight hits not carrying as far, and those high balls maybe holding up and staying in the field of play. Jared Wilson to bowl over number 5. Let's see if he can get Lincoln, who's moving pretty dangerously at the moment. First ball just knocked away for one down to Harbinson, who seems to be more or less recovered from that shoulder knock that he sustained in that diving attempt to catch Lincoln about an over ago.
Didn't have a good day yesterday. Of course, he was partly to blame for the drop of AZ Tribe, but today's going to be a good day for Jared Wilson. You know why?
You tell me.
International Gerard Day.
International Gerard Day is a thing, is it?
It's a thing, yeah. It is International Gerard Day. So all the Gerards out there, I hope you enjoy your day, and maybe it's going to be a good one for Gerard Wilson.
That's a lot of pressure as well. That's the International Rico Day. You must have that in the diary. Anyway, I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the comment section. Good to have you with us as always. James Stewart tuning in from Estonia. Mohammed Rassel. Kevin, of course, from the UK. Ian as well.
Good delivery, good areas. Do you get the feeling, it's just me, that England just haven't really woke up on the right side of the bed this morning. They're a little bit lethargic. There's something lethargic about it.
They've had a couple of weeks that have been not easy. the English. Okay, they did get the 3 or 4 day break, but remember they had the issue with the illness going through the camp.
Shot. Well, that's more like it. And we are on the Costa del Sol. Well, it may not be too sunny here, but this is all about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And could that be your Andalusia shot of the day already? Well, International Gerard Day, but this is all about Dan Lincoln, the captain of England.
When you commit to that shot. He's actually got 1 foot off the pitch when he plays it. It's going to be 4. And
yeah, that I think is going to be 4 runs. So I wonder if the message would come out there to Sullivan. There we go. Yeah, get it right. Well done. That's good work from the officials as well.
Yeah, excellent work. But what a shot. I mean, it's almost, I guess, slightly full toss, but only just.
When he's not clicking, that's what he goes to, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Lincoln. So Gerard will try and get that Yorker going, I think, here. Oh, he follows him up in the air. He's going to give his wicket away here. And he does. He's gone. There's another one that bites the dust. And Dan Lincoln, well, he wants to get sexy too often. And they do say that too much is not good for you. And he's on his way.
Yeah, and so that one, because it was full, actually hurt his chances of getting under it because it was already up. See? So when he pushes it just straight up. And Lincoln, well, he knew the writing was on the wall straight away. He was probably halfway to the boundary line by the time that ball nestles in the hands of the fielder. But Lincoln gets him off to a decent start. You can see the angle of the bat there. It was just too flat, couldn't turn on it. And once again, it's Weldon that has taken the catch. So that's the end of Lincoln, and the score is 42 for 2. So it gives us a chance to welcome you into the box with the fall of that wicket. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me once again. And well, Corey won't be in the box today. I think he's a little bit busy, but we will have Andrew Ryan with us as well. Then Tin Tomato in the comment section just commenting.
Tomato?
Tomato, I like that username. But no, on a serious note, Paul Reynolds, very accomplished Irish umpire, passed away during the week, and there was a moment's silence yesterday, minute silence before the start of day 3 in honour of Paul Reynolds, and all the best once again, and commiserations to the Reynolds family. And by all accounts, he's a very, very popular figure in Irish cricket. While we're here, also we would like to mention our Share the Meal initiative, and we're getting to the last couple of days of this ECC, and we're getting close to that goal of 4,182 meals for this ECC, and every little bit helps. If you'd like to contribute, please just go to that QR code, scan it. Super easy to get involved, just 70 cents can provide a meal for someone in need. Anyway, start of a new innings here, and this is beautifully hit. David Scott coming out at 3, starts with a cut 4, and that will be the end of the 5th over. The score is 46 for 2.
That's a lovely shot from Scott. Well, it is International Jared Day, where Jared Wilson does pick up a wicket on his day, and it's a good one to get, that of Dan Lincoln. And Ireland at the moment, we're pretty happy the way the first 5 overs have gone. And, well, we can tell you that though this event, the Euros of Cricket, is coming to an end, we will see some of our friends that we saw here from Croatia, because we'll be going to Croatia. Me and you going there.
We're going. Yeah.
European Cricket Series, and also some ECIs there as well.
So on the weekend, we're off, and I'm pretty excited about the ECIs in Croatia, because there'll be both men's and women's matches. So the Croatian men have a 4-match series with Slovenia, and the women have a 4-match series with Czechia. And we'll be seeing, not the Croatian side, men's side, because we saw them in this ECC, but all of the 3 other sides involved that ECI weekend will be the first time we've seen them on the network. So this is one of the coolest things about European cricket, is now we're up to, I think, 500 or 600 teams that we've seen on the network, and we're up to about 7,000 players that we've seen on the network. So it's quite remarkable.
Fantastic, it really is. And of course, we will also be going to Malta again, the Malta Encore. So we'll be seeing lots of Basil Boom Boom, George, and a few others of the Malta players that made a fantastic effort here. The likes of Prasath, and also of Zishan as well, and all the other guys and girls out there that we love so much. And then back to Spain.
Back to Barcelona. More Barcelona bashing. That's kind of where this new era began, when I trace it back. We've had such a year of big scores and high-flying sixes.
And, well, right on cue. High-flying sixes.
Oh, well, lucky they went over the cricket school kids. You might have had sore necks looking at that one go, but yeah, high-flying sixes right on cue. It's Hemp that goes large, Maximo. And that 6 brings up the 50 for the England 11.
Yeah, well, the kids loving it, loving the action. And this one, fortunately, flying way over them. That's a good hit from Cameron Hemp. So I was thinking that maybe we'd see Hinley, but I think this is all about Hinley's already had a good knot. Yeah, a good, good grizzly avoidance there from the kids. And maybe this is an opportunity for Hemp to have a go. Well done. He had a few issues yesterday as well with his line. I do like what he bowls.
I like Weldon a lot. You know, could he be one of the answers? It just cuts the line.
But it nips away, doesn't it? And that's why it catches a bit of the line on the way through.
I like what he brings to the table, though. And all teams really are searching for answers about how they can stop these assaults from the batting units of the opposition.
It's not a bad delivery at all, is it? It's on the money, it's well played. And of course he creates that different angle as well, more effective to the right-hander.
I was going to say that Jay Rossi in the comment section saying that he was in Pattaya, Thailand last week, and they were showing these matches live on the screens.
Wonderful.
And so, I mean, we actually are all around the world. It's quite remarkable, and I'm really loving the prospect of reaching even more places and seeing more teams and cricketers on the network.
Loses his shape. Would have been all right to the left-hander. But got to get this game across the right-hander. So Matthew Weldon, just a few issues trying to get the accuracy right.
You know, I was talking about the wind just kind of dropping off. Now it seems like it's back, and it's kind of going bottom left to top right on your screen. And you can see it's going to be a blustery afternoon. That's the forecast. So right now, I mean, typically the left arm would like this breeze. You know, they can straighten the ball down the line. It's kind of going, left to right on your screen. It's also behind Weldon. occasionally just losing the odd one down the leg side.
This one, I think, goes over the stumps, you know.
I think he might have grabbed a bit of the pad on the way past as well, but Seamus does well to make the block. So, I mean, we've had, let's be honest, we've had perfect weather pretty much every day. And this is week 4 now, so we're into, what's this, match day 22? And we haven't lost a second of play to rain or even kind of slightly uncomfortable weather. It just hasn't happened. So, yeah, obviously this storm, we don't want to harp on it because we don't want to tempt fate, but it isn't on the cards at some point in the next 24 hours. Let's just hope it stays outside the hours of play.
Down leg side, he just, if you have a look at this delivery again, maybe, just have a look at his follow through. Now look where he needs to be going to get that ball to go in that area, but he's not. Look where his body is.
Yeah.
There's no way that ball's going to go in the right area. So basically he's got to be pushing that arm and his body towards the imaginary first lip, and his shape is wrong. So maybe he needs to take a wider run up and run into the stumps or closer to the stumps. But he's just not getting it right to the right-hander at the moment. This time he's over-pitched and it will go all the way. And well, we mentioned this several times. There's very little margin for error. You get it wrong, you'll get it put away. And now you can see that Sam Harbinson is coming up. And, that is the end of the over. It looks like he may bowl this one. 64 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, Weldon, you can see he's almost there, but not quite there at the moment. Maybe hasn't had enough overs. Yeah, the answer there, I mean, I used to bowl a right-hander version of what he's basically bowling there, and I was always told if you're losing the ball down the leg side, it's not about an aiming thing with your arm, but change your angle of approach. So you talked about his follow-through. I'd be thinking as well about his run-up and where he's coming from. So maybe if he started a bit wider, then you know, his natural body action is going to kind of push the ball across and maybe can still retain that movement. Okay, so 4 overs to go, 6 over check-in time, only 107 pace at the moment. Certainly not the destruction from the English 11 that we've been accustomed to seeing.
No, it's been interesting. Oh, there's a nice little shot there of the orange cap, the academy. Well, some of these boys will probably come from the academy. They're going back to Tim Tector, who started well. His 6 came with his first. And this one is going to be 6. So the double the amount of runs of his first over with 1 hit. That will go all the way. Bolle, Ginna zona. And can England get the acceleration here towards the end? They just need to. It's been a bit bitty, hasn't it? They've managed to get one away like this one, but they haven't been able to get a flow of runs. So Tim Tector wants to get this one fuller. So having issues with this left and right combination at the moment, the Irish bowlers. And that's too short as well. Guía, shaka, lagia. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque es 6 más. Well, that's more like it.
Yeah.
You can start waving those flags now.
Yeah, you can. And let's be honest, Irish have a very good batting lineup, but also England have some very good bowlers. And I kind of talked about that before the game as well, that I'm looking forward to that contest. Well, Tector rocking the sunglasses maybe to protect from the wind more than the blasting rays of the Costa del Sol sun at the moment, but yeah, Tector's something a bit different. But at the moment, Hemp's had his measure.
It's a better delivery, he's fuller. And he won't mind that, I don't think, Tector. He gets the batters to swap over. He has a chance to go at the right-hander, Scott, who's pretty dangerous himself. And haven't seen too much of him. I think you mentioned that. I think that's been the thing with the England batting. It's been so strong at the top that a lot of guys haven't had a knock. So I'll appreciate the opportunity to be out there.
He's batted a bit, just hasn't batted so high, I think, too often.
Goes for it. It should be a chance. Weldon, I think, is the guy out there, and this time he puts it down and works. Oh, well, I think this is a tremendous save. Well, I think Weldon puts the catch down, but how about that for a bit of work there?
Yeah.
From Frost, I think it is, who keeps the ball in. That's sensational work. Great, but it's Ollie Riley,
yeah,
actually.
Riley down there, but I mean, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but he would have loved to have held this. This looks clean, it is.
Tremendous.
Very good work. I suppose doesn't quite make up for the drop catch, but claws a couple back.
And now tries to go the old reverse Malachi, misses out on it. So Tector looking to finish the over well. Ball to go in this, 79 for 2.
Had a question about what happens if the rain intervenes. And look, we do have a reserve day on Saturday. That'll only be used as a last resort, right? So hopefully it doesn't come to that.
You're going to miss. And Tector, after going for 2 big Maximos, the first 2 balls, finishes pretty well. And Ireland, once again, I think will be the happier side with England, 79 for 2 after 7 overs.
Yeah, and they've got to be happy with that. You know, speaking of the Euros of Cricket, which is what you're watching right now, we're really excited to launch the Euros of Women's Cricket as well. It'll be a 5-team inaugural edition running over 6 days in December. It's actually our last tournament of the year. So yeah, 24 matches, 4 matches a day, and now we're under 60 days. We're into the 50s, and I know that all the cricket is involved, and we have seen some of them before on the network, and I'm sure there'll be a few new faces as well. That's going to be a really, really great way to finish the year.
Yeah, it is, and I'm already looking forward to seeing some of the women's action in Croatia as well. I think that's going to be great, not just seeing the ECI men's, but women's as well. So it's all great. I mean, one thing I remember, it was around about this time last year, wasn't it, where a lot of people were saying, we'd like to see some women's cricket.
For sure.
What can we do?
Yeah.
Well, I think we've done marvellously well, and more to come as well.
Here's Harbinson back for the 8th.
Well, that one could be a no-e.
I think it bounces past the stumps and by quite a bit, so it'll just be a wide. But look, Harbinson going for the wide Yorker and missing. Women's cricket's coming a long way. I've heard that the Estonian women will be part of the Malta ECI as well, so we've got that to look forward to. It's really great to see spreading far and wide.
Goes for it down the ground. Can anybody get there? No. It drops just short. I won't mind that so much, Ireland, because it's just a single. And I think you'll take that at the moment, Sam Harbinson. Makes a change in the field now as Scott goes on strike. So once again, it's a pattern that's followed all the way through this England innings. There's been probably a or 2 shots and then followed by a few dot balls and a few singles. Haven't been able to get on top of the Irish bowling. And sneaks this one in and...
See, this is a really good example. He moves somewhat, but is wider than he moves, right? So even if you move that, I reckon he moves 3 stumps over and the ball misses by 4.
Dude, I don't like that call, Vinny. I just think the batter, if the batter's going to move that much, you got to give something to the bowler.
You give him, but you give him as much as he's moved outside off. And that ball definitely is over or outside the line. It's missed the line by...
You can tell I'm a bowler. You can tell I'm a bowler. I don't like it. Because you gotta give something to the bowler.
Yeah, I know. You give him as much as they move. Like, he's missed that by too much. But anyway, don't worry. You're retired. You don't have to worry about it.
Hey, I'm not retired. Yeah, who told you that? I'm only retired because I can't get out of this box.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. How is the shoulder, by the way?
I've got a frozen shoulder. It's getting better. It is getting better. I mean, Richard Lake did some good work on it the other week, and I've been getting a bit of physio. It's getting better, but it takes time. Can take up to a year, let's say.
All that commentating.
Yeah, I know. There's all those balles. That's what I'm blaming. Slower delivery, but down the leg side. And, a nice shot there. I wonder if we can capture this. The kids from the Cricket Cool program making their way back to their part of the ground, where they'll be doing a little bit of catching, bowling, batting. I just love it. Yeah. Fantastic. And well done to Jay Wild and everybody that's involved. Goes for it, and I think he's going to get this good. Manos. Arriba from the arbitro, because this will go all the way. Kinna zona. Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, that was a tent topper, wasn't it, from Hemp? It just went with the ankle. Harbinson round the wicket, right into the wheelhouse. And so England kind of fits and starts, but they're getting something on the board. Good strike.
Right, can they back this up now? I mean, he's got to, hasn't he? He's got to back himself and say, right, okay, look, we're coming to the end of these innings. We still have wickets in hand. He's still got the likes of Hindley that come in there, can smash it. He's still got the likes of Fellows as well, can give the ball a big crunch. Andy Rishton can come out as well. So they've got a motor on from here on in. And he does go for it, and it's a marvellous effort from the fielder, but it will go for 6 runs. 6 mas, boom, Shaka Lagia. What a great effort, though.
Yeah, Melly, once again, needs the kangaroo boots, doesn't he, down here? Not sure where he takes off from, but he does get a hand to it, and it just couldn't quite reach it to get enough of the handoff, I suppose, to get it back in the field of play, but still good effort.
Yeah, wonderful effort. Okay, couple of boundaries here. Looking to bring up the 100 here at the end of this, the 8th over. Misses out as well. Well, you need balance, don't you? You need balance. You need to hold your shape. Well, he loses it, and that's why he misses the ball. So he's, he's rocking and rolling and diving all over the place. Is Hemp.
Yeah, have a look at, Hemp, I thought he almost goes back in his own stumps here. Look, ends up kind of behind the stumps. Lucky he's slightly to the side. But, yeah, just loses his footing. Really threw everything in that one, but that was good pace by Harbinson, showing he's a bit more than a medium pacer, Sam.
Yeah, a bit of limbo dancing there from the batter. Well bowled. Really good finish to the over. So once again, a couple of boundaries, but they weren't able to get it to be a big over. But they'll take 17 of that one from Harbinson, and the score England at the end of 8 overs, 96 for 2.
Yeah, I think Harbinson will regret getting a bit too close to Hemp earlier in the over, because you see that last ball's right where you need to be. So, well, we say it all happens in the 9th, and that could kind of tilt this innings one way or the other. I think for sure at the moment, the Irish 11 have to be the happier of the two teams.
Yeah, I think so. We know they've got plenty of batting. It means more to them as well. And I think there's a lot on that side. You know, when you're playing a match and it means something, you've got to win. Of course, I think the performances from the Irish here, I think, going to be more key. Whereas England, I think, the back of their mind, don't forget, there's been that sickness in the camp. And if I understand correctly, I think a couple of players have actually already been sent back. And talking about being sent, well, this ball's been sent to the boundary as well. That will go all the way. That's a Maximo.
Yeah, so this is kind of a hanging full toss from Frost and ends up in the jungle. Let's have a quick look at it for height. I don't think there's any problems there. And so, says Carreras. You know what I call it? I call it the trapeze conundrum. Do you know what I mean by that? You know a trapeze?
Yeah.
You know, you hold on to it with your hands. And imagine you took these two teams, or any two people, let's say. Now they're hanging full toss from Frost. Same result, Maximo. Well, Frost getting some bite here, isn't he? As he's dished up 2 gimmies to Scott, who isn't going to miss out. But what I'm saying is, imagine you put, fire under one person hanging from a trapeze, and you put like pillows under the other, and you said, all right, guys, see who can hang on the longest, right? It's not the same conditions for these two teams. Ireland know they have to win, okay? England want to win, but they don't have to win to stay alive in the tournament. It's very, very different situation.
Yeah, and you can see that in the way that they've done the batting order here as well. This has been clever from Dan Lincoln. He's giving some of the batters that haven't had too much batting time out there an opportunity. This one is going to be a catch. It is well taken. Well, he's bowled 2 pies, has the bowler Frost. And then he does get this one to pitch, I suppose. There's not enough power in to clear the fielder. There is a wicket, and England 108 for 3 in the 9th over. So this is what we expect in the 9th. It all happens. We've seen 2 sixes and a wicket.
Yeah, well, Frost on the pitch and makes a big difference, doesn't it? Scott Rem hit from him. And yeah, fairly simple catch there. Shoulder high. Again, I suppose robs him of a Maximo ultimately, but Scott once again impresses with the bat. He goes for 26, including 3 biggies, and the score is 108 for 3.
Yeah, that's a good sign, isn't it, for Scott and also for England, because he's the guy that may be called upon. And Doherty takes the catch. I like that from you, Frost, on the pitch.
Yeah.
That's very clever.
Well, I mean, we say it here ironically, but we have been to places like Bulgaria where we actually did have to chip the ice off the pitch, didn't we, at the start of the day? We had a 1 degree day. We had match delayed by snow as well. Yeah. We've really pushed things to the extreme. Speaking of the weather, which everyone's talking about today, but we've had extreme hot, extreme cold. We've even had cricket on ice on ECN in the past.
Nice looking shot down the ground. Harbinson will make the stop. Gets a single. I remember the first time we had Frost, and believe it or not, folks, it was actually in Barcelona. Remember that?
Yeah, that's right.
Those very early starts in Barcelona.
Barcelona can get really, really cold. And also, we're often using as much of the sunlight as possible, so sometimes we get into the ground pitch black an hour before the start. And yeah, I suppose we're just trying to push things to the limit, because that's how we get the most cricket, the most, I suppose, eyeballs on what we're doing, spreading the game, more players involved, more countries involved. Right, 2 to come here in the 9th.
And bowled, good delivery. Well, it is getting frosty, and a bit of frostbite there from Frost as he hits the stumps of Hemp, and Hemp also will have to depart, so good time to take a wicket. So this is a typical 9th over, isn't it, on the European Cricket Network? It's runs and wickets.
Well, we saw defrosting, now we've got refrosting. And that one, I think, just kind of angles across him. Doesn't really turn the way that Hemp thinks it's going to. He thinks it's going to spin back into him and he can go leg side. But you can see it just went on with the arm. Look at this. So it just kind of goes on with the arm, crashes into the top of the off stump. So really is all happening in the night. We've had 2 sixes, we've had 2 wickets, and it's not even over yet. And that is the end of Hemp. But again, useful contribution of 36 from him. 109 for 4.
Yeah, very good comeback, you have to say, with the ball to go in this, the 9th over. And Frost looking to get another, good round of applause there from Hemp. And I think that's encouraging for England, though, because you've got 2 batters, middle order batters, the likes of Scott and Hemp, scoring runs. And that could be vital going into finals day tomorrow. Can Frost finish well? And he probably can't. This might actually be called a wide. Let's have a look. No, it's called buys, 4 buys. I think he maybe gets away with this,
I think it might have just been okay when it passes the popping crease. Lynch fails to make the kind of lateral adjustment that he has to. And that's one of the things when you're keeping, you really got to try and keep your eyes behind the ball as much as possible. Anyway, into the 9th, 113 for 4. Frost 2 wickets in the over. He'll only get the 1 here because he bowls the 9th, 2 for 13. And Wilson potentially to come back here in the 10th. Harbinson with a wicket. Ollie Riley, I think, was brilliant. None for 13 off his 2 overs. Remember that if he bowls badly, England 11 get away to a flyer. This could be a very different looking innings. So even though he doesn't take a wicket, he didn't let the English get away. Wishton still to bat. Obviously, they bat all the way down, don't they? I feel like this is a big last over. England would like a magical, maybe get up into the 130s. Here's Wilson.
Shot. And well, you got the class of Thomas Bevan out there. And you still can't believe that Bevan is coming in at number 5 here. He's a quality bat. And just look how he deals with this. That's not a bad delivery at all. I mean, you look at the length of this. You think Wilson bowled the perfect length, but somehow Bevan still finds a way to get this to the boundary.
Yeah, Bevan, very high-level cricketer. So the thing with the wide Yorker as opposed to the straightish Yorker that hits the stumps or will hit the stumps is they get missed a lot, but if they get hit, there's a chance that'll happen. They'll squeeze away. There's rarely a lot of protection down there. And it goes for 4. Bevan does well to catch up with it.
Hit to the fielder, who watches the bounce carefully, keeps Bevan just to the 1. So good comeback there for Wilson. It is Gerard Wilson on an International Gerard Day. Yeah. So I think he's going to have a good day here on his day.
Does he get presents if it's his day? I know they have name days in some places.
Yeah, they do have
in Europe days, especially. Chris asking about cricket on ice. Yes, it is a thing. Look it up. St. Moritz. I've actually played in it twice.
Haven't you?
Yeah, I have. -8. That wasn't really one of our European cricket series, though. This is okay as well. So that's a good comeback by Wilson. This is the wide Yorker with a good result. Yeah, but cricket on ice is played on a frozen lake. It's an annual tournament in February every year in Switzerland. It's at altitude, so try running a 2 there. It's like you've run a 7 because there's no oxygen up there.
That's in St. Moritz, right?
Yeah, St. Moritz. It's about 1,500 metres altitude. Anyway, coldest we've ever had on an ECN, proper ECN event, though, is probably 1 degree.
Just gets bang on these fellows to give Bevan the strike back. Slower delivery this time from Wilson. I've never done that. I mean, I've been very close to St. Moritz where I did some umpiring, and that was not cricket on ice, it was cricket around ice because there was a lot of snow all around us. And we managed to play on the flexi pitches that they used out there. It was a fantastic tournament.
You would love it. And yes, the Zoos area there and the school there, it's part of the curriculum.
Gets away with this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think he could have held his crease and clobbered this out on the offside, but he wants to get funky, doesn't he?
It's quite a funny one because actually he didn't move until the ball was released. If you actually look at that, but live, I just assumed he's taken an early step there. Yeah, okay, I just want to tell you one more thing about the kind of people that play in cricket on ice. They asked me when I was coming in, will I be driving up or will I be taking my helicopter?
Is that for real? Never.
I told them the helicopter was in for a service. Here's the last ball, and what a shot.
I think this might be too high. Let's have a look. Well, they take a shine now. They're still running. The ball is still alive. Oh, well, there's a direct hit, but I think he might have just made it. I want to have a look at the delivery again. Yeah, I think they're looking at a couple of things here. Maybe looking at the height first. And yeah, that's to me, that's too high for me. I think that is too high. But the run out can still be out, so they're going to have to look at the run out as well.
I think he is out as well.
Do you reckon he's out?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's have a look.
Good way.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So, well, I was right about the Noe. You were right about the run out. That's why we're such a good team. So it's not the end of the over. They will get some runs. I think they'll get the no ball +1.
Yeah. That's a decent result. I mean, it's a good throw. Saves them a run. But they would have rather they got the 2 runs and not had the extra ball, I feel like. So this is where Rishton would have thought he's safe not to be taking the pads off. He's done well to keep him on, actually.
He's just got to run. I mean, he could have come out without them. He run faster because Bevan's going to face the free hit. That's not a bad result.
Then when you get like a wide +1 and have to call for the pads. But look, it's all right. Fellows probably wishes he had a longer bat. But he runs himself out off what he probably thought was last ball. This is the actual last ball. And holds the call. They'll just get 1. That will be that. So it's going to be 122 for 5. Again, Wilson, all in all, okay, I know he missed his spot off what we thought was last ball, but I think he gets it right, more or less. Let me count out how many off that last over. It was 9 off the last over. So, yeah, pretty good effort, I think, from Wilson. And Ireland 11 for sure. They're thrilled to be chasing 123 here. But let's not forget, Rico, that the men in green there, they are playing for their tournament life, because if they don't get this 123, their European chances are over here in ECC 23. Should be a good one.
It should be a good one, but they will be nervous, there will be pressure, that's for sure. I mean, it's 123 required, but it will feel like a 150 sort of score. But it's all about the power play. That's where Ireland have to get going. That's where they went wrong in that chase against Jersey. They just didn't get enough runs in the power play yesterday. Can they make amends here today? England, they still look very relaxed. We saw some good shots. I mean, that one was an absolute beautiful pickup from Lincoln. Lincoln is still playing some really good shots. And so was Sam Lynch early on, both of them getting to 19 though before they went. That was an incredible one-handed one, but this is a skyer, and it was Weldon who took a really good catch.
Yeah, it did. I actually feel pretty well, Weldon, even though there'd be one a little bit later on that he'll wish he held on to, but Lincoln seemed to be out there just kind of timing the ball, didn't he? Harbinson, that was a bit of a hairy moment for him. Dropped the catch that he probably would normally take and fell on his shoulder. A tale of 2 ramps here for Lincoln, though. One was a bit lower, then he did get it up and over. This one just kind of bunts it straight up. It was more work for Weldon. Jared Wilson, I think, mostly did a very good job. I know that they got after him a little bit yesterday. I think Weldon, I like him with the ball, but just seemed to be slightly off. And if you're slightly off as a bowler this week in Championship week, well, it's going to be trouble for you. It's in, Tector, I mean, I think he didn't go for too many as well. Again, there's the answers to the crossword. They've been working on that one all week. That was the one Weldon spilt, but it was kept inside the field of play. And look, Ireland, they certainly had the kind of feeling, especially in the field, of a team that are playing for their lives. England, I mean, bit hit and miss. They do have a score on the board, and English bowlers will feel they can defend it. But for me, slight honours to Ireland, I think, after the first innings.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. They did, in general, catch well. There was only that one that got away from Weldon, but he did take a couple of good ones there. That was a good over, or a good comeback, I will have to say, from Frost. The first 2 he didn't pitch, they were full bungers that got dispatched for 6. But then he came back and took 2 wickets in the over as well. Rishton thought he wasn't going to be required. Well, he was, but only to get to the non-strikers then for 1 ball. And there was the run out of Fallows. Great work there, really, from Ireland. You can see the desire there from Ireland, and there has to be. There's got to be the desire. There's got to be the passion and the will to win this match and their last match later on today. But they're going to take one at a time. This would be a big one for them, and if they can win this one, I think the confidence will be flying high as well. When you look at that scorecard, there were starts there, Vinny, but they couldn't go on to a big score.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this scorecard. Pair of 19s to open. But then Hemp with 36, I think, was good. Scott with 26 was good again. At the end, Bevan didn't get too many balls, but did what he could. Richardson didn't end up facing a ball at all. He did bat Hindley there, who's certainly in the run. So I think there's a little bit of management there from the English as far as getting balls into guys they felt could use the batting. 2 for 13 for Frost, bowled the 9th, but I got to say, I really like the work of Riley, even though he doesn't take a wicket for me. He was among the best of the bowlers because he didn't let the English openers get away, and we know they can take a game away from you really quickly. 1 for Harbinson in there as well, but let's just hope his left shoulder's okay, because he might have a bit of a job to do with the bat. Tector as well, none for 21. We'll probably see him fairly shortly, so join us in just a few moments. It'll be 123 for the Irish to stay alive in this tournament. England defending 122. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN alongside Rico Full. We'll see you just after this break for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. The umpires Suleiman and Ian have led the players out. You can see that the batters are out there ready to get going, playing for survival here, Ireland. It's as simple as that. They are on 2 points, and to get to 6 points they need to win the 2 matches that they've got, and it gives them a chance, but also they're relying on what happens in the match between Spain and Germany. I mean, that becomes a crucial match because any one of those 2 teams could lose out, but only if somebody like Ireland here win both their matches. Ireland, Jersey and Italy are in that same position, need to have a 100% record here today, and if they can, and if other results go their way, they can see it through and be back here tomorrow. If not, they're on the flight back. It's as simple as that. It will be Rich Edwards to start with the ball. Got 122 runs to defend. Same as Lynch and Tim Tector are the openers. Lynch to face the first ball. Just wait for official timekeeper Frederica Constant to give us the thumbs up. And here we go, the battle. The bat versus ball, and it's not a good delivery down the leg side and gets played away. Just a little clip, that's all it needs. Ireland are off and running with 4. Lynch has been a little bit off the boil in the last 2 innings that he's had. Tim Tector, we saw him score a fantastic century against Spain, but likewise hasn't been able to recapture that form. No run, waiting, of course. You don't want to take too many runs to this guy, Andy Rishton. And they don't need to take any risks as well, Ireland. Need to go around about 12. No run again, so gets the radar right here now, and Rishton showing off some of his footballing skills there. Don't know if we catch any of that on the camera. So maybe he does play a bit of footy as well. Rishton, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That'll do. And then he gives himself a little clap as well. A little show off, Rishton. He's doing that for the kids, isn't he? He's a school teacher high up in the air, but this is a biggie. Balle, and this is the batter. Lynch saying to Rishton, well, 5 for you, 6 for me, because that goes all the way. Oh, that's a cracking hit. Monster strike from Lynch. And it's one of those that we've seen go up and get skied and don't go the distance, but that goes the distance. Okay, well, this one is up in the air. This is not going to distance. The wicketkeeper Lincoln wants it. Look, he comes a long way, and he takes a fantastic catch. Well, look at the way he finishes there. Well, this is 007 style, isn't it? Dan Lincoln. Well, he's got the license to thrill, hasn't he? Oh, this is a fantastic catch. Look, called it early, but look at the finish from Lincoln. Here we go. My name is Lincoln. 007 Lincoln. Have a look at this. Yeah, takes it and gets up, and look at that. He says, yeah, 007 in the house. And Lincoln taking a great catch, and Edwards gets the wicket. And after 2 boundaries, 1 biggie, Lynch will go. Some more disappointment for Seamus. Hasn't really been able to get going, and that, of course, is a concern and has been a concern for Ireland. He'll go for 10. With 1-6 and 1-4, and Ireland are 10 for 1 with the ball to go in the first, and it is the captain Sam Harbinson that comes in. Talking about coming in, it's Vinny Sandhu that comes back in to the commentary box as well.
Yeah, what a catch that was from Lincoln. Yeah, went for a jog in Lincoln Park, didn't he? Ended up about 2/3, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. But yeah, the thing I like about Lincoln as well is he always organises how he wants to fall. He's not giving that ball any chance to kind of jar out of his hands if his arms or his hands hit the ground. But Harbinson, good man for the job, the captain. Edwards is a challenge as well. Gets the first one past the outside edge. Ireland, it's go now or go home for them. It's 10 for 1 after 1.
Good finish to the over from Edwards. A couple of boundaries for it, but gets his man, doesn't he? Yeah, just look at that dismissal again from Lynch. I mean, he gets super aggressive on it, loses his shape, skies it. Whereas I think if he's just relying on his timing alone, I think he puts it away. Yeah, this guy has bowled very well. It's got better and better as this championship has gone on. Sturgis, Tommy Sturgis that is, gets the ball to bowl the second. You're bowling to Tim Tector to face his first delivery. And he gets a loosener and only just getting it over the outstretched hand of Sam Young. Oh, it's slow, wide. Tector goes for it, and you can see there, not a lot in it. Gets the boundary though.
Yeah, Sturgis, he's really stepped up, and Greatwood, yeah, still not quite right to take his place in the 11. But Sturgis has been magnificent this week for the English. Almost gets the good old-fashioned umpire clothesline. We haven't seen enough of that, actually. It's a bit of an ECN trademark. And umpires thrusting out their arms as bowlers are running in. Arm around neck height.
He was saying, hang on a minute, your field is still moving. They do make a change in the field. Okay, Sturgis, and he comes. Not a good delivery, and that will go all the way. Bolle, quina zona. Chaka, lagia, 6 más. Porque eso es uno malo.
Good shot, kind of literally off the hip, wasn't it, from Tector? And we know how good he's been. So you got 2 guys here that are batting now. One's hit 100, one's almost hit 100. Can they fire for the Irish, keep them alive?
And this one is another one that he slightly slow with delivery from Sturgis, but he picks it, and well, he carts this one over the leg side boundary as well. The Irish, they're sitting there nervous, those supporters. Oh boy, do they want this win, and do they need it as well. Sturgis, 3 balls, 3 boundaries. It's already 16 off this over, 4-6-6. Oh, could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. Chasing this wide one. I think he gets the bottom of the bat, and it doesn't miss the stumps by much.
It really is a slice of luck for Tector, who wasn't in control of that shot. But anyway, just don't need a crazy rate here, Ireland. They're naturally quite aggressive anyway. So this is probably the difference between chasing 120 versus England and something like 150, 160. Can be a bit more selective. He doesn't care anyway. This is almost in the grasp of Young, and then he has to escort it to the boundary. Couldn't catch up with it. Tector once again, not sure about the decision to go after it, but he does, and he gets his boundary. Another 4 runs to Ireland.
Living dangerously. I mean, why is he going after that delivery? Only just out of the reach of Young. But yeah, if you're getting out to that, oh, it's going to be criminal, isn't it? I suppose he gets a bit of fortune. It's another boundary. The over has gone magical.
Sturgis probably couldn't believe his luck that Tector was lurching with one hand. He would have taken that gamble every time, but in the end it's 4 runs against his figures.
And are you, he says, because he's not happy that he's let that one get past. But look, they take 20 off the over. Ireland, they're up and running. It is 30 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, and I think he spoils another wide last ball as well. And he goes after it and just clonks it for a dot. So, yeah, this is what is on the top of everyone's minds today. But the 3 out of the top 4, they each have 2 games today, you see. And the people, or the teams in the top 4, they only have the 1 game. So one of Spain or Germany will lose. They're playing each other. So that just leaves the door open for one team below them to get the 2 wins and play themselves in. Anyway, another one that's going to perch precariously close to the charging infielder going backwards. That's Hemp that time, but Ireland, they've had a little bit of luck with some of these mishits, haven't they?
Luck of the Irish, you got to say, luck of the Irish at the moment here. And it's working for them because we are in the power play. So with the only 2 men outside and those 2 on the leg side, that's why they're getting away with these at the moment. That's a great save, brilliant. And that they'll get 1, but 3 have been saved by this splendid bit of fielding.
Yeah, that's Young there. That was an outstanding stop, honestly. That saved 3 runs. Just have a look. This is a pretty good shot of it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks like 4 to me. It looks straight in the gap. I think Edwards appreciates his work as well.
Yeah, I mean, that has literally gone past him, but he managed to get a hand to it. And this one is right above us. Bang, boom, shaka-lugya, what a hit. Oh, under attack here, Vinny, under attack.
There you go, I'm a goalkeeper. You got to know that was over the bar. We didn't need to touch that one, but I tell you what, it was well struck. It's a rolling cutter from Edwards. And I can say, as you would attest to as well, that was travelling when it clocked on the top of the commentary box there. I was just watching it. I was ready to protect you, though. Not that you need it.
And this one will go all the way as well. Hinna zona, shaka lugya, shaka time here at the Cardamom Oval. Well, that's more like it. And well, going nicely here now. So that's a beautiful hit. It really is. So that's 6 more. That's the 50 that comes up as well.
Yeah, Edwards rarely has been taken to. Well, they've got a couple away against him here. Nice shot by Harbinson.
Good comeback. Surely our score is just a little behind here because, or maybe not. I thought that last 6 brought up the 50. It was not to be, so 44 for 1. Good comeback though from Edwards. Gets this one out the outside the off. Gets a dot in here. Ireland, well, they'll be liking the win percentage at the moment. 87% in favour of them, 13 to England, but that can change. The click of a finger. And more luck. Well, it is the Irish that are playing, and at the moment they're having the luck of the Irish as well. And it's going to be cuatro más. 48 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, Edwards ends up going for 28. That's certainly, Ireland would certainly be very happy with that result off the English opener. Looking at the first innings, it was an interesting one. No magical overs. I think the start was super important. I think those first 2 overs only going for 10. England didn't really have that foundation, although they did get a decent 3rd over, but that's around when a wicket fell as well. And they didn't take a lot of wickets, but they did restrict really well in the first half of the innings. Ireland 11, and now it will be time for some spin from England, and it will be Hindley coming in.
Yeah, Tom Hindley. We didn't see him with the bat. I think Lincoln is quite happy that he's already in good form with the bat, but we will see him with the ball. Wanting this, and he's got him. He's been given here. I must admit, I didn't see it myself. It was a big appeal. And Hindley gets a wicket straight away, and it's the big one of Tim Tector.
Well, if it's an edge, it's a tiny one, maybe right down to the toe of the bat. But you can just tell with the body language of Tector that he wasn't that satisfied with the decision. I mean, let's have a look. The appeal from Lincoln was straight away.
Well, I don't know. There obviously must have been something there for Lincoln to want it. But I don't see anything there, Vinny. I've got to say, I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, we can't hear. That's the thing. But Tector's going to have to go, and yeah, he knows that's a big moment because he has been in really sparkling form. But he's caught behind for 21, and he's the second wicket to fall, 48 for 2. I mean, I think with the ledges,
Nah, there's nothing there. I can see daylight when the ball's going far at the bat, so
yeah.
No wonder Tector was a little bit surprised. Fair play to him though. He gets on with it and he walks.
Yeah, got it. I got to agree, but what I will also say is that when they are tiny feathers, because the bat's moving so fast, you know, it looks like they miss them. And sometimes you can think there's air between bat and ball when there isn't. Anyway, time for the counter-attack. That one's going to bounce off the cube. Maximo. Well, Harbinson, he's not crying over spilt milk. He's still going at the bowling, and that 50 has come up now for the Irish. It's a really good shot. Look how he turns that into a half volley with some excellent footwork.
Yeah, tremendous shot. Taking on the bowler. Hinley, though, will say, okay. I'll have a go at you. I'll try and drag you out that crease again. Lincoln will be interested. He gets a single this time.
Power of a spontaneous appeal, though. To say that as a... Anyway,
Yeah.
if you're going to appeal, you ask the question, and you ask it instantaneously and vociferously.
And Macbeth goes big. Well, he's a good man to find form, isn't he? If he gets form, if he hits a few, he'll finish this match pretty quickly. Will this young man, because he's got the power, hasn't he, Scott Macbeth?
Yeah, I mean, Macbeth's a pretty good guy to have there as well. I will say one more thing about making those decisions in real time with little nicks. I mean, you're having to make a calculated decision based on what you see and what you hear. Now, if you, at that speed, normal speed, if you hear a noise as it goes past the bat, okay, we're in slow-mo, we're saying we think we're space, but I mean, it's all happening so fast. So if the umpire hears it, and obviously was some sort of a noise, then I can see why it's given out. So it's hard to get on the umpires about that.
Ooh, it's another one that's only just going over the hand of Young. Well, he's had some close ones over there, hasn't he? And this is another boundary. It's actually, he hits that into the deck.
Yeah, he jams it over the fielder. That's incredible stuff. Anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over, and Ireland 11 still in the box seat here. They're 66 for 2 after 4. Yeah, so what I'll say as well about that is that if you were waiting to see a clear deflection, you'd probably never give anything out. Or there'd be lots of ones that are nicks that you wouldn't give out. So, I mean, the naked eye, you're not going. There is no deflection there, right? If it's flick the bat, it's a minuscule flick of the bat. So, you'd never give anything out unless you trust your senses. And so, you know, I'm not going to jump on the umpire's back about that decision. That's just kind of a part of the game. And once we're all bazillionaires and we've got the hot spot, and if anyone's out there that wants to provide it to the European Cricket Network, I am all for that. Anyway, here's Richton, who's getting a bowl in the 5th over. Having said that, Macbeth's made a solid start. Harbinson hitting him well. Here's over number 5.
And that's a cracking shot. It really is. And we know what Richton always tries to do. He tries to get that Yorker length delivery just outside that off peg, sort of in between off peg and that line, the wide guide line. But if you get it wrong, this shot is on. And this is absolutely clobbered by Harbinson. Harbinson here, for me, holds the key. I think get another doubly score here, get a half century, you win the match for Ireland. Richton just checking the field. So look at this field at the moment. Everybody out on the offside. Full, hit hard, but it's a fielder out there. Makes a stop, they take one. It was nicely dealt with by Haddo. Make sure that ball's not getting past him. That's a man who likes to do the crossword, Haddo.
Yeah, he does. Pretty good at it as well. Does that make you an all-rounder? You're like a bowler and a crossworder.
Richton just has a word in his ear from Lincoln, so I wonder what that was about. I think it was about bowl it full, because he likes to hit over count, and he does bowl well, gets that Yorker in. Interesting little passage of play here. Ireland are on top, but I think a couple of wickets for England, and I think they take control. And Richton is the man that could do it. Moves early.
Oh, no.
Oh, sensational. Sensational. What a shot. Well, maybe this is your HCL software play of the day. What a shot. This is absolutely fantastic.
And normally I'd say this is a complete fluke, but he deliberately had his bat angled that way to hit it over like first slip for 6. That's quite extraordinary from Harbinson, who kind of anticipates a Yorker from Richton, and you don't have to be Nostradamus to know you're going to get a fair few coming your way. But he's deliberately ramped that. It's like the reverse. I don't even know what to call that one. The Harbinson's moved to 35.
into the deck. A good comeback from Rishton. Well, Harbison now just inspecting the bat where you can see where that hit. Yeah, Harbison holding the key, isn't he? Holding the key to a must-win match. And look at them, they're nervous. Have they brought the luck to the Irish here today? They've had a fair bit, it has to be said.
Do you know why they're nervous? Don't think the bar's open for another 12 minutes. Anyway, last ball.
Oh, look what you did now.
That wasn't
Look
me.
what you did.
That wasn't
Look what you did. They thought, what? The bar's not open? What?
Anyway, I still can't believe that shot from Harbison. He even got a clap from Lincoln. So you got to respect the player. Oh. Last ball, the fifth coming up.
Just be a couple of bounces and they'll take the single. That's not a bad result because it is the end of the over. Harbison will take him back on strike. And Ireland in pursuit for a victory that they need, a 79 for 2.
Warm welcome to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Once again, we are drawing to our conclusion here at the Euros of Cricket. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the crowd. And I know we've got lots of people in today. We saw, obviously, the Irish are dressed up. So give us a big wave. Vin Enrico over here. And I want to say thanks to everyone for coming in. It's a bit tough for us to get over there with the pace of this tournament, of course. But I hope you have a great day. And let's all cross our fingers. My fingers are already crossed because of my wicket-keeping career. Yeah. But I'm crossing my fingers that the weather holds out and it doesn't really cause too many problems for us.
Yeah, it's only a forecast. Not a good one. Expecting a fair bit of rain a bit later on. But it can change. And let's hope it does.
Yeah.
Because we don't want anything to be spoiled today because it's going to be, well, we call it moving day, isn't it? Definitely moving day here today. Who's going to be back here tomorrow?
All these must-wins for these games, for these teams in 5, 6, 7 position. Can you do me a favour and uncross my fingers for me?
Yeah, okay, hang on a minute. Aren't you only supposed to...
Called Magic Spray Mary because my doctor said I'm not meant to do that anymore.
Look at those fingers. Oh, dear, oh dear.
These are my wicket-keeper fingers, but, you know, they do the job. Let's get back to the action on the field, and it's going to be Tommy Sturgis to come back. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
I hope that's just a slip of the foot and not more. Oh, Sturgis is getting up by himself, so that's a good thing, but... Ooh. Oh, dear me.
He looks okay, though. He looks okay. But that looked nasty. I mean, just look at the way he goes. Watch him, the whole body goes, oh.
I think... looks to me like it's just a slip in the landing and nothing more, but maybe there's a right ankle there. Oh, Sturgis has been brilliant as well, and, well, he's going to get some attention. Definitely empty a can of Magic Spray on it, but, yeah, also, you know, when you're a bowler, and if that does happen, then you're kind of a bit conscious, I suppose, next time you're going into that stride, even though it's a very natural thing for a fast bowler.
Well, Sturgis, he's walking away. Well, he's walking one way, and you can see that the Magic Spray is right behind him from the first aider here, and Sturgis is saying, I think he's trying to walk it off. He's saying, no, I'm fine. She's saying, come on, have a little bit.
He's run away from Magic Spray Andrea, and it's not often you get that, but yeah, I mean, Sturgis, we already know the England camp is struggling a little bit with illness, and that's been a bit of an issue. But yeah, I mean, what is that, an ankle?
Looks like, yeah, I mean, if we watch it again, you can see that the ankle goes, and you get a lot of the weight that's going on there as well. So I'm quite surprised that he doesn't want some of the spray on there. I mean, you take something, but it looks like he's definitely not going to bowl.
Here's what he's done. You normally kind of land on the side of your foot, but he's landed more on his toe, and now he's booted the shoes. Maybe the shoes are getting the blame, but that's why if you don't land just right, he kind of gets the corner of the foot rather than just the whole side of the foot, and that's where he slipped. And he's going to stay on, but he's not going to bowl the over. Remember, that was the first ball the over. So Fallows can bowl a full over here. It doesn't throw the plans out too much, but...
Not the first time we've seen it, mind you. At least that was more spectacular than Booney to Baba Khan. Baba Khan just took a few steps and ended up lying on the floor and didn't bowl. But yeah, could have been nasty. For a moment, I was worried that it was one of those that where the foot sort of stays still planted and that the knee sort of rolls, but it's okay. He's still limping a little.
He's definitely twinged it a bit, but it's nothing serious enough to take him off the field. All right, so we're going to have a change of bowling. before that over even starts, and it will be Fallows then to bowl the 6th. Ireland need 44 off the second half of this innings.
I think this will be a wicket. And it won't be. It's going to be 4. And the reason I say that, the amount of times that we've seen that, for whatever reason, sometimes there's a bowler that's bowled to beamers and gets taken off. Somebody else comes on the bowl that wasn't meant to, and we see a wicket. Well, it's not going to happen in the first ball. Maybe it will happen in the over.
Yeah, that one goes up the stairs, and 4 to the Irish. Again, for England, this is their last game of the Championship Week stage. So if they don't win this, they'll still have a 4-2 record. Always felt there'd be a lot of teams on 2, 3 or 4 wins. It's kind of looking that way at the moment.
No run. That's well bowled from Fallows. He sees the early movement from the batter looking to go on the leg side, so he just pushes it a little bit wider. So Harbinson, he's on 40. Has to stay there, has to get the victory for his side, wants to get the victory for his side. Good shot in the gap, 4 runs. Beautifully played, beautifully timed. Cuatro más. Harbinson, remember yesterday, made 97 in the only match that Ireland were to play against Jersey. He just missed out on the century. So he is in good form.
Targeted that gap, I think, and absolutely nailed it. Harbison's been brilliant here. And don't forget, he had his own injury hassles when he attempted a catch in the first innings when he fell heavily on his left shoulder, but no lasting signs of discomfort there for Sam, which is good news.
Also good news, I'm just keeping an eye on Sturgis. He seems to be walking around without any issues, so that's good. Nice delivery there from Fallows. And bowling here now to Macbeth. Keeping him full, keeping him driving, not allowing him to get one away on the legs. That's where he's strong. And okay, he wants to get funky, but he's going to give his wicket away here. That's not a good shot from Macbeth. And look who takes the catch. Sturgis. Well, you can't stop him now. You can't stop him. One injury, he says.
Yeah, Sturgis, well, in a survival situation, he found that extra gear, didn't he? And Macbeth, he spots the gap here. And so he thinks, hit this fine enough, I'm fine. But he was not fine. And with someone like Macbeth, you just hate to see him getting out to a little ticky-taka deflection. He's a guy that can hit the ball 100 metres with regularity. So, look, he does go, takes on an option, doesn't work out for him. He goes for 12 and Ireland 11, 88 for 3.
Yeah, I told you, fellas, told you to get a wicket. That's what happens. I just knew it. It happens all the time. Wasn't meant to bowl. And because of Sturgis going over on his ankle, he does bowl. And off the last ball of that over, he gets the wicket. So Ireland are 88 for 3 at the end of 6. Harbinson is still there, holds the key. Now look, a guy that you've talked a lot about, Gavin Hoey coming in. I wonder if he can get a little performance in here.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I've liked Hoey. And so he's going to get an opportunity, and he likes hitting the ball very hard.
Yeah, he does. And maybe with bat and ball, he's gone a little bit off the boil lately, but it's a good opportunity for him to come back strong here. Haddo is going to have a bowl, and, well, Haddo's put away the crossword puzzle for the moment, and he's going to, well, pay some attention to the cricket. Swing and a miss. Good take from Lincoln. This is interesting phase here for me. I mean, they still need 35. I still do believe that the wicket of Harbinson could be quite key. Get this wicket, and England have fancied themselves. We've seen a lot of this from a lot of the bowlers now. I think because the batters are moving so early, you see bowlers come and just stop because they just want to see what the batter's intentions are. Harbinson at the moment just staying deep in his crease, rocks back, hits it hard, and he's going to get 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. His placement and his timing has been sensational. Así, sí, señorita, sí. 4 carreras. Well, that's one way to do it. I think I'll have them umpiring. Let's change the umpires. Well, we keep changing the Grizzlies. How about having those ladies out there? That's the way you signal 4.
I think you might have most of Ireland behind you saying that, but...
Ay. Que guay, que genial. And that one would have been a wide. Now he's running into trouble. Yeah, he's been chasing those there, hasn't he, Harbinson?
Yeah, he has, but, I mean, he's won more than he's lost in this innings for sure, and he came in at a real pressure time. Ireland's tournament on the line, and he's delivered 49 for Harbinson.
And now we'll get the single, but well batted. Shaba. Manos arriba for Harbinson. He brings up his half century of 21 deliveries. Well done, well batted. Felicidades para el capitán de Irlanda. Tengo 50 carreras.
Yeah, not too many histrionics from Sam there, because he knows that the job's not done yet. 30 to win for Ireland.
Oh, big swing and a miss here from Gavin Hoey. Still to get off the mark. That's the first one he bowls. Haddock says one more. Yep, one more. Not been a bad over, really. And 5 from it. Short. Gone. High. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Grandísimo. Manos. Arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
And that is the end of the 7th over. And it's a big strike from Hoey. It is 99 for 3 after 7.
Well, coming up, of course, we have Jersey taking on the Netherlands. Jersey are another team. If they can get 2 wins out of 2, they could also maybe find themselves into finals day tomorrow. So that is a big match coming up. Of course, the Netherlands losing to Spain last night. Well, they'll be looking to bounce back strong. It's going to be an interesting match, especially with the likes of Asa Tribe in sensational form. So keep your eyes out for that one. Of course, that will be starting at 2 o'clock local time. Back to the action here, though. And we're going to go back to Fallows. Why not? I think he bowled a pretty decent over when he took over from Sturgis.
He did. Good shot. So that game, next one's going to start exactly 1 hour from now. And that is a must-win for Jersey. We've talked about these must-win games. We got 3 of them first up. I mean, Ireland have to win this to stay alive. Jersey have to win the second game of the day to stay alive. Italy, I mean, they have to stay alive in the third game of the day. So, a bit like a Bee Gees song around the 70s, 80s region. It's all staying alive here for some of these teams trying to break into the 4. But Ireland, they seem to have this one in the bag. Is there a late twist towards the English?
Well, if Fellows can get another good over in here. The wicket, though, the wicket they need is the one of the Irish captain. And he goes for it, and he's in no mood to give his wicket away. Bolle. Brrrr. Zona. Shaka Lagya. And, well, the Irish are going to be going balmy up there at the moment because Harbinson looking to get them the victory they need over England.
And Harbinson's batted really intelligently. He's taken some calculated risks, but he's also consolidated when he's had to, and he's kind of showing his experience. He's a guy who's played a decent level of cricket. You know, he's played second 11 state cricket in Australia, which is a pretty good level. Fallows can't get down to this, but it'll just be a single. They need to get rid of him and soon to have any chance here.
Just a single, good stuff here. Yeah, they just got this in the bag, really. It's a runner ball. Yeah, sensible. Unless it's on, don't give your wicket away. That's the thought process here.
End of the over, and Harbinson retains the strike. 110 for 3 with 2 overs remaining. So on a overcast day here in Andalusia, Spain, the Cardamom Oval, 17 kilometres away from Malaga, remember, and not that far away from Marbella as well. We are on the road, the A7059, which goes from Cardamom to Coin, and if you stay on that road, you end up in Marbella. So if you are in the area, come on down and join in the party atmosphere, the festival of cricket, we're calling this. Yeah, it's the highway to cricket heaven. That's what they call it here on the Costa del Sol. Well, last roll of the dice time, and you need a crazily good over from Rishton to stay alive in this game. 13 to play with 12 balls remaining. Oh!
Where's he got this? I think he's worn this, and I think Rishton's probably already calling the medic over. Yeah, he's played this onto himself. Now, has it gone under the grill onto the side of the neck?
Nah, that's hit him, I reckon, in the, like, just below the grill. I reckon it's kind of top of the chest. Look at this. Ah, oh, yeah, like almost neck. I've actually taken one in the voice box. I know that's hard to believe now, and it was off a similar shot that a batter attempted in front of me.
I'm laughing at you, not of Harbinson.
Yeah,
It
I
is
know.
hard to believe. But you know what I love about that is, as soon as that has made impact, Richton is not even looking at where the ball is going. He's calling the medic over. He's saying, come on over, you're going to be required.
Yeah, I got to tell you something, that one was hit as well as the one that he kind of reverse ramped for 6, right? Or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, see, it's hit him. Now, Sam's going to have a hard time explaining that one to his partner when he gets home. Why he's got the big...
He's got a hickey, isn't he?
The big bruise on the neck.
He's got a grizzly hickey.
At least he's got the video evidence, though. But, I mean, that was hit every bit as well, and it was travelling every bit as fast as the one that went for 6. So he's intercepted a Maximo with his neck. Again, to be honest, he creates his own problem by angling his bat that way. And then there's the replay of the magic spray job on the neck. And like I said, going home after a cricket tour with the cricket ball-sized bruise on your neck can get you into hot water. Anyway, right now, Harbinson 2 hits away from victory, but Hoey's on strike.
And he's gone. Here's a good delivery, Yorker length. So this is the over. That gets England back into it. The single off the first. They get the wicket of Gavin Hoey, with Harbinson at the non-striker's end, who's probably wounded a little as well. Well, Richton wounds the captain and then gets the wicket of Gavin Hoey. And the much anticipated Gavin Hoey hasn't really kick-started his championship week yet. He'll be another wicket to go. That's 5 down now, still needing 12 runs of 10 deliveries.
Yeah, Hoey, I think there's a bit of a bottom edge on this. They're going to ricochets around, ends up clipping the stumps. Yeah, a bit unlucky for Gavin. Hasn't had too many chances to impress with the bat, but he certainly is a good striker. He goes for 8 in this one. It's 111 for 4. Then Nelson strikes.
The Nelson does strike, not for the first time as well. But no worries, because it's this man's international day. It's the international day for Gerard. So everybody's got the name as Gerard. A happy international day to you. International name day. And Gerard Wilson comes out and looking to stay there and get a must-needed win for Ireland. Can they do it? The Irish. Richton. It's always going to be a hard one to work away. Gets the Yorker in straight away, gets played out.
Okay.
No run.
Here's the thing, Richton's a perfect bowler for this situation. You're just trying to win the next battle if you're England 11 here. Just got to win the next battle, 12 off 9. Now, so he wins that one. Wilson obviously doesn't probably want to try anything too expansive and compound Ireland's minor problems into major ones. Richton with a little opening here.
It's another dot. Oh, well.
Wow, okay.
Anybody tingling? Hey, anybody tingling? 12 of 8. I think Gerard, for me here, with Harbinson at the other end, knowing he'll face the last over, possibly just got a swing at this.
Oh, 4. Oh, so we're talking about the international J of Jarrett's. Well, as is present right there, gets out of jail. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. That's 4 runs to Irish, and it drags them closer.
Yeah, so that's going to be 4, and it is his international day of all the Gerards, and, well, enjoy. Well, could it be? Okay. Could it be? Could it be indeed? Right, needing 8 of 7. And you saw straight away there some changes in the field. And Lincoln shouts, wait, to Richton as he wants to make some more adjustments.
Free swing here for Wilson?
Got to be. It's the last ball of the over. Got to be. Hits it hard. Will they take the single? Yeah, they do. Yeah, perfect. And that means that he's going to be back on strike here.
Yeah, look,
I don't know if that was the plan.
I think everyone's handy as well. There's a counter argument to what we're talking about. But right now, we'll say it's 116 for 4 after 9. Well, the thing is, Wilson's no bunny. He's a top order batter. I mean, if you start refusing runs, okay, that one was a bit situational. It's either 7 or 8, which doesn't feel like a big difference. And I think when you get this close, if you've got actual batters at the crease, you don't want to have to rely on a boundary. And so, for example, now, let's say Harbinson was on strike and it was 8. You know, you're going to take the one anyway. You're not going to just expect you'll get 2 boundaries out of the over. So I can see both sides of that. But, well, we got a last over finish here, and that might look easy on paper, 7 off 6. But grab a bat,
and head out to the middle of the Carnama Oval, and you'll be feeling the pressure, and I'm sure Wilson is to an extent here. 7 required for Ireland to stay alive in the tournament off this last over.
Under pressure. Yes, yeah, big time under pressure. Hindley gets the ball. He went for 18 off his first. Did take a wicket though. Wilson faces. I mean, he'll be happy just to get bat onto ball, maybe try and work it onto the onside, get a single. Harbinson, the captain, on 60 or 26 at the non-striker's end. Here we go. Hits it well, and he will get that single. So strike goes to Harbinson, 6 needed of 5.
Telling him from experience, sometimes the safest place to be is the other end in these situations. That's where Wilson finds himself now. So Harbinson, what's his strategy here? I mean, I still think if he sees something he likes, he'll go for it and try and win the game with one hit. But, I mean, I think from here, you just can't afford dot balls. So start with that as a base. Okay, you don't want to swing and miss. He hasn't swung and missed at many.
Well, he charges, and he's a dot.
Oh, dear.
Ooh, 6 or 4. He's looking to do it with one hit. He's looking to do it with one hit.
Yeah, he is, but he also is satisfied to score however he can, I think.
And he will do it in one hit. There is a 6 that he wants, and he fist pumps in the direction of his team and the Irish supporters. Ireland have got the wicket at the win that they needed. It is 6 from the captain, Sam Harbinson, who finishes with 66 of 28 deliveries. Ireland get the win, and they stay alive in this competition.
Yeah, well, it's Sam Harbinson that goes for the jugular after taking one in that region just a few minutes ago, and it was a fraction short from Hindley. And yeah, well, like we said, he's going to have some explaining to do, but the Irish fans, they'll need no further explanation. They are just happy they're still alive in the tournament. We know that Ireland later on, they will take on Italy in match 19, and that now becomes a must-win for both teams in the middle game of the day. But yeah, Ireland 11, they did the heavy lifting, I think, in the first half of the game by not allowing England 11 to get out of the blocks. Just 10 off the first 2 overs. Credit to their opening bowlers. But they needed someone to step up in the second half, and it was the captain that led the way, and he was the one that struck the winning runs here in match number 17 that keeps the men in green alive.
Yeah, well done to Sam Harbinson, the captain of Ireland. 97 yesterday, 66 here today. So the last 2 knots gone over 150 runs. What an important knot that was. Fair play to England, and they didn't really quite get the 140 they needed on the board. If they got that, they probably would have got the win themselves. But kept his cool, and Gerard Wilson, well, what about that 4 that he hit? How important that was as well towards the end of that 9th over. So it is a victory for Team Ireland. They keep their dreams alive. But yeah, you're right, Minnie. The next match will then becomes the crunch one against Italy.
Yeah, well, we saw a bit of the fancy footwork from Ishton. We see a very rare necker later in the innings off his bowling, but Lincoln, well, he ran forever and a day to reach that one, got it with 2 gloves, and yeah, they removed a couple of the likely suspects, didn't they, with Lynch not really able to do too much. Tector, he looked on, didn't he, when he was there. The Irish supporters kind of nervously optimistic. Did live pretty dangerously though, Tector, as well, with some of his shot selections. Harbinson though came out and he put one on the roof here, and I always say keep your eye on the ball. And there was the big call from the Irish. They needed someone to step up. There are a few kind of little controversial moments in here as well, and there always will be. This was one, Tector given that caught behind.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, of course the umpire does not have the benefit of seeing that over and over again, so he goes by what he thinks, what he feels, but I think on reflection probably doesn't get anything on that, but it didn't matter. I like the fact that the batter himself, Tector, just got on with it, just came off, thought, okay, I've been given, I've got to go. So that's professionalism from Tim Tector. But then Harbinson stepped up, didn't he? Macbeth plays a lovely shot. Well, this was an absolute beaut. Shot of the day. But when he tried it the second time, he ended up in trouble. Somebody else who ended up in trouble was Sturgis. Fortunately, though he refuses the spray, kicks his boot away because he says, you're to blame. Good thing is, he was okay. And but as we know, well, Fellows was the man that took over from it, and he ended up with the wicket at the last ball of his over. And it's a soft dismissal, really. Macbeth will look at that and say, he's got to do better. He's a hard-hitting batter. For him to get out like that is a soft dismissal. And Sturgis, well, he was testing his ankle out, and he didn't let him down.
Yeah, it was quite a good catch from Sturgis under the circumstances. We saw a few wannabe umpires there in the crowd, didn't we? But really, I got to say, Harbinson, he just sucked up the pressure and gave a bit back, didn't he? Now, this was the ramp into the neck, which I think was something I hadn't really seen before. Probably wished he'd closed his eyes before getting the magic spray upstairs. Hoey, a bit unlucky to chop on in that fashion, but it brought Wilson out. Didn't he get out of jail here after 2 dots? Nick to 4. Harbinson needed 6, and he put it into the jungle, and he puts Ireland in the picture for qualification. And so, yeah, they have another do or die against Italy coming up in the middle of the day. But before that, the next thing we'll see will be the Netherlands, who are on against Jersey in the next game. And I think that'll be a really good one, starting in about 45 minutes. The toss will happen pretty shortly. But once again, Jersey, they're playing for their tournament life in that one. So we're really no closer to knowing exactly what this top 4 will look like. 66 for Harbinson gets Ireland there in the end off 28 balls. Tector off to a good start with 21 before he was a judge caught behind. 10 for Lynch, didn't really fire to the extent he wanted. Macbeth again played some nice shots but found a way to get out. Likewise with Hoey. Wilson had a few scary moments on the way. And just a reminder, Jersey versus Netherlands will be the next game that we see, 45 minutes away from the first ball there. So join us for that. And as far as the bowling went, well, wicket each to Edwards as well as Hindley, Richardson and Fallows. I mean, the big thing there was Sturgis, who couldn't come back and bowl his second over, although he was moving around. We know that they've had a few injury hassles or illness hassles, really, England, but they did provide a clean innings, so they weren't giving any away for free. Well, Rico, let's take a break then. We'll be back in 40 minutes, and it will be Asa Tribe and co. against the Dutch, who were hoping to bounce back from a loss last night. But Dan Weston in the ESN Plus studio, we're talking to the owner and proprietor of the Cardamom Oval, David Cooper. There's some bonus content there, but we'll see you back in the box here very shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you after this break for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
David, great to have you on the show. On your own property, the owner of Cardimer Oval, where we play the European Cricket Championship. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to know you and everything you've achieved here. So well done, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Big time, big time.
What is your first memories of cricket being played here?
Was it 3-4 years ago? And it's been fantastic ever since. I mean, really, it's getting bigger and bigger. Everybody's more enjoying it, and more and more people every 5 minutes watching it, which is great. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, when it first didn't happen, how it's going to happen, but it happened fantastically. It's done really well.
And the reason why it's happened so well is because this outfield and this grass is perfect for cricket. What sort of grass is this?
It's Bermuda grass mainly. In the outfield, and then on the inside we've got by the grass really for doing greens. What was it?
For golf greens?
Golf greens, yeah. And that's where it's a different colour there in the centre. And then of course we started using the artificial. We got all that sorted out for you. And it's done very well since then. No,
it looks fantastic on the TV as well, but initially this grass was grass for golf courses in the region,
It was
right?
originally, yeah.
Yeah, but is this grass similar to a grass from the States?
It's all from Florida, yeah, Florida and that sort of area, yeah.
So did you go to America, get grass from over there, bring it here and just start planting it, did you?
When we first went over there, we weren't, first of all, to check how to look after it and so things like that, and we learned a lot of it. And then we had Americans who came over with us and helped us how to do it. And we went and spent some time there with different types of grasses. And then we started bringing all these in. We've had something like 6 different types of grass all over from the States. And the biggest one we've had latest is the ones in...
where the grass doesn't need as much rain.
Yeah, and this is why they're doing so well now.
Yeah, okay.
And there's more and more people going it because it's a lot easier to maintain, less problems with bugs and all sorts of things, a lot easier to maintain it as well.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we put on so much wear and tear onto the ground. For people that don't know, we have, it's T10, so it's only played from one end. So then after hours and once the game's finished, you're out there watering and trying to prepare it for the next week.
Yeah, it's difficult when it's that long, but it's surviving really well actually, considering.
Yeah.
We had to put new turf down last time, but it's looking good.
Yeah, no, it looks fantastic. And then obviously we play the ECL in March, which is after a long winter. Is there anything you do specifically to keep it green?
Well, in winter we use paint, as you've probably seen.
Paint?
Yeah, paint from America. We bring it in specially just in winter because otherwise all the colour goes off. So for the TV, we got this dye that you bring in from the States, and it's very efficient, and it lasted probably at least 2 or 3 months, and did really well. I was surprised how good it was.
I knew our secret of the green paint, but I thought now we just bring it out there. Yeah. But it's incredible because a long winter. It's brown. It hasn't had the sun that it needs. We paint it green, and then we've got the world's best looking cricket outfield.
Yeah, and it's a little thing which is very interesting because apart from that, it's surprising that when the sun starts coming out again, it actually grows a lot quicker because of that paint, because it loves the light and everything else, which is what they need. So it actually grows quicker. Yeah. When after the cricket's gone, but yeah.
I think the outfield here is incredible, but what we love is this elevation. So we've got the 2 metre elevation there where you walk up the stairs into the fan area with the bar, and I think that's for me, Lords, obviously in London, to walk down the stairs as a player through the fans to get onto the Field of Dreams, that is the most special moment here and the special part of it. How did it exist where we've got this elevation for the fan area and then the grass below? Was it always like that?
No, originally, I mean, the whole of this line here, it was all different levels. There's about 3 or 4 different types all the way down there, and we got some bulldozers all the way to the end of there, which was massive then, it was size compared to it was before. And at the same time, we got it all the same level, mainly for golf courses, obviously, in those days. It was doing very well, and we just got bigger and bigger, and then the problem was then we had to switch from different types of new grasses from the States, where you can't use the same ground for it because it never interfect with the other one. So we had to get another farm, which is twice the size of this one, and that's where we did for a lot of work. And then this was sort of left over afterwards, and we said, what we're going to do with this? And somebody said, well, why don't you put a cricket ground? And that's when it all started from there, little by little, but yeah.
It's incredible, and now you've got 2 cricket grounds. So we have touring teams that are over there often, and then this is the main stage for our event. So it's incredible. It's a cricket paradise here, and then we've got all the kids that are we've got 1,600 kids that are here now with cricket school.
Yeah.
So you must be very, very proud of everything that you've
Fantastic,
achieved here.
yeah, and they seem to be really enjoying it, especially when the coaches, full of them, come down, and they have a great time. They really do have a great time.
Absolutely. Dave, we love being here. Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you for all that you've done, and what you've done is amazing. It really is. And forever carry on.
It wouldn't be possible without your vision to create this, for us to see it and make it a new place to
Very kind of
create
you.
some wonderful things. So thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well done. Thank you.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is day 4 of Championship Week and now we're rolling into the second game of the day. This is match 18 and we'll see Jersey take on the Netherlands 11. Well, both these teams, they've had their ups, they've had their downs this week. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Right, Netherlands, your call.
Crown.
It is crown.
We will have a ball.
The Netherlands.
So it is the Dutch captain, Sebastian Braat, who's won the toss and he has elected to bowl first. Well, no surprises there. We know that the Dutch like to chase. In fact, most teams this week, that's what they're electing to do. But there's one team that might have batted first. It might have been Jersey. We saw them put on some big runs, 199 in a match yesterday morning. Asa Tribe with the century. Very, very good knock. So Netherlands 11, they're kind of established in the 4, but for Jersey, they need to win to break into it. So this is a do or die clash for the Channel Islanders. One player to watch for the Netherlands 11 though, Musa Ahmed. I think he hasn't quite clicked yet, but he is one guy that he gets going, he can be very, very destructive. Also, I like the all-round skills of Sebastian Braat with his changes of pace, and also he's a very, very good fielder and striker of a cricket ball. Let's get ready then for the first ball. Rico Full is standing by. News from the toss here in match 18 is that the Netherlands 11, they've won the toss and they have sent in Jersey. So time for Jersey to put up or shut up. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the first rock.
Well, the start of this, thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. And well, now Jersey has to do the same thing that we saw Ireland do, and they've got to do it against a very good Netherlands side. Jersey didn't have the best of starts. They lost to Spain in a match they know they should have won, but they gave away 35 extras in that match when they were chasing 158. They fell 5 runs short. Then they were blown away really by England and Germany, but they came back yesterday with a bang, scoring 199 against Ireland and getting that victory. That gives them hope here, but they know the same way that Ireland do, they've got to get this victory, and then that sets up a scintillating clash, the last match of the day, when they take on Italy. That could be the all-decider in this championship group stages. Remember, teams here looking to finish in the top 4 to come back here tomorrow and do battle to be crowned the kings of Europe. Jersey, Asa Tribe in fantastic form yesterday. 122 and 32 deliveries. He scored his century in just 24 balls. That is the second fastest that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. Nice to see over the other side that Kloppenberg, the youngster, 16 years old though. When you see him, you wouldn't believe it. I mean, he is an absolute gun with the bat, hits the ball hard. And Sikander Zulfikar was in good form yesterday. But Musa Ahmed, can he come good for Netherlands? They want him coming good going into finals day tomorrow. 61% to 39 in favour of the Netherlands. Vivian Kingma is going to be starting off with the ball. He bowled a very good over yesterday to keep Netherlands in the game against Spain. But they did lose out, didn't they, the Netherlands? Lost to Spain in the 9th fixture, and it's it's a surprise because Netherlands are good under lights normally. They did beat England in the match when England got 121 and Netherlands got there with 7 balls to go. But last night it was the Hamza Salim show, wasn't it, with the bat for Spain? What a knock he made, 60 odd to get the win. We saw there Arnab Jain as well. He was pretty good with his spin. And, well, we got a confession to make, you know, and maybe I'll wait for when Maximo comes into the box. Something happened yesterday that I think everybody missed. But we'll go back to that a bit later as the battle of bat versus ball commences. And Patrick Gouge on the strike gets beaten outside the off. Good start from Kingma. A dot ball to start. Kingma, wonderful player and a great sportsman as well. One thing I'll say about King Viv is that the way he supports all the other players, no matter what nation offers advice, gives support. He really is an ambassador for European cricketers, and pretty decent with the ball himself. Just getting that little bit of movement away, so short of a length. And Patrick Googe at the moment not being able to get back on the ball. Interesting that Googe takes strike and not Asa, the sort of form that Asa's in. I mean, the way you look at this is 2 balls lost, and in T10 we always say that dot balls are gold dust. I think he'd be forced to play at this one. And he is, but he misses out on another. And well, this is called a wide. Let's have a look at this again. Vivian, not too impressed, but I think you'll see that just catches a little bit of the line on the way through. There was no excessive movement there from the batter either. There or thereabout, but the umpires, have to say, they've been very strict and consistent with those calls. It's good delivery, and I think that Patrick has got to, I mean, he's playing the same shot over and over again. I think he's got to make his mind up and commit to these, maybe look for that uppercut. Third man is in, so he's not back, so you've got to be a little bit more assertive, a bit more intent required in these shots. Surely he's got to go after this one. Will he rock back and try an uppercut? Hits it well, chases on for the outfielder, but he won't get there. Cuatro carreras. So, first runs off the bat. And it's going to be 4 runs to Good, so he's up and running. He is a delightful batter to watch. So this time you see he does go backwards, changes his style, hits it well, gets it through the gap, 4 runs. Jersey need a win. They've got to keep their hopes alive. They've got to do what Ireland did. Oh, that's well hit. Oh, that's an absolute beaut. What a cracker this is. Timing and precision placement. 4 runs. Beautifully played. And that's a great shot. And now this should normally have been the end of the over, but that wide means has to bowl this one again. Let's see if they can capitalise on the extra delivery here. 9 so far on the board. Ah, it's a corker to finish from Kingma. So 9 of the first over. It is 9 without loss. We see here just how the teams got their golden ticket to come here into Championship Week. Of course, the Netherlands, the reigning champions, they had the automatic pass. But we're going to start to see some lights go out there, aren't we? Who's going to be the first here? Jersey, if they don't win this one, well, their lights will go out. This is a must-win match for them. A very big shout-out to everybody that's watching around the world. Welcome. And hello to the likes of Maya, Kroom, and Chris, and Helix that are tuning in on the chat. Namaste, Assalamu Alaikum, Sastirigal, Aibo1, Vanakkam to our global audience, to everybody watching via fan code as well in the Indian subcontinent. Lovely to have you here with us. Alan Bass, ball over number 2. Tries to get it in that gap again, but this time the call is no. I'm a bit surprised there. I think he doesn't hit this very cleanly. I think the single is on there. Jane Arnab doing the fielding. Asa tried. Plays the first ball well, but no runs. Tried, remember, 122 that he did score. But he was dropped off the first ball by Wilson. This is a lovely stroke. Well, he gets a swivel on this. Good. A little bit of the MJ there. A little bit of the as this goes all the way. Glorious shot. Lovely timing. He is in good form. What a hit that is. Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's shaka time. And Asa Tribe goes to war. Alan Bass needs to get this fuller. He needs to try and find the same line that was being bowled there by Vivian Kingma. Full toss, and it's going to be 4 runs. And this is the difference sometimes between top batters and those that are still trying to get there. I mean, rather than swing the bat wildly at this, it's all about precision. It's all about timing. And he plays that on merit. He goes on the offside and he gets 4 more. 6 and 4 all together now, like we say on the European Cricket Network. Hungry for more, Asa Tribe is. And Alan Bass under a little bit of pressure here. And that just flicked away, and that's a shot of a player that's in good form. It's a fuller delivery. Clips it away, takes a single. You can see that the wind is still around here. I don't know if we get a chance to see the flag at the far end. You can see he's blowing from left to right across the field. There was a little bit of drizzle in the air as well. Nothing that would cause us too much concern at the moment. And let's just hope that the rain does stay away, though it is forecasted to come down a little bit later. Pretty wide, chance taken. Well, he goes for the wide one. That's Patrick Googe. And the catch nicely taken. Ellenbaz gets the breakthrough. And Netherlands send the first one back. And I get the feeling that this may have even perhaps been called a wide, but he goes for it, doesn't get under it. The catch has been taken. And Ellenbaz has a smile on his face. Watches again. He tries to get it downwards, but he's not able to do so. And, well, Clayton Floyd is not going to put that down, is he? Really good catch. And a lovely shot of there as well. Great work from Spring Productions as well. Fantastically captured. As the first wicket goes down to Jersey, 20 for 1. And Patrick Googe will depart. 8 of 7 deliveries. Ellenbaz does get it right in the end, does get that ball outside the off. Jonty Jennett comes out now. I've liked Jonty. He's played some good shots. I think he's more than capable of putting a good partnership together here with Asa Tribe. Let's see how he starts. Once again, he's very good on the offside. He's got a lot of time, times the ball well. He wants to take on the fielder. This is going to be tight, you know. If this hits, he's gone. And you'll see this in the replay. If this hits the stumps, it's going to be adios. And he would have been the first baller. That is so close. Incredible effort. And let's have a look at this. And they find time to bring back Maximo. Well, Maximo, that would have been adios.
Yeah, we drove the Chevy to the Levitt, but the Levitt came dry. And he had 3 stumps to aim at there, didn't he? That's the end of the over as well. And the score is 21 for 1 after 2. All right, I'm getting lots of teams messaging me. Probably, I want to say it's annoying, but I'll say it's constant about what the deal is here. I'll say that if you're Ireland, Italy or Jersey, you've got to win all your games today to be in with a shot. And if you do, you're more likely than not to make it. So this becomes a must-win for Jersey. But I think Netherlands winning the start for me, Rico.
Well, Kingma, he's got sticky fingers. Maybe he's had a jalebi or 2 in the break because that ball doesn't come out of his hand. Well, he makes his way back. Yeah, so Kingma going to finish off his spell. The first over was nice and tidy, 9 from it. He beat the bat a few times.
Well, that's a good ball from Kingma. That certainly deviated away off the seam. So obviously Jersey batting first. I think they're pretty comfortable doing that. I mean, they smashed 199 first up yesterday, but who could forget Tribe dropped on 0, ends up with 100. Jenner, I like what he brings to the table as well. He's been a great addition to this batting lineup. And he's going to go here, elevates and gets the journey. Maximo! Well, shoots the lights out. Jonty right on cue. 6 runs to Jersey.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that one to be pitched up. It was there, it was in the slot. And wait for it, boom! Shaka Lagya. Now that is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more. Yeah, lovely shot to see that again.
This is driven and it's going to be 4. Just gets the gap. Levitt, fresh out of luck. There's 4 more. Jersey fighting back in the 3rd.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Being aggressive. And a good shot being played here. So 4 more and just out of the reach of Levitt. And what I'm noticing here from Kingman, he's not the first bowler to do this. Now, there's, I think, a number of reasons here. He's bowling for a much shorter run up than normal. I think a lot of the pace bowlers have decided that there's a lot of effort for maybe not much reward because the pitch is not offering too much. Maybe perhaps also that with this little bit of drizzle that we've had, it might be a little bit slippery underfoot.
Yeah.
So just relying on line and length here.
It's misty at the moment, isn't it? Good Yorker from Kingma, just kind of tucks up Jenner. Yeah, the Dutch, they've had an interesting kind of week, haven't they? When they've been good, they've been really good. And when they haven't, I wouldn't say they've been bad, but they just have been kind of outpointed a couple of times by Italy in their first match of the series, and then last night by the Spanish. But in between, for example, that win over England was a very good performance. Kingma, 2 balls to go for him. Again, that movement goes on the hit because he's on the front foot, leaves Asa struggling a little bit. His throw really takes off. And it was a single in the end. Yeah, Tribe, he went with the run, didn't he? Because he was already kind of charging and he'd stolen a couple of meters. But Jenner, he was probably the one in jeopardy there.
Yeah, good throw. I think Sebastian Plant was quick to realise that it's probably better off going at the keeper's end because it was Jenner that was on the back foot. But they do get there. It's a good spell though from Kingma. He's gone for 21. Can he finish it well? Last ball of his spell.
Oh, it's cracking shot. Actually hits the stumps, but
Can't
doesn't
believe
knock
it.
the bails off. And that's going to give him 4. And I tell you what, Rico,
Never seen this before.
if that hadn't hit the stumps, that is getting fielded. And, well, file that under F for freakish and F for 4 runs. Just watch this. Hits the stumps pretty hard. Down the bottom, look. Actually clonks off the stumps.
Bails stay on. I have never seen that in all my years of cricket. All right, occasionally the ball clips the stumps. That is belted. The bails stay on, and well, that is 4 off the stumps.
That's weird. I mean, score that on your wagon wheel, but it's going to have a zig and a zag in it. It's 37 for 1 after 3. I can't believe, I mean, I saw it deflect. I didn't realise it deflected that much. And when you consider the fielder was probably 1 or 2 metres short of making the stop, this is this. We see the stumps costing you runs normally as a batter. This time, the stumps give you runs. Unbelievable.
Well, that one's hit the middle of, what would that be? I suppose that would be off stump if we were coming from the other end. Middle of off stump and goes for 4. Clayton Floyd going to come on the bolt. Now, Vinny, I was saying to our viewers that we missed something yesterday. I think everybody missed something yesterday.
Let's not spoil it yet.
Okay, we're not going to spoil it
We'll
yet.
get our chance here.
All right. All right.
But
I'm just keen to tell everybody.
We were reminded after a long day. You had your Super 6 Wednesday. I did 4 games, and I got to say, hats off to you because 12 hours of commentary, pretty incredible. Mistimed by Jenna this time, just a single. But yeah, let's just say that when we woke up this morning, the Hall of Fame, there was a little something there.
Yeah.
That wasn't there before.
Yeah, it sort of went ching, 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 ching. Something came up. We'll tell you all in a bit.
There you go, that's Tribe on. He goes up and over long on Maximo. Floyd gets a bit too close to him here. And Asa, well, he comes up with a knock-knock because that's hit the production van.
Yeah,
So
I heard the thud.
A few things happening here at the moment.
I heard the thud. And yeah, as soon as it's hit, you're thinking knock, knock. And it does. Boom. Into the production.
Oh, there we go. Knock, knock.
Did you see the dents there as well? It's not the first one as well. This is a lovely shot, beautifully timed, beautifully placed. He drags this one into the gap between Brutt and the fielder that's at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a great shot. He definitely wants this gap here, and Floyd's kind of happy to let him try and hope that he maybe gets a top edge or maybe mishits it to a fielder. In the end, Asa gets it spot on now. He probably wants to reinforce that side of the field. So cover comes up in the circle. So it's going to be deep square leg, goes back, and a change of angle from Floyd as well. So we haven't seen this too much from Clayton around the wicket. And Asa has 0 qualms about going to the skies. Maximo will try, maybe a little bit slow to start, but nothing slow about this 4th over. It's gone magical.
This sounded beautiful. The sound of the bat on this. What a strike this is. And look, it was right there. He gets the leverage into it, finds the middle of the bat, and what a beautiful strike that is.
It ain't being found, pardon me, not magical just yet. 18 off this one, but still it might. Got to admire the confidence of Asa Tribe as well in this series. And there's a lot of pressure on him. Certainly he's got some good players around him. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's the draw card, isn't he, for Jersey?
Yeah, that Maximo brings up the 50 as well for Jersey here in coming to the end of this 4th over.
Now, doesn't really time this, and it'll be the end of the over. So 19 off Floyd's.
He's hurt himself here.
I think he might have got the edge of the pitch there. That'll be the end of the 4th, 56 for 1. Let's have a look in the follow through from Clayton. Ah, it wasn't that.
When he tries to get up again.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird kind of follow through step from Floyd. But anyway, Jersey will be happy enough with the start now. Certainly a bit of acceleration in the last 2. So the over by overs so far, we've had 9, 12, 16, 19. Well, that is trending upwards. They'd love it to go up again, although, well, here we go. It's going to be Arnav Jain. And now we can probably say that yesterday, Arnav Jain actually did something that we didn't realise happened at the time, and that was that he took a hat-trick.
He did. He took a hat-trick, and you'll see his name up here in a moment. I think it's the next
38,
page.
I think, of the season. There we go. Well, got there eventually, but yeah, Arnav Jain. So 38. 38th hat-trick of the season, and that's because he took it across 2 overs.
Yeah.
And he says he knew at the time. I'm not so sure. He didn't bowl the overs together, that's why. They were spaced apart a bit more. Now this is going to get through one fielder. Should be stopped. It's Kloppenberg. Good to see him back in the lineup. Makes the stop, but will concede 2.
Yeah, and that was against Germany, wasn't it? When he did take 3
Got
wickets.
the top 3, actually.
Took 3 for 31 against Germany, and it was a hat-trick over 2 overs. So we have another. Oh, this could be out. It's straight, you know. Yeah. For me, no doubt. Well, there he is. We're talking about the hat-trick man. And he might as well celebrate. Well, let's give him a double celebration. A celebration for that wicket and for the hat-trick that he took yesterday. And it's a big wicket as well, isn't it? Because it's the man that you want to see the back of, and he has to go. That is the end of Asa.
Yeah, and Asa, he rues his decision to try and sweep Jain, who we know has that kind of ball that spins the other way. See here, this is it. Looks pretty good to me, to be honest. You know, I think probably hitting him middle and off, and hard to see it missing the stumps. And Asa, he's going to be despondent as he walks off, but does get his team off to a decent enough start, but someone else will have to pick up the pieces. Asa Tribe goes for 32, and the score 58 for 2.
Thumbs up from the supporters of the Netherlands. Nice to see the ladies back in support as well. So it's a good knock, 32 of just 12 deliveries. But yeah, he goes to go with the sweep. But that one, well, if you don't get bat onto it, you're a goner. And he doesn't, so 58 for 2.
All right, Lawrenson, be a great time for him to step up. And good sign for Lawrenson. When their tournament was on the line in their Group B final, he played probably his best knock of the innings so far. So this is another, essentially an elimination match for Jersey. Well, they will play later on, but they need to win this one to have any chance to be in the 4. And Morrison starts well, punches one out to deep point, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Jonty Jenner still there. He's made a start, 17 off 7. Need somebody really to go on and put a 60, 70 on the board the same way that we saw Sam Harbinson do for Ireland. And it's gone. This noise here, yeah. The finger goes up. The batter doesn't believe it, but trust me, there's bat on this. And, well, I don't know if Jain gets another one. He's on fire at the moment. And Jonty Jenner is going to have to go, and he stays on 17.
Let's have a look at this one. I mean, you say it's definitely out. It's one of those ones, again, that's not, you're not going to see a deflection, so you're just going kind of on noise alone. Jenner, one way or another, tries to. Let's have a look here. I mean, yeah, you honestly can just never tell if there's a feather on that or not. And everyone seemed convinced out there in orange, including the umpire with that. So Jenner is caught behind. Nice take by Verhagen in the end. Jain with a double strike here in this over, and Jersey 59 for 3.
Yeah, so he's bowling very well at the moment, isn't he? Arnav Jain. 2 of the first wicket, and then a single and another wicket as Julius Samorora comes out. This guy's a very decent all-rounder. Ah, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Jersey cow.
The Jersey cow there.
Yeah. All right, this could be another one. Kasumaro gets it wrong straight away. And Jain, he'll be on a hat-trick, and this time we'll notice. Can you believe what you're seeing here in the 5th over? Jersey falling apart, 59 for 4. A golden duck for Julius Samarat.
Yeah, straightforward catch there taken by Rasul. And, okay, yeah, you said it. We may have missed it yesterday because it was over 2 overs that he picked up the hat-trick against Germany. But look at this. What an over this is. 3 wickets already in this over. 3 for 3. And he's on a hat-trick. Okay, well, this time we know you're on a hat-trick. Look, he's pointing to us. Yeah, we mentioned you got one yesterday. Don't worry, you're on another one now. We know. And there's the golden. Samorora will go without scoring.
I can think of Quite a few people in red shirts that don't want him to take the hat trick, but here's his opportunity. It won't be. Still 3 in the over. It's pretty good. 3 for 3 off the 5th. And Jersey hit a real snag here, to say the least. 59 for 4. Welcoming you into the commentary box, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on what is a pretty cloudy Thursday at the moment. Got Rico full with me, Andrew Ryan not too far away as well, and just a really good example of momentum shifts. I think that Netherlands kept it pretty tight early. Asa Tribe in particular was getting away along with Jenna. They're removed along with Sumare, and really an uphill battle for Jersey now to put a good score on the board, knowing they have to win this game to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, it's big time. They started well, then it was a brisk start. Asa played some lovely shots, but just losing the momentum a little bit here. Another great spell of bowling, though, from Jane. I mean, he was superb yesterday, took a hat-trick against Germany, and 3 wickets here in that over.
He's very different, Jane, and this is what some spinners do. They're mystery spinners. He's a guy who's got that normal kind of off-spinner ball, but he's also got this one. I don't even know how he does it, but it actually goes the other way. And that was one that got Tribe. He bowls with a bent arm, but it stays bent throughout the action. So even that's quite unusual, I think, to face. And it's just something that's pretty difficult to practice against. So you think of bowlers like Malinga, like Bumrah, like these kind of bowlers that are quite unusual. I mean, you can hit all the balls you like, but it's very hard to replicate that kind of thing. Although there are certain bowling machines and things like this these days will do it. But I think he's a tough
reckon you
proposition.
can spin pretty differently with those fingers, couldn't you?
Yeah,
You know,
I've had a few balls spin into my fingers. I haven't had too many spin out of them. But I mean, Netherlands, it's their opportunity to get back on track as well. Let's think about them. They're trying to kind of shore up a spot in the top 2 and that crucial double chance. I know we talk a lot about Jersey, what they need to do, but the Dutch, well, they want to have a good finish to their campaign as well before Finals Friday.
Oh, all together now. Oh, isn't that beautiful?
That is very, very beautiful. And look at that. Ah, even the baby's joining in. I got to admit, I did a bit of baby holding yesterday, and it was good. The trick is you got to know when to give them back. You got to see when they're starting to, when they're about to go, when the eyes are about to go, and they're going to burst into tears. Brutt comes out and attempted wrap, gone wrong from Lawrence. And to be honest, I'd like to see Lawrenson just batting a bit more orthodox. Yeah, he doesn't need to do that because he's such a good player. He cuts very well. Bratt, pretty clever the way he kept that one away from that shot. Slower ball. Once again, Lawrenson hitches his wagon to the leg side and can't catch up with it.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Bratt. He's almost like he says, yeah, I'm playing with you. I'm toying with you. And Lawrenson, I think Lawrenson here. I mean, Jersey needs somebody, whether it's Lawrenson or Corbell, just to say, right, I'm here to the end of these innings. I need to try and get a 30 or 40 to my name.
That's better, but he opens the face a bit too much and finds the fielder. But that's his shot there. I mean, I think he's more of an offside player than an onside player, I think. You know, he's very, very good through the covers. Very good cutter, like I said. Not that he's weak on the leg side, but I just think balls outside off, hit him to off. Balls on the legs or on the stumps, yeah, then sure, turn him away. Uh-oh, this is going to be gone. Corbell goes for a dark. And again, tried to get inventive in Kingma. This time he catches it without falling over. But Jersey, they were behind. Now they're a long way behind. It's a duck for Corbell, and the score is 60 for 5.
I mean, if you're looking at this, I mean, if you're the coach of Jersey, you're probably saying to yourself, why? Why? I mean, Lawrenson tried it earlier. When the fielder is there, why are you going for that shot? I mean, you're far better off just standing straight, playing. I mean, in terms of runs that they've got on the board, they're doing okay. But if you keep throwing your wickets away, you're in trouble. So it's going to be another duck. Well, it's a good day for ducks, I suppose, at the moment. And Derek comes out and quacks off the batter, Corbell, who gets a 3-ball duck. So Charles Burchard here now has really got to play a captain's innings, but he needs somebody like Lawrenson to stay there with him.
Yeah, you say why. I mean, the thing is, you actually want to get less bat on this. You want a little fine touch, and the fine leg's in the circle. So you're thinking you can get it in that gap between the keeper and the fine leg in the circle. But if you get too much of it like that, and plus if there's not too much pace on the ball, that's how it can go wrong. Here's Chuggy Pershard. Can he come to the rescue?
Battle of the two captains.
Yeah. Look, so, yeah, I suppose what's quite clever from the bowler there, Bratt, he knows that there's a fair chance he's going to try that funky stuff, and he's just making it as tough as possible, really getting out
a long way outside the off stump to try and take that shot away from them. This time be called a wide.
It's well left.
Yeah, I mean, this is a case he does move a little bit outside. See, look, when the ball's released, he's got 2 stumps outside, but it misses by 4 stumps. But I mean, Seb, I know he failed maths at school, so he might not know which one of those numbers is bigger. But anyway, he's the master of what I call soft pressure on the umpire, so he'll probably get the next call. Down the ground, this is a bit of team fielding well. Well, Levitt goes the old shin boner to Zulfiger. And I think he maybe thought he was playing football there for a second. He is allowed to use his hands, but I mean, Netherlands finding weird and wonderful ways to do their work, but they're doing it pretty well at the moment. 6 overs down, Jersey 63 for 5. 64 for 5, pardon me, with the 2. Pershard's pretty good player, actually, to come out at 7. I know we haven't seen too much of him with the bat and often has come out late in the innings. But I do think, you know, you got Kemp, the young keeper, coming in next. He's only 15 years of age. I mean, he's a monster. He's huge for a 15-year-old. But and then you've got kind of the bowlers to come after that. I feel like this is the partnership that has to dig Jersey out.
Interesting that they don't go straight back to Jane here. They go back to Floyd. And this one is, well, I think going to be 4 runs as he gets it right in between the 2 fielders. I don't think Clayton's too impressed that finds its way to the boundary, but just gets it right, doesn't he? Let's have a look. It's a teaser. And you see the fielder, he's already outside the field of play, so as soon as he touches that, it's going to be 4.
He'd given it up. I think they want to have another look at this, but I think this is 4. Oh, okay.
Well, they're giving 6 here.
I didn't see the rope move here.
The fielder actually was signalling 4 as well. So let's see here. And, well, that is...
Oh, maybe.
He bounces first. You know,
I'd have got a thread.
Okay.
Anyway, this one is definitely 6. Going over the top, Maximo. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looked like it was 4 from here. But, I mean, if it gets any of that rope, I guess.
I think he catches it on after the bounce, though.
Maybe.
It's a bounce and the rope. Well, that one there's no doubt about.
Yeah. All right. One of those ones they feel confident hit the rope on the replay, so fair enough. Anyway, Floyd hasn't really had it his own way so far, but Pershard fighting back, steps across and taps it. Can Bratt get there? He can't. And Chuggy just pulled out of the shot at the last minute, feeling he was going to, if he kept going at the pace he wanted, he was probably going to go straight to Bratt, and he was probably right.
Yeah, I think that works out okay for Jersey. And this one may not. And it doesn't. Catch taken. So Clayton, he does go for a couple of boundaries, but he does get the wicket. He always finds a way, doesn't he? And usually, it's Sebastian Bratt, he's captain, that does the catching. It's going to be the end of another. So Lawrenson just never got going this time, did he?
Yeah, and as much as yesterday morning's innings went almost perfectly for Jersey, pretty much everything's going wrong for them at the moment. I mean, credit to the Netherlands as well. And Floyd gets in on the act now with Bratt taking a fairly simple catch going to his left. Lawrenson just didn't click there. He goes for 4 as he goes at walking sticks, 77 for 6.
Clayton Floyd, I was a bit surprised that they didn't go back to Jane, to be honest, but I suppose Bratt took a look at the scoreboard and thought, yeah, it's probably a good time to bring him back with the pressure on Jersey. The new guy now comes out. It is Kemp, the youngster. Out there with his captain.
It's a good shot first time. Oh no, he takes off and he gets no response from Chuggy Pershard. Maybe the generation gap there coming between them.
Yeah, they're definitely a single there. Talking about generation gap, well, there's Michael.
We need more babies.
His family.
We need more babies here.
Michael here from the ICC.
Yeah, yes. And they did say this is one of the 2 most important events they've got going on right now. Hanging full toss. This will be 1. So Kemp does get off the mark this time. It's the end of 7 overs. Floyd goes 1 for 33. In the end, it's 78 for 6.
Looking forward to this. Yep. The European Cricket Network is proud to announce their first ever European Cricket Championship Women's event. And it's going to be happening here at the Cardamom Oval starting on the 17th of December through to the 22nd. It's going to be a blast, it really is. And it's the first ever. And I get the feeling that when we're talking about this in the future, there's going to be more teams getting on board as well. But Spain, the host, will be taking part. We've seen the Netherlands playing here at the moment. They will be here as well, along with Italy, France and Austria. That is going to be an absolute cracker. Jane does come back. And a little bit slow to go.
That would have been out as well. These two need to sort out the running between the wickets before too long, because the last thing you want is run out here.
Yeah, if this hits, I think he would have been out, even though he dives to try and get himself back in. I mean, he gets in the end, but I think the ball was going to beat him. Here we go. Yep, look, nowhere near. You can see that Jane just trying to flick that onto the stumps. And out, because of that early movement again from the batter, won't be a wide. So good delivery here from Jane. He's got taken 3 for 4 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that movement. Yeah. So that's a good call.
That's a good call, yeah. One extra thing for the umpires to have to worry about. Judge now. Perchard just goes up and clips it away nicely. Maximo. There's a little bit of the last man standing about Chuggy Perchard here. He is the captain. He's the last kind of recognised batter that's there. And he timed that one really nicely. And I know this guy can bat. You know, he absolutely can. He hasn't had too much batting to do in the series, partly because they batted so well. But Perchard, try again. This one I think has to be a wide. Moves a bit, but it's very, very wide from Jane. So Jane's been a handful as we expected, coming off his what would you call it? Like a clandestine hat trick yesterday. It goes up and over the top into the gap though, and this one will be 4. So Perchard gets another boundary, and let's just think best case scenario here at the moment for Jersey. There's 14 balls left. Let's say they had a real heater, went 3 a ball, 132, or even 125 to 130. But one of Jersey's issues has been they haven't been very good at keeping teams down when they have been in the field. So that's another issue they're going to have to grapple with.
He can bat though. He made 48 of 17 against Croatia in the group stages. So the captain trying to get his team to a score that they can try and defend. Don't forget, this is a must-win match for Jersey. If they are to keep their hopes alive in this championship, they've got to win this and then get a win against Italy in the last match off the group stages.
It's a funny ball here because you don't really want to lose a wicket, but you do kind of want to go for it. Oh, Levitt almost gets there on the 4, and I stress almost. He goes for broke, but it's going to be 4 to Kemp, who gets the result. And that's the end of the 8th over, 95 for 6.
Yeah, misjudges this for me, Kemp. Yeah, and Levitt also misjudges it though. Yeah, diving forward, goes for the catch. I can understand that. Get another wicket down here, and Jersey in all sorts of trouble. But not able to take it at the end of the over, 95 for 6.
Yeah, so now what are we talking? 15-15 off this, 125 still seems a light on, but it gives you a shot, doesn't it? A Jersey, maybe they can get a bag from Chuggy up front with his big in-swing, as it does seem like good swinging conditions. But the thing with Netherlands, the good bowlers keep on coming. Ellenbaas will get this one. Brat, I'm assuming he's left himself one. Yeah, he has. And Brat took 1 for 5 in his first over. The Netherlands playing like a champion team at the moment.
Still, a good finish from Jersey can get them close to that 120. And I think you're right. Overcast conditions, the ball could swing around it. And if one man can get that to happen, it is, of course, Chuggy. Charles Perchard, the captain of Jersey, 25 of 8. And slower delivery. He will get the wide here, though. Bowler not happy. It's a close one. But it is a wide.
It's not that close, actually. He's moved, let's go half a stump, and the ball missed the tram line by about 1.5. But full points to Ellenbaas for the full body heave in disbelief that could possibly be a wide. Good slow ball, though.
It is a good delivery.
He didn't need to bowl that wide because I don't think he picked it.
It was a good delivery. Perchard trying to get as much bat on the ball as he can. Well, that is a great hit. Oh, well, what a hit, what a strike. Que grande, que guay, que genial. Eso es seis carreras, and this time Perchard, he makes a big movement outside the off, and he gets that clean out of the middle. Hi, kinna sona. Shaka Lagya.
The wind's going straight in that direction as well, so Chuggy, this time he makes early position, and Elmbas does come back a bit, but it's all about judging the pace right, and that's what Perchard did on that occasion. So, fighting knock at the moment.
What a way to bring up the 100 for Jersey as well. Into the 30s now, the captain. What a sensational strike rate as well. Well bowled. That's great. Great bit of cricket there all round. I'm loving this battle between Elmbas and Perchard. So Perchard wants to do the same again, and Elmbas, well, he just floats it out of his hand like a spinner. And there's nothing on that ball at all. Gets a single. He probably wants to be on strike though, so now he's hoping that Kemp can find a way to also hit another boundary or two.
Yeah, I'd love that from Kemp. Oh yeah, just to the slow ball. Does he get enough though? It's a brilliant catch. Unbelievable. Kingma pumps the brakes just in time. He anticipates it, he runs full pelt, and it's just a matter of whether he was going to slide like Tom Cruise in Risky Business into the rope. But he was able to stop his momentum just in time. Well, that's good cricket all round, but outstanding fielding. And so they break the partnership. Look where he's actually almost off the pitch when he hits that. And look at King, must be a really good shot. He can see where what he has to do. And he's got, I don't know what that is, about half a foot to spare. But Vivian with a bit of magic.
Oh, Elmbas loves it. But it's the catch really from King Viv is what we're talking about. But you're right, it's anticipation. Jack Kemp, well, he anticipated playing the shot, and he did play it badly. But the catch from Kingma, absolutely sensational. It really is. It's worth having a look again, isn't it? As Kemp will go 6 or 5. What a great catch. George Richardson comes back out again. We'll see that again, no doubt, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, look where he plays the shot from as well. He's well outside here. But he thinks he gets it well enough. What a good catch. And well, a good job that he has had those breaks serviced, because he stops just in time as well.
You know, it's an interesting one, that one. Slower ball means you have to actually hit it. You can't just rely on the pace of the bowler, and that's why it kind of hung up. George Richardson gets a bat, and he'll swing and miss. You know, there's a rule now that you can't have 2 feet off the pitch and hit the ball, right? But this ball bounces on the pitch, and it's the ball's is still on the pitch. So I'm curious with that new law. I maybe need to reread it. I think it applies to when balls, you know, when balls...
I think it's when it stops,
it would
right?
split, you know, or even if it's still moving, you can't run off the pitch to play a shot. But I think that's to balls that themselves are off the pitch, right? Someone clarify that for me. That'd be great.
Chance. Oh, drops it. And then he ends up face down in the dirt. Good effort from Elmbas.
Elmbas has given us heaps that over. We say it all happens in the 9th, and he doesn't let us down. It will be a single, and, well, we're not actually at the end of the over yet. We're going to keep going, and what a catch by Kingma, though, out there to just neutralise another potential avenue of recovery for Jersey. Perchard, though, kind of got a Sophie's choice here. Does he want 1 or want 6? Probably wants 6 if he's given the option. Would also like to be on strike for the start of the last over. Oh, and he'll get 1 here as long as this doesn't hit the stumps. It doesn't, so 1 it will be. End of the over, 105 for 7. This was a funny one because he went so far across, and then a ball, for me, I think it's outside the return crease, and it would have been a wide regardless, but he doesn't want to take that gamble that's not a wide, and so hits it anyway, finds the fielder. Jersey looking a bit light on here, Rico, but you never know on the European Cricket Network what's around the corner.
You never know. I thought we were going to maybe see a few options who may bowl this one, but Sebastian Bratt is going to bowl it. Not a bad option at all, so it will be, once again, a battle of the 2 captains. Yes, well, Chuggy, he knows that he wants to try and get about 15 off this over to get to that 120. It's still a little bit light against the Netherlands, but it gives them some hope. And then I think he'll be key with the ball first up.
Quick hello to Max O'Dowd, who's popped into the comment section. He's questioning the haircut of Levitt. And, well, he's not the only one to do so. But let's get back to the cricket for now. And here's Sebastian Bratt in over number 10. Takes all the air out of that, does Bratt. Chuggy would love to. He might get it. But he was a bit slow on the first. And he'll get there, only because the throw had bounced. It wasn't the most powerful throw we've ever seen back to the keeper. But Chuggy hustles and gets a double.
Now, here we go. Let's have a look at this. It's going to be chug, 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 chug. And he does get a bit quicker, but he needs a dive as well. There's a dive there from the fielder. Musa does very well to keep that in play. And then Chuggy is chug, 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 dive to get himself back in as well.
Max that out, of course, currently in India with the Netherlands team. Beating South Africa again in a World Cup this week. Again, wants the leg side. This time he'll get the journey. Maximo! Well, Pershard's giving him a chance, isn't he? That wouldn't be there otherwise, I think. Moves into the 40s.
Yeah, that's why it's so important that he's got to get back on strike. He does. And once again, that's his shot. He gets there early. There's no pace on this from Sebastian. But he gets into position early, puts it away. Good hit, 6 runs.
I wonder if it's worth spearing a Yorker in at the stumps. Because you neutralise the threat. Is it worth it? I mean, don't see how he's going to catch up with one. He's premeditating pretty much every ball. You don't see many bowlers trying that out. And he goes wide and follows him again, but this time there's no harm done on the scoreboard. Pershard misses out.
Yeah, it's a slightly quicker and fuller delivery this time from the captain, Sebastian Bratt. And Pershard, because he's going to go, he knows, Bratt, that his opposite number, the captain of the jersey, is going to go outside the off, so the wide is taken out of the equation.
Now he stays still and he slashes. That's a really good shot. I think everyone was expecting to do the same again, including Sebastian Bratt. But he stands and he gets plenty of bat on that. Maximo! Chuggy to 47.
Well, this time he stands and delivers. And that's a really good shot. He gets this well, gets it clean, gets 6 more. I said what they're looking to get to the 120. Well, 119 for 7, so what a knot this has been from the captain.
Don't often see a 50 from someone batting outside the top 6. Perchard came in at 7. And this is going to be hit into the gap, and that's his 50. I mean, that's a real fighting knock from the Jersey skipper. Trying to stay alive in this one. Jersey up in the 120s, but Perchard coming in with a score at 60 for 5. There was a flurry of wickets, but he's turned things around to an extent. 51 of just 16 deliveries.
Yeah, stand up and clap and applaud your captain, because that really is a fantastic knock. He gets his team into the 120s as well with a ball to go. What a fighting knock. A captain's inning so far.
Last ball. We're back to plan A. They'll get 1 here. I think that's all they're going to get. So Perchard will finish 52 not out. George Richardson just facing the 2 deliveries in there. And Jersey, certainly not what they would have planned for, but kind of slightly different conditions, eerie conditions even. You never know. 124 to defend. And that's what they need to do to keep their European trophy hopes alive.
Yeah, and well batted to the captain, Charles Perchard. That's, I think, why it was so key for him to come back into the side. And you know what? You'll think about him missing that first day and the results that went against Jersey. You just feel that if he was in the side, things could have been so different, because he is such a key player. Another key player is Asa Tribe, and he made a good start. And Patrick Goode as well. Took a while to get going, got 1 away. But he wasn't able to stay out there and build a partnership with Tribe. That was a great effort there to stop one. But then that was a catch. That's Patrick Goode cutting, but he went aerial. And Clayton Floyd, he doesn't drop those. That was the end of Goode, and then we needed something special from some of the other batters. Tribe hit some nice shots, and Jonty Jenner got going with him as well. Some of the hits, though, from Tribe were beautiful. There were some big hits on the likes of Clayton as well. They were enjoying themselves when they were hitting this ball. I mean, that was a beautiful shot as well in the gap. But then he goes to sweep the man who took a hat-trick yesterday. And Arnav Jain got the wicket. Not only did he get that one, but he took 3 in this over as well. Not a hat-trick, though. He took 1 with a dot, and then he took 2 in the spin. He was on a hat-trick. That would have been quite amazing if he got another one. But look, he was celebrating. But it's actually quite surprising for me that they held him back a little bit as well. So he got the 3 wickets there. They went to Bratt, who bowled over number 6, and then it went to Clayton as opposed to going back to Jade. But his second over was not as fruitful. But the thing was, wickets kept falling. That was an easy one for Kingma, but he was to take a spectacular catch a little bit later on as well off the bowling of Alan Bass. In Jersey, they kept on trying to make things happen, but they kept giving their wickets away. The only man who was standing firm there was, of course, their captain. And Charles Perchard did get to a half century. And this one was almost a catch taken. And that was Kemp getting his first boundary. But Chuggy kept on chugging along, didn't he? Well, that one went a long way. And then how about this? And come the moment, come the man. Vivian Kingma taking a spectacular catch. Well, Alan Bass was pumped. Kingma said, yeah, that's all in a day's play for him. And that was another opportunity for Alan Bass. He wasn't pumped about that one. And then Sebastian Bratt had the battle of the two captains. And after stepping outside off and hitting a few on the leg side, he played a lovely shot over the off. The boundaries kept coming. The 120 came up. The 50 came up for Perchard as well. And that knock just keeps them in this overcast conditions. A good bowling and fielding display from Jersey. Who knows what could happen here? Though at the moment, you'd have to say that Netherlands probably do hold the upper hand. Asa tried 32 of 12 early on, and then Charles Perchard 52 of 17. So two good contributions at different ends of that score sheet mean that Jersey have at least given their bowlers something to bowl at. Kingma 2 overs for 25. Look at all of those bowling figures. I think apart from Clayton Ford, who went for a few 33, I think all the others would be quite happy. But once again, Arnav Jain 3 for 20 after taking 3 against Germany yesterday as well. Certainly has been the pick of the bowlers in the last few matches for the Netherlands. That's the mid-match summary. Join me, Rico Fool and Maximo, when we return to see how this one goes. Jersey, it's as simple as this. They need to win to keep their hopes alive. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And Jersey, well, they've given themselves a chance here in a must-win match, thanks to their captain, Charles Perchard's half-century, 52 not out of 17. That means they've got 124 to try and defend here, and it will be Charles Perchard, after doing the job with the bat, he's going to have to try and give them the perfect start here. A few wickets early on will do the job. It's going to be Kloppenberg, the teenager, to start off, a hard-hitting batter, and he's out there with Verhagen, and the non-strikers end. It's be a single to start. So, looks like Netherlands, similarly to what England did, just giving a few others an opportunity with the bat to try and get themselves in good nick and getting ready for finals day tomorrow. Kloppenberg gets off the mark with a single. So Verhagen takes guard here now as well. Perchard. Hope he can get that swing going. Yeah, nicely bowled. He'll take the single. And a bit of a bat plug here. I think he gets in okay. Verhagen just making some gestures about something here. I'm not sure what he's saying. I think it might be, yeah, look, it's saying, yeah, the bat does plug here. So, whether he gets his feet in or not, I don't know. He uses his feet as the 16-year-old. Built like a tank, though. Can't believe this guy is 16. And very talented as well. A good start from Perchard, getting the ball nice and full, not allowing the hard-hitting Kloppenberg to get under one. But that's not a good delivery. And it's whipped away for 6 runs off the pads, strays down the leg side. So the first boundary. He's waiting for it, isn't he? And dispatches it with ease. And that's Verhagen. The first boundary. And changing the field as he gives himself a bit of protection. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here now. Some discussions on the walkie-talkie about something here, so I'm not sure what the issue is. Yeah, maybe, yeah, this looks like somebody's going off here. Yeah, a bit of an injury. He's certainly hobbling. Not sure what happened to Theo. Now that's not good news because he's hobbling. Theo Pullman. He's got to be one of the key bowlers really for Jersey. Now he's going off. And looks like that 12th man will come on. Oh, that's a great delivery. Goes wider this time and angles this in. Better areas from Perchard to the left-hander. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the issue there is with Pullman. Definitely coming off. Sam Patida on the field. Hits this beautifully, lovely shot, and that one will go all the way. It's going to be 6 runs. And a nice shot to play in the power play, isn't it? With everybody in the circle. So It's a good start for the Netherlands, and that 6 means that they got 15 off the first over, 15 without loss after 1. "105 matches since we've had the golden ball. With today and one more day to go of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, are we going to see one or not? Maybe we can. Well, if not today, one on finals day. That'll be something. That'll be something special. And Julius Aurora going to come on to bowl here. We're going to have to play about with the bowlers here, with Theo Pullman going off the field. So Julius seeing if he can get the breakthrough. Oh, that's been absolutely crunched. Beautifully straight down the ground from Klockenberg. Thunderous hit. And I know that the bowler puts a hand out to this, but I get the feeling this goes past him before he can even react. And it's a good job that the umpire is able to react there. That's Nilkesh Patel in the firing line. One hand off the bat, but that's all it takes. It's a one-handed boundary, cuatro más. Who needs two, he says. One is enough to deal with this one. Kloppenberg just works that away. Got to go a bit fuller, and he's got to get this ball outside the off. Kloppenberg likes getting into the onside, and then it goes for this one. Is high up in the air. Gear. Shikalagia. Yep, well, they've got something to applaud. And I reckon pretty soon they'll be sending a little bit of love out there in the middle as well, because this is what they're like. Así me gusta. Seis más. Well, that's what he's out there to do in the power play. He just pulls away from this one, I think. Might have been a little bit of talking or movement going on there. So dead ball signal by Nilkesh. Samaron needs to get this outside the off, but that's better. Oh, a little bit more zip about this delivery. Good comeback from the bowler. That's what you need to, I think, keep Berg. Remember, the last time we saw him, he play some nice shots, and then he got done by that shorter delivery outside the off. Miscue. No run. Can he finish well here? 14 has come off the over. 3 boundaries to start off with, but he's got a couple of dots in here now. Can he finish with another? And well, they're taking him on. Pick up and throw. Ooh, this one would have been pretty close as well. And I get the feeling he may have been out here if this hits direct. You know, he's a little bit slow getting that bat down. Now have a look at how teams are looking here. As you can see, Jersey must-win match for them. Ireland have given themselves hope, haven't they, with that victory? They know that their next clash against Italy is going to be all important. That one coming up straight after this match. Another must-win match for, well, not just for Ireland, for Italy as well. Italy themselves, if they want to keep their hopes alive, they've got to try and beat Ireland and beat Jersey. Oh, some huge matches today. Well, definitely is moving day, isn't it? Moving day Thursday. Shot, and that will go all the way. Adios, Palota. Seis carreras. As Klockenberg gets it where he likes it. And Perchard just gets this wrong. And loses his length and his line just by a fraction. And that's all it takes for this guy to smash it big for 6. And a change in the field. Looks like another body being deployed on the leg side. Probably going into short mid-wicket. Yep. Slow delivery. Gives himself a little bit of room. Kloppenberg, but keeps his eye on it. Just plays it softly out on the offside and takes the single. Verhagen, the left-hander, now comes the strike. I'm liking this as well. A left and right combination. Get this partnership going, and it always is a challenge for the fielding side and the bowler. As Vinny Sandy joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And look, Jersey have to do something very dramatic to keep their hopes alive of surviving to tomorrow. Perchard, though, I think he's created a wicket here, and it should be caught. It is caught. So, well, there's something at least. It's caught Bell. Doesn't have the gloves on today, but nevertheless holds on to that. And that is the first wicket down for the Netherlands. 37 for 1, the end of Verhagen.
Yeah, Verhagen will go. He did play one beautiful shot out on the leg side, but Perchard gets the wicket, and that's what Jersey have to believe is just keep on picking up wickets and we give ourselves a chance. So here's the captain fighting hard for his side. New batter that will go out there will be Rasul, and I must admit, as you see Verhagen make his way back for 13 or 5 deliveries, I think Rasul, the last 2 times that we've seen him, he's batted so well.
He's a good player. They got a lot of them. That's the problem. You take 1 wicket, but then someone strides to the crease, and we haven't even talked about guys like Brat, for example, who's still to come. Zulfikar is still to come. Musa Ahmed, probably the only one I'm a bit surprised not to see yet, because he could probably use the hit, but he's listed at 6. So, look, Jim Kloppenberg, though, at the other end, 24 off 10. Still can't believe this guy is 16 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a couple of teenage giants. You got Jack Kemp behind the stumps. Here, look at them together. That's Jack Kemp and Kloppenberg together on your screen right now. They are 15 and 16 years old. I mean, they might grow to be 3 metres tall. I mean, what's in the water these days, Rico?
That'll be something, I tell you what. But yeah, I mean, it's just wonderful to see some of the youngsters showcasing their talent in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And that's a really nice shot. I mean, they chase it, but in vain, because that's going to be 6 more. And I got a brief look at this youngster in Crafield when the Netherlands played the ECIs, and I thought then, when I was told he was 16, then I thought, no, you're having a laugh. There's no way.
Like, was he born in a leap year or something? I mean, it's quite incredible. But not just what he's able to do with the bat, but also his kind of maturity, his cricket maturity. And now he just steps across. And when I was 16, I couldn't even hit it a quarter as far as this guy. He's so good. Maximo brings up the 50. It's also the end of the power play. It's 50 for 1.
Wonderful striking. Yeah, I mean, what a talent. And more importantly, you know, this guy in a few years' time, he'll get stronger, more experienced, more knowledgeable. He's going to be a force to reckon with. And, well, what a great prospect that Netherlands have got for the future here. But that's one thing that has really impressed me about a lot of the teams that we've seen in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship in the group stages as well. A lot of young players playing for their nations. And, you know, we're talking about, this is all about showcasing and developing European cricket. And with the youngsters that we've seen already, the future is looking great for cricket in Europe.
Here's George Richardson. Can he come up with something? They need something. They're clinging on to some sort of a chance. I mean, they've still got 75 runs to defend. So, I mean, Jersey, there's no tomorrows if you don't win this. So you might as well just put it all out there on the line. You need 9 wickets. That's kind of what I'm looking at. You can only get 1 at a time. You can't get 9 wickets in 1 ball. So just try and, at worst, avoid getting hit to the boundary. At best, try and create an opportunity and take 1. Here's George, and it's not a great start. It's outside the hip and just helped on its way. Cuatro carreras. Rasul gets his first boundary.
Yeah, it's ill-directed, isn't it? This guy, Richardson, he does bowl with some pace. I mean, he really does.
Good player.
But, yeah, he is. He just takes a bit of time to get the line right. And unfortunately, in this format, you don't have that time.
Yeah, that's true. And you can think about him maybe bowling in a 10-over spell or something like that. Is what you're alluding to there. There's that pace you're talking about. And at the moment, Jack Kemp's a long way back. Now, George created a little bit of a milestone moment when he played with his dad, Joel, for Farmers in the ECL in 22. Joel doesn't look his age, actually. I bet he's watching right now. He'd probably like me saying that. But, yeah, Joel, I know you're really proud of George, and hopefully we see you around here soon. But this is angled in, and it's just going to be clipped away. That's in the trees, and the Dutch right now are in complete control of this chase. Maximo.
Yeah, it's this time. He waits for it. He knows what's coming his way. He goes for the stumps, doesn't he? And uses the pace that's generated by Richardson against him. And that one's another T-tropper. Goes a long way. It's a good hit. Enjoying themselves at the moment.
Let's call it no sling today.
Nice to see no sling. So
I wonder if he could get up for tomorrow.
Yeah,
he's shaking hands with what we thought was an injured shoulder. Certainly has been good with the gestures, hasn't he, Boris? Some aggressive thumbs up and then a little handshake there.
Yeah, but I have to say, I mean, him not playing means that Rasul got the opportunity, and he hasn't disappointed as yet, has he, Rasul?
Oh, this is up in the air. This is going to also fly out of the ground. Maximo. What's that kind of heavy length from Richardson, but it's also pretty heavy hitting from the Dutch at the moment.
Good hit, and like I say, he hasn't disappointed. So I think Boris Gawley, even if he does come good, he's going to really be fighting to try and take the place of Rasul at the moment.
Well, this is going to straight up in the air, but when I say straight, I mean straight back over the giant inflatable ball. Maximo, trouble on the cards for the Channel Islanders here, end of the over coming up. But right now, 72 for 1.
Well, no matter what he does, it ends up going for 6 in the last 3 deliveries. That's what's happened. Well, this over's gone. Magical already 22 from it. 4.666.
Magical called it. Here is the last ball of the 4th. Oh, it hits the pad outside the line, maybe more at the leg than pad actually. So a couple of dots in there, but also 4 boundaries. Netherlands 11, 72 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, good over that for the Netherlands. Firmly in the driving seat at the moment. Jersey captain Chuggy will be looking around to see who can deliver a magical over to get them back in this contest. Or one man you can always go to, and it's definitely worth a try, is Toby Britton. Another young sensation. Well, we're talking about young players here. Well, what about this for a little bit of battle here? We talked about Kloppenberg, who's only 16 on 36 of 12 at the moment. And now, well, it's going to be the battle of the youngsters, Vinny.
Yeah. A bit of teenage dreams about this one, isn't it? Toby Britton taking on Kloppenberg. Tell you what, when I used to umpire the under-16s, they weren't this good. It's Toby, what's he trying to say? He wants to go around? No, he's going to go over the wicket here. Kloppenberg batting well outside off. I think this has got to be a wide no matter what, because it was on another pitch. And like what Toby's thinking there, but yeah, once the ball goes outside that return crease, it's going to be a wide regardless. Oh, great shot. Goes with the spin, catches up with it. That's a reversimo. Well, we've seen them all, haven't we? And Kloppenberg, once again, it's this ambidextrous kind of approach. He's super comfortable. See there, it's the genuine reverse. Doesn't switch their hands, but just generates a lot of power with those wrists.
Yeah, wonderful pick up there from Kloppenberg. He knows what the plan is.
Now goes more orthodox fashion, but he'll get the same result. Maximo, back to back. And so, well, Toby can't take a trick at the moment.
Yeah, throws the bat at it hard, doesn't he? And does it go all the way? And I think it does.
Don't doubt my eyes, it might be about 110 metres away from us, but that one was always carrying. So, yeah, it's a good challenge for Britton, though. You see, maybe if he gambles and goes at the stumps, I mean, what's he got to lose here? Kind of does to an extent, but again, it's a full toss, so he gets the length wrong. And so that'll bring up the 50 for Kloppenberg. I like they've batted him top of the order, just showing, you know, this guy is more than a bit part player, Rico, and that's a sparkling half century.
What a magical moment this is from Kloppenberg, and he'll go back and look at this in years to come. an international half century. And, well, he seals it with a biggie. And, well, this is the power of the young man. 16 years old. What a start. What a future. And, well, the prospects of him playing for Netherlands in years to come is mouth-watering, because this guy is certainly going to, well, he's going to make some statements,
places,
isn't he? He's going places.
He's going places. And look, you know what I like? It's his confidence. And it's his clear-mindedness about the stroke he's going to play. Now he premeditates the reverse, and he's just going to swat this one away for 6 as well. Well, I don't know. He could probably hit 6s with the bat upside down in his hand, Kloppenberg. This is quite extraordinary. Another Maximo takes the Netherlands past 100.
Wow, well, another maybe Andalusia shot of the day. It's another reversimo, and this one's probably better than the last one. It also brings 100 up. You got a feel here for Toby Britton as well.
A rare miss, but he hit plenty in there both ways. Britton, again, not the finish to his tournament that he would have wanted. Although we do know that Jersey will play later on tonight, but he goes for 29 in that one, and the score is 101 for 1. So this is what we've got coming up next, and it's a battle of the eyes in match 19, and only one of them really can survive, or their finals prospects can survive in that one. It's a must-win. A 4th loss to either team kind of knocks them out of contention. Ireland 11 winning the toss and bowling first. Samaru coming in for Italy for his first game of the tournament. Plays a quick for Kent Lanka, also a wicket-keeping option, but I think Rilla will have the gloves. So Italy will be batting first. Let's see if they can put up a score. Naqvi and Marage, I imagine, to open. You've got Sharif there, Rajmani. Again, he'd like to score a few more runs. He's looked a bit off. Maybe Pereira bats above him. Maybe even Nish Fernando, but I can tell you that'll be a good one, and it starts in 45 minutes' time.
Yeah, that's a final, isn't it? That is a final, because both teams have to win it. Ireland, they're giving themselves a chance by winning the first match early today against England. Win this one, and they'll go on 6 points, and maybe that somebody like Spain or Germany could lose out at their expense. But Italy, they need that win themselves. If they get the win, then the last match of the group stages against Jersey could be key.
200 pace at the moment. And this is a big, thick edge, bounced off the keeper, almost bounces to the fielder on the full, but it's on the bounce in the end to George Richardson, so Rasul will get a run there. Yeah, scary hitting from the Netherlands, considering they're not even using Musa at the top in this game. I wonder if they want to stick with this. I mean, Kloppenberg's hitting them so well. I mean, Musa, you'd imagine he's going to go back to opening tomorrow, but I mean, he's a pretty good insurance policy to have in the middle order as well. So, I mean, certainly a lot of decisions for the Dutch cap to make. Ace of Tribe gets swatted across the line this time, and that's 4. So now I think this game's on borrowed time, and Ace has had a great tournament, hasn't he, really? He gets better and better every time we see him, and I bet he's got a big 12 months coming up by the next time we see him here at the Cardamom Oval. If we see him here at the Cardamom Oval, I mean, you never know what's happening in his career. He's really shooting up the ranks quickly.
Yeah, he's playing some wonderful cricket. Of course, a big shout out to his brother Zach as well, who I believe is playing in Australia at the moment.
Yes, he is. Pretty close to where I grew up, actually. Yeah, this is an interesting one because it's way outside the tram line. So I actually think that's wide. Even though he switches.
Because he doesn't go that way first, does he? He actually goes the other way.
I actually think that should be the wide. Does it matter? Probably not. Oh, runs out of options here. Could this be caught? It is caught. Nicely done. And it probably is a consolation wicket, but that's Sam Patita, who is on the field as a substitute field. I know Pullman's gone off. That's a nice catch running back. So Kloppenberg, the exuberance of youth finally catches up with him as he tries to make something out of nothing. Maybe could have gone left-handed there again. But anyway, it's a brilliant innings from a real prospect. Jørn Kloppenberg goes for 68 off 21. And Netherlands 11 lose a second wicket, 106 for 2.
Yeah, a wonderful knock, and he's going to get a real ovation, the youngster, as he goes up those famous cardamom steps. 68 he scores of just 21 deliveries. He plays some exceptional shots. Well, there's a master blaster if you ever seen one. And a star. Well, he's a star already. He's going to be a bigger star. He's going places, as you already said. And look at that smile. He can't hold back that smile and how good he's feeling at the moment. Wonderful knock there from Kloppenberg, and he puts Netherlands firmly in the driving seat, doesn't he?
Levitt gets a hit. Probably not a bad thing for him, and he will start with 4. They might not be out there very long. Yeah, I mean, Kloppenberg getting a 50. I mean, when I was 16, I got a 50. My dad would take us out for ice cream and cheeseburgers, but I think these days it's probably ice baths and rub downs, such as the rise of the young talent there in Kloppenberg. But, geez, that was some knock, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was wonderful. Great exhibition of hitting. And, well, that's the way to do it in the power play, isn't it? And this gets down to one knee. He goes up, up and away. And that's another thing that we're going to find today. I mean, look at the way those flags are bowling. Well, they're like it. Piers Fletcher, he's a happy man at the moment, isn't he? But the wind is also going to take hold of these and going to assist that to go to the boundary. So it's another one. And Netherlands at the end of 6 overs. They're almost there. 116 for 2.
Yeah, you're right about the wind. And Mad Nomad had a question as well. Do you think it's making it harder to bowl? I don't know, mate. If anything, I think a bit of wind, especially sideways wind, you should be able to move the ball a bit more. Okay, maybe it has some drawbacks with the control. But I actually think these are probably some of the better bowling conditions that we've seen. This tournament, you talk about the high scores and the crazy hitting we're seeing. That's because there hasn't really been a lot of wind. So, you know, right now the batters, if they're going to hit straight, they haven't hit into the wind a bit. So that kind of is a bit of a negative for those straight drive shots. But yeah, I just think it's a matter that Jersey have struggled a fair bit to keep other teams quiet in this tournament. Also want to say hello to Zach Tribe, who's in the comment section. And I mentioned he's playing quite close to where I used to play. He's playing in Pinjarra. It's about an hour south of Perth. Hello, Zach. Good to see you. Well, no problem here with the straight shot. That's going to fly away towards the scoreboard. And this game now is in a death roll, isn't it? Just 3 to win now for the Dutch, who've made a strong statement here in their only game of day 4.
Yeah, Samarura gets smashed down the ground from Rasul, who just continues to impress me as well.
Yes, they'll take it to 2 to win. Think of a second, but cleanly held by Britain in the end. Yeah, so the Dutch looking good, aren't they? Okay, no teams had plain sailing all the way through, and you wouldn't think that's possible really with such a strong championship week group of teams, but they're looking pretty good. Again, they're building resilience in their batting order, getting games into a lot of guys, batting into a lot of guys. This is almost going to be catchable, but it'll tie the game. And so, yeah, I don't know. I can tell you any 4 teams that make it tomorrow, they've all got a realistic shot at the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can really, I mean, pick one team out that you can say has been outstanding. As you said, teams have won and lost, and I think they're all. I think whoever turns up and performs on the day, and we know that teams have got strength in batting. It's the team that puts the best bowling performance in. Well, that will take it to another ball, I suppose. The score was tied on 124, but yeah, I think a team that puts the best fielding performance in will go on and win. And that's that's what I've said all the way along, because I think in terms of batting, I think all the teams have got strengths, all the teams have got good players, all the teams have got match winners. But who's got it? With the ball, they're taking this on.
They're going to steal the winning run.
They will.
Stealing home in baseball. It's going to be a bye to finish it off. So Rasul loses the chance to hit the winning run for his country because Levitt had itchy feet. Probably wanted to strike back, but he's going to have to wait till tomorrow, because that is all she wrote. And Jersey, as we thought, that 124 not holding up in the end. The Dutch chase it down with 19 balls to spare. And with no moves through at the top, they go to Kloppenberg. I mean, that's a breakout innings for him, even though I know we have seen him scoring a few runs in the 10-over format this year on the network. But, yeah, the Dutch, they're going to tune up, and really it gives them that 1 foot in the top 2, and you imagine they would get the double chance tomorrow.
Yeah, you imagine that. The only thing I think I would say here, and I think you touched on it earlier, I think you could have done with Musa having a hit.
Yeah, maybe it's a plan to bat him at 6 or 5. I don't know. I'm a big believer in giving guys in form those opportunities at the top, but I suppose sometimes players are so good you feel like you have to pick them at the top, and he's probably in that category for me. Anyway, some decisions for the Dutch to make Jersey. A disappointment for them, but they will be back a little bit later on in the night. They'll be taking on Italy in match 21. But let's have a look. And Perchard, again, he gave him a fighting chance with the bat, but he was under assault with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Kloppenberg, that's the way he started. That was a wonderful straight hit. And then he said, I don't need 2 hands, sometimes 1 will do. and he was blasting the ball to all parts of the ground, and he's no one-trick pony either, because we saw him turn on the style, hitting straight, hitting on the leg side, doing the reverse Malachi as well. Burchard, though, he kept on fighting. He did get the wicket with that catch taken there by Corbell of Verhagen. But the thing is, when you got one guy who's hitting the ball as good as this at the other end, it was always going to be difficult. Like in Rasool coming in, playing some delightful shots as well. And it was a really good partnership, but have a look at some of these shots.
I mean, shots
just
that,
class.
you know, you used to see about one reverse sweep every decade, and it was a bit of a joke shot thing, you know, bit of a trick shot. But I mean, these guys now, especially the younger generation, they're practicing them just with all their other shots when they learn how to bat. And Kloppenberg, well, he was going left, he was going right, and he was hitting balls out of sight. And see some of his more experienced teammates, I mean, they get how good this is, what he's doing. Probably doesn't realise it. Then eventually played one shot too many. That was a nice moment for Sam going back with the flight as well, taking a good catch. He was a substitute fielder, but Kloppenberg with the old Cheshire Cat grin as he walked off, and well, he might. That was a really good opportunity for him to establish himself as a genuine top order batter. A little bit of the helicopter about that one as well. And the Dutch, well, they were having some fun. Just the one game they had to play. Levitt, well, I think he wanted to strike here. He never got it because that was all she wrote. And the Dutch really comprehensively winning that one. And so match 18 is done. Match 19 on the way. And it will be starting in about 35 minutes. So we're back in about 30. Ireland 11 and Italy, it's their last chance. Essentially, like you said, whoever loses this one, they cannot make the 4 tomorrow. So there's a lot on it. So join us back in 30 minutes for that one. Ireland winning the toss and bowling. So we'll see if the Italians can put a big score on the board. Let's go back to this one, though. And in the end, Kloppenberg, it was a brilliant innings. And I think for me, given the circumstances, he's probably taking the player of the match. And it takes 21 balls to score 68. So that strike rate, well above 3 a ball. Verhagen hit a couple of big ones before he went. Rasool with 31 not out continues his good series or his good week. Levitt, again, just got to face the 3 balls but didn't do a lot wrong. So the Dutch looking really strong. As far as the ball, well, it has caused a few issues for Jersey during this week.
Yeah, it has. It didn't help when we saw Theo Pullman have to come off, of course, for looked like a foot injury, so they weren't able to use him. He's been one of their good bowlers as well. But, well, Burchard, he tried hard. He did pick up that 1 wicket. It didn't go well once again for Toby Britton. And well, Kloppenberg certainly did take a liking to him. Well, that's your match summary there. So Jersey, well, they know that well, they're not going to be back here tomorrow, but they can finish in style, can't they, when we see them playing under the lights later on tonight. So maybe we're going to see a little bit of exhibition stuff from them. But this match at the moment is huge. It's like a final. Ireland, they have put themselves in a position to be back again tomorrow if they can win this one when they got that win over England. But Italy, they know they've got to turn up and perform here.
Yeah, well, both teams, it's a lot on the line. Their trophy aspirations on the line. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back very shortly. 30 minutes away, in fact, from the next one. That's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Fall, and Andrew Ryan will step in for me for the next game between the Battle of the Eyes, Ireland 11 versus Italy. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here once again, and we'll see you after this for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11. HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hi, and welcome back. It's great to have your company. This is Championship Week at the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, pretty windy down here, I've got to be honest, today. Slightly different to conditions we've seen throughout the 4 weeks of this tournament. Coming up, we have a really, really important game. Well, some people believe in an eye for an eye. Well, we have an eye against an eye here. It will be the Ireland 11 against Italy, and both teams need to win this game to keep their trophy hopes alive. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, who has the giant coin in his hand. Interesting to see how he handles these conditions with a coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
Italy, your call.
European cricket?
European cricket is called. It is Frederick Constant.
We'll have a bowl, thanks.
So it is the Ireland 11 that have won the toss, and they have elected to bowl. I've got to say though, Rob Kemming throwing the doosra, which you don't often see in a coin toss, but Ireland 11 weren't they good this morning, had to get past the English to keep their tournament alive then, and they did that. And they did that, I think, by shutting down the opposition batting lineup in the first couple of overs, and from there, England never really looked like making a pass score of or above. And they'll be hoping to do that again against an Italian lineup who will come out swinging. We know that, and Italy probably would have liked to have bowled first as well, but I don't think they're too bothered batting first. They certainly have some power up the top. Watch out for Zayn Naqvi. I think he's been the batter of the tournament for Italy in this ECC. So two teams that both need to win. Let's see how the conditions affect things as well. We know the winds are kind of swinging around pretty quickly, a little bit of drizzle around this afternoon as well. So kind of just changing up the dynamics. This should be a really good game though. And Rico Full will be taking you through the first few overs, but Andrew Ryan, I know that he's floating around as well. Over to you guys. Let's have a really good game here. Start of match 19 on the way. And it's Ireland against Italy. Ireland 11 winning the toss and bowling.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. And, well, Vinny is right. It is a little bit windy out there. Well, you saw that from the coin toss. Well, the coin almost ran away there. And those two men are going to be keeping an eye on things. Newcash and Tyrone. And Ireland, well, they got over the first obstacle today, and that was England, and now they've got to try and get over Italy. Italy, though, themselves know that this is a must-win match for them. This is like a final. This is what this is. Ireland, they need to win. Italy, they need to win. If Ireland can get the win here, then all pressure goes on to the next fixture where Spain take on Germany, because the team that loses that could find themselves losing out on the final spot here tomorrow. It's everything to play for on this one. This is what the win predictor is saying. Ireland 65% to Italy's 35%. Me, if you ask me, I have a feeling about this one. I just think, you know, we've seen a couple of matches where the Italian batters just haven't clicked. The likes of Zayn Naqvi or maybe even Amir Sharif. I just got a feeling that somebody's going to click here in this one. Somebody's going to go big. Ireland, they have had a few issues with their bowling. They haven't been at their best. So let's wait and see. Italy certainly do need something here. You see that there has been a slight change from them. No Simranjit Singh, he's going to be the 12th man. And Jai Wardner and that's Samaru will come into the side. So just to give them a little bit more strength in the batting. You can see there that the wind is pretty strong. So that's the first thing that the bowlers have to get used to. Tim Tector has become the opening bowler for Ireland at the moment. And he's going to start off here. First up to Naqvi. Naqvi goes boom, but it could be a wicket straight away. It will be. And he can't believe it. He's actually hitting with the wind behind him as well. Well, he doesn't want to leave, but he's going to have to go. Come on, off you go. Keep going, keep walking. He can't believe it. Oh, you got to feel for him. It's distraught, isn't it? Zayn Naqvi, well, my feeling is completely wrong. He's going to have to walk off, and it's going to be a long, slow, painful walk. I tell you what else. Remember, the next batter has 60 seconds to get out there. Well, I'll tell you what, Naqvi better get going pretty quickly, otherwise he might not get there in 60 seconds. Just doesn't get this right, offers a chance, and it's going to be a royal duck, the same colour as the kit of Italy. And what a start for Ireland. They get a big wicket straight away. And disaster for Italy as Nakvi goes for a golden. That's the end of Nakvi. And if you ever needed to get rid of one dangerous guy, this is the man. Remember, he smashed a century against Spain. Still ended up on the losing side when Italy put 170 on the board and Spain got there with 12 balls to go. Rajmani now coming out at number 3. And he's going to go boom, shakalaka as this one sails over the boundary. Acrobatic attempt for Mike Frost, but he's never going to get anywhere near that. That's a very positive start from Rajmani Sandhu, who with the bat hasn't been at his best, it has to be said. What a time this could be to shine for him. Here's the first runs come courtesy of a Maximo. And now this is dropped, I think. This is dropped. It's hit straight at him and it's gone so quickly. I don't think this is straight at him and down it goes. So that's a big miss. And Sandhu could have been 6 and out. Should have been 6 and out. And Rajmani gets a life. And remember what happened the last time Ireland dropped a big batter? That was Asa Tribe. And he went on and scored a ton against them. And this is going to be 4 runs. A little bit of good fortune for Rajmani. 4 carreras más. And Tector certainly causing troubles. I know a few people were asking questions, with the wind make it harder for the bowlers? Would it be harder for the batters? I just get the feeling that when you're bowling the sort of pace of Tim Tector, that if you're able to, the wind could be of an assistance. Maybe that ball just moving around a little bit in the air as well. And talking about in the air, here's another chance. Taken! No mistakes there. Well, it is International Gerard Day, and Gerard Wilson takes the catch. Remember, it was a good little partnership between him and his captain, Sam Harbinson. They got them the win against England. And, well, Rajmani Sandhu does give an opportunity. It wasn't taken, but he's not able to make the most of it. He adds 4 more to it, and he goes, and look at that. Look at Ireland there. They come together. Stronger together, maybe. And they need to be stronger together to get this victory, get this win. And they could see themselves coming back here tomorrow. No mistake. And that is a really good catch, because we've talked about and touched on the wind here. And that one would have been playing all over the place, but he holds on to it. And another one bites the dust. And what a start this is. Rajmani Sandhu will go for 10 of 5 deliveries. And it is Tim Tector. That is the demon bowler. That is also the end of the first over. And Italy are 10 for 2. We have a look at the ECL, the European Cricket League, which is like the championship league of cricket. Have a look at the draw. That, of course, most of you saw yesterday. And a fine time to welcome back for the first time here today. Yes, the Rhino is back, Andrew. Buenas tardes. Welcome. And, well, some interesting groups there for the European Cricket League.
Certainly are, Rico. A number of new teams who we haven't seen before as well, showing the spread of talent that exists in a lot of these European countries as Riley comes on for the second over.
Well, he comes on and he'll go for 4. Not hit cleanly out the middle, but didn't do Maraghi. He gets runs off his first ball. It'll be 4 of them. Doesn't he need to perform here? Italy under the cosh slightly here.
Start of the fall of the Italian Empire in that first over, Rico. Got plenty of batting power down the order, but a lot of pressure sitting on these two. Riley, when he's gone for runs in this tournament, generally been when he's been short of a length.
And that is whipped away, and Dinadu turning on the style. Not good areas this from Riley. And as you said, you don't get it right, the likes of Dinadu is going to put you away.
Okay, well, I'll change that. When Riley's gone for runs in this tournament, it's been short of a length and Half tracks down the leg side. Not a great ball, and just easy to use the pace of the young speedster. It's a good shot, very little risk with it. You can still see those flags down towards fine leg buffeted in this wind that's surrounding Cartermere Oval, so it's not the easiest conditions to play at the moment.
Okay, Tector was superb in his first over. Riley has gone for 10, just in 2 deliveries. And, oh dear, there's a real mix-up, and if this hits, this is going to be out. And now they're thinking of another, or are they? I think it's a good job they just stay where they are. And Dinadu Morange, well, he was gone. I mean, I don't think he's even going to be in the picture when we have a look at this. He's slow hesitation, slow running, and he was gone by a long way.
Not sure we would have needed to revert to the video umpire on that occasion, Rico, but coming back to the bowling, much better length from Riley. He's a tall young man, so if he gets it on a decent length, it rears up. Hard for the batter to control it. Good example there again.
Wild swing. One thing that Italy will do here, Rhino, is they'll be swinging the bat. They'll be looking, even though they lost these wickets, they'll be thinking, look, we get 1 batter, 2 batters going here. We can quickly get to a big score. They're not holding back. You can see that big wild swing there from Sharif. Yet to get off the mark, and straight away they pushed a mid-wicket and square leg back on the boundary on the leg side.
Such an important game, this one, as well, isn't it, Rico? It's essentially do or die for both of these nations. A lot of pressure sitting on both players. You feel it in the crowd too. There's just a sense of anticipation that this is a big contest.
Gets played out on the offside, chases on, under Iba. Well, I think this is a brilliant save, it really is. Not too many players beat the Grizzly. And then the throw comes in here as well, and I think that's an opportunity. Another one, Rhino.
That would have been out. Riley had a little bit of work to do, had to turn his back and goes for the short little underarm. Fortunately for the Irish, couldn't collect the stumps. That's a great bit of fielding. Just showing that this outfield has slowed up a touch. And the young man, Riley, probably needed a call from his teammates. He had more time than he thought.
Dinadu gets another life there. Could have been run out on 2 occasions. Riley steaming in. It goes a little bit too wide here, and he gets called by the umpire. It's a wide ball.
Just never seen an umpire so happy to call a wide as umpire Tyrone Peters. Still looking sparkling after a fairly heavy schedule of work over the last week.
Yeah,
big batch of games yesterday, Rico. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. There's Tyrone Peters. Remembers he's got to give that signal to the scorers as well. And no, I'm feeling fine. And you know, the thing is though, it was a long day, but the cricket and the action we saw yesterday, as this one is much better from Riley. So he does finish the over well. I just noticed there, Rhino, as you get to the end of that over, that he's bowling with a little bit more pace, a slightly longer run up. He's really fired up for this one. That is the end of that over. 24 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, definitely fired up for this game. Suspect he's got a nice little breeze with his back as well, probably giving him a little bit more thrust through the crease. And 2 countries here that need to thrust themselves up this standings table. Jersey with the 1 game in hand over their Irish opponents here today, but they've only won 1 game. And you go back to Italy, that first game they played against the Netherlands, it was such a comprehensive win.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to knock anyone else over since.
It's high up in the air, and it's going to be another. It's a simple catch. And Dinadu, who's been living dangerously, well, it's his running that's been the issue. It doesn't time this one. I suspect that this is a slightly slower one from Sam Harbinson. What a good day the captain is having at the moment. Gets a big wicket of Dinadu. That's the 3rd wicket to go down from Italy.
He's stepped up big time, Harbinson, in the last day and a half, both with the bat and the ball. Excellent first delivery. He comes on and he hits that good length just straight away. Morange just not collecting a good piece of the ball, and such an easy catch. So 3 wickets down in the power play, Rico. Panic stations here for Italy.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, they're going to keep still frame the bat at things, and I think you've got to, let's see who comes out here. I would have thought it would have been Joy Pereira, who has batted well. It doesn't look like they do go with Pereira. It looks like it's Jasprit Singh that gets elevated up to the top of the order. I'm not sure what the thinking is here. Maybe they're just deciding here that we might as well send somebody out like a pinch hitter who can maybe get us some valuable runs here while we're still in the power play.
Need to lift the run rate ASAP.
And is he going to go first ball? He is. The finger goes up. Catch it is the shout. Sam Harbison sends the Irish wild in the fan zone. 2 in 2. And now he's going to be on a hat-trick.
Irish eyes are smiling up in the fan zone. There's some happy people in green up there. Their team starting to find some form and some consistency in this tournament. Lovely delivery from Harbison. Just good functional bowling. Little away swinger on a good length. A big swing from Jasper. See, that's what he was sent out there to do. But the bowling's just too good, and the Italians lose their 4th.
They lose another. Well, they took a gamble, but it's that little bit of movement away, isn't it? Look, gets the ball to nip away, gets the finals of tickles on it. No mistakes behind the stump from Lynch, and that's another one. Another one bites the dust, and now, well, Pereira didn't come out earlier. He does come out here now, and he's got he's got 2 things to do here as well. Look at those, they're up and about. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. And well, Pereira now, he's got to A, try and steady the ship here, but also at the same time keep the scoreboard ticking.
Not sure there's a man in Italian cricket that you would much rather have come to the crease in this situation. Not just trying to stop the hat-trick, but obviously to resurrect this Italian innings. He's still got Sharif at the other end, but the partnership from these two, saying it's necessary, it's an understatement, Rico.
Slip in place for the hat-trick ball. And it's a gundy ball down the leg side. And he wastes that, really. He needed to get Pereira playing at it. But the good news is, it's just the one wide. He wasn't able to clip this away.
Like he was trying to roll the fingers over the top of that one, Rico. I may have just sprayed out of the front of the hand, but been an excellent over. Just going to show first and foremost that swing bowling, even if you're only bowling medium fast, it's an absolute weapon in T10, but also Harbison, he's just on a nagging length.
This is catchable as well, you know, and he's going to be gone. And it is Wilson again on international Gerard Day. Jared Wilson is making the most of his day, isn't he? And, well, the Irish are loving it as well. Joy Pereira will go first ball for a golden duck. So the battle of the captains belongs to the captain of Ireland, Sam Harbison. What an over this is. He picks up his 3rd wicket.
Tremendous bowling from Harbison. Just another little outswinger put on a length. The bat turns slightly in Pereira's hand with the swing. Can't make full connection. Good catch out there on the boundary. The Irish 11 are on fire here at Cardamar.
Here's another golden. And, well, the Derricks are having the ball at the moment, as are the Irish. Italy 25 for 5. And we're still inside the power play. Rhino, well, what next as Fernando comes out to face the fired up captain of Ireland?
Oh, can you hear the drums, Fernando? That's the celebratory Irish fans in the background. They're baying for another wicket.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure that he needed to bowl this one, Harbison. Talk to me about this one, Rhino.
He's been at both ends of the spectrum in this over. Harbison, a few absolute peaches mixed in and amongst a leg side spray down the leg side. And that is so high, it's actually out of camera shot.
Spot the ball. All right, and he comes back. And this time it'll be a wide because it's too wide. So Harbison, well, maybe the occasion's getting to him a little bit here.
Geez, this looks like an Andrew Ryan over from the St Gallen tournament earlier in the year. 3 wickets, couple of drag downs. Variety keeps the batters guessing the whole way through. Fernando still hasn't been able to get near one so far.
Yeah, he gets hold of this one, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And that's what, I suppose, Italy, that's what they've got to do. They can't go into a shell. All right, 5 down, but they've still got batters. Fernando can bat. We know all about Amir Sharif as well. But it's how they handle this pressure that they're under at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. It's all about resetting targets and objectives too. Chances are sort of 110, 115 is probably the score they'll be at least trying to get as a base.
Up in the air, and this will go all the way as well. Ball. And manos arriba from the arbitro. That's the way to do it. And Fernando, 2 boundaries here.
Well, I think Harbinson's going to be too disappointed with that shot, to be honest, Rico. He's put another ball on a good length. A little bit of tail away from the batter on that occasion. Fernando was good enough to go with the swing, but that's his method. I don't think he's going to move away from it.
Good comeback. Really good delivery and a great finish to the over as well. The captain, Harbison, has picked up a 3-for in the first over that he's bowled. And Italy, well, they're in all sorts of bother at the moment. 37 for 5 at the end of 3.
After the wicket's down, after the power play, wouldn't say it's a great base to build on, but we do know they continue batting down this order, and they have some players who can score quickly, and the 2 men at the crease, very capable cricketers. So the Irish going back to Ollie Riley. Interesting move. Went for a few in his first over. See if he can take a lead from his skipper. Just get the length a little bit fuller.
It's out on the offside. It's another opportunity, and it's taken. No mistakes there from Tector. So Italy, they still are swinging the bat at everything, and now they lose Amir Sharif. So Riley, well, he rewards his skipper, who had faith in him to bowl the second, and another wicket goes. 6 down here now, Italy at the start of the 4th.
Yeah, much better ball from Riley. Once again, hitting that area just short of a good length with his height. Ball rearing up off the pitch. It's not easy for any batter to control. One just outside off stump. Sharif, bat goes a little bit inside out. Well taken on the boundary. It's been a very disciplined performance from the Irish, both with the ball and in the field so far. They are setting the standards, and they are looking dangerous when it comes to the latter stage of this tournament, provided they can complete the win.
Yeah, looking dangerous indeed. A nice shot there of Deanna Ores as well, the ECM photographer, but she's got a good snap of that one. Tector taking the catch, and Kosala now comes out. 37 for 6. Rhino, talk to me, what can Italy try and salvage here?
Well, maybe reassess this total again, Rico. Maybe just looking for the 3 figures. Perhaps Kosala, now that you're down 6 wickets down, maybe just needs to not nurse singles, but just be judicious with his shots and take the bowling for what it is. At the moment, they're all trying to hit straight down the ground, trying to elevate. If he bowls short of a length, crack it square.
And Riley, he's certainly got an extra yard or 2 here, hasn't he? I think the young bowler, he's pumped himself up for this occasion. I mean, when he walks back to his mark here, it's where we've seen maybe some of the bowlers have actually cut short their run up. We saw that from Kingma. I think we saw that from Harbinson as well. Not Riley. He's actually extended it. He's feeling good. Maybe he's feeling that these conditions are suiting him. He's getting the ball to move around, and they're causing some problems here.
Blustery conditions never easy for the batters in T10 format.
Hits this firmly, but there is a fielder out there. They'll just take the single. It's well fielded there by Liam Doherty.
Another good ball from Riley as well. Slightly short of a length, but just not allowing the left-hander to get underneath. So played out for a single. It's a nice little spell from the young man. As you said, Rico, just feels like he's charging in with confidence and good pace. It's a good Yorker. Just bunted down the ground. Scott Macbeth flying around there from the long on position. We talked about the Irish, the bowling being their Achilles heel earlier in this week, Rico.
Yeah.
Needed 1 or 2 of those young pacemen to step up and really start not only executing well, but strategically thinking through their bowling. Riley seems to have answered the call. Probably need 1 other to really get going for them to be a big threat for this championship week.
This one will be another single. Yeah, I agree with you. And one young man who's starting to look the business as well, Matthew Weldon. Now, wonder if they'll go to Weldon or whether Harbinson will come on to bowl again. Remember, Tector bowled such a good first over. He picked up 2 wickets in it, but they didn't go back to him, which was unusual. So far at the moment, Harbinson has got this right now. Will he come back? Will he go to Weldon and save himself and Tector if things start to go badly here? If Italy start to get into this, we'll have to wait and see. And this is going to be 4 runs. In fact, no, it's not. It's actually going to go all the way. It's going to be horns signal there from Tyrone Peters. He hits this better than that we expected, and he's also hitting this into the wind as well. So that's a cracking shot. And Italy, well, they're not giving this up. I know they've lost 6 wickets, but they are 46 for 6 at the end of 4.
I don't mind that if I'm in Ollie Riley. Great side on slow motion here of the young man's action. You can see he's got a strong physique up top, really pushes the ball, but the batter there having to play that on the up, not in complete control of the shot. Yeah, went for a Maximo, but that happens in T10 cricket. So if I'm the skipper, I'm going up to him and saying, good line, good length, young man, keep that up. And more often than not, you will come out on top. Now, a little bit of a change of pace. Almost feels like we're getting into the easy listening mode of today's radio show. We've got Mike Frost. He's been defrosted, taken out of the fridge, ready to go and unleash on these two.
It has got cooler. I don't think it's that cold yet for a bit of frost. Actually, I am surprised. All joking aside, I wouldn't have gone to frost just yet. I'd try and take out a few more wickets. Frost, and well. Okay, he might start with one. It's all about him. And oh yeah, what a catch. What a caught on ball. Well, what do I know? Because Sam Harbinson, the captain, is getting everything right here at the moment. That rhino is a sensational catch.
Absolutely. Stayed very calm under the ball there. Frost can easily panic and end up getting yourself into an awkward spot. Just followed the trajectory coming over his shoulder. Nice, safe pair of hands. Good ball too, just floated across outside off stump to the left-hander. A little bit of loop, took up the challenge, tried to swing it across to the leg side, and ultimately could only pop it up, and a great catch from Frost.
Incredible catch, and these are the standards that the likes of Ireland are going to aspire to. I mean, they practice this over and over again, but what I like about this is he knows it's his. He doesn't see where that's gone. He just turns and runs hard, and then he tries to find it, finds it, dives, takes the catch. Kosala is going to have to go. 46 for 7 here now, Italy. And Frost comes on. So they've used different bowlers all the way through. And Harbinson, well, everything he does at the moment is working a treat.
A good start from the young left-arm orthodox. Yeah, I'm a little bit different, Rico. I actually quite like, given the situation of this game, given the control that the Irish 11 have got, giving one or two of those extra bowlers, whether or not it's Frost, whether or not it's the young paceman Weldon, it's an opportunity to give them just another moment to get prepped for what will be some testing times ahead.
Yeah, I mean, go with that thought. I think at the same time, when you have, like, Tato took 2 wickets, Harbinson took 3, you could be thinking about just trying to come back on and try and take all the wickets pretty quickly. Well, that one doesn't miss the off stump by that much. It's a Jai Warden who's playing his first match here. He gets picked before the likes of Simranjit. So Samaru going across the line, misses out. And this one is just dropping short of the field. I think he needs to make up his mind pretty quickly here, Macbeth. Does he go with the catch? Does he try and stop it? He goes for the catch, but he's not able to stop the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. I don't mind that, really. I think if you take the wicket, it's another one down. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, it just drops in front of him.
Yeah, indeed, Rico. Some nice aerial bowling from Frost. He's continuing to draw some false shots. And boy, the wind has picked up here in the last couple of minutes. I've seen a few players lose their hat flying around the ground.
Nice tidy bit of fielding this time. The slide and stop from Macbeth. And when we get past the 50, in terms of the rate, they're not going to be too concerned about that, Italy, but they'll be concerned about the 7 wickets they've lost. And this one will go all the way. Manos, arriba from the Albitro. 6 runs. So at the end of 5 overs, Italy 57 for 7, and they have to believe Fernando is still there, and maybe he can spark a bit of a fight back here with Jai Warden. Rico Full here with the Rhino. Rhino, what a cracking start from Ireland.
Incredible stuff from the Irish 11, and we talked about this game being an absolute must-win for both of these teams. And the Irish have come down here and they've made a statement that they may still be scrapping for one of those later places, but they've got some pure quality in this team. Has been the bowling that's let them down on a few occasions. They've got such strength in the batting, but they look confident and they've come here with a plan as well. Fix their lengths up. I think the bowling's been much more disciplined today. It's actually been a really good performance. And as I say that,
it gets blasted for 6 when they go back to the man who started things off with the first over, Tector. But this one, well, he's been well hit. And with the wind blowing the way it is, Joe Warner gets this right and gets 6 runs. Good hit. Nice slog sweep from Joe Warner.
Yeah, good hit, but once again, not bad bowling from Tector. Gave the ball a little bit of air, had to swing across the line.
Well, taking on the fielder, takes a single, and this is what these two have to try and do here. Believe in themselves, keep that scoreboard ticking.
It's not a bad little partnership, actually. You just see that score creep up. 64 for 7, 2 balls into the 6th over. So if these two can stick around, the sort of 105, 110, still very possible.
Scuffs this one. Keeper after it, but can't get anywhere near it. And, well, maybe this is where the wind comes to the advantage of the batters, because I get the feeling that that just kept blowing that one away from the keeper who was after it. And that was same as Lynch.
I'll tell you what, Rico, it feels like we have, we might have some nasty weather on the horizon here at Cartamar Oval. Those flags around the ground are absolutely flying at the moment. And dust flying around, hats flying around, wickets flying around.
And Grizzlies flying around as well, as this one goes all the way. That's the one thing here. If you connect well enough, and with that wind blowing from left to right, well, these Grizzlies are going to fly. Just have a look at some of those flags in the background, and this Grizzly keeps going, and going.
Yeah, helpful thing for the right-handers hitting out towards their leg side with such support coming from the breeze.
So this one's hit pretty well as well. Great stop, really nicely done. And a little bit of the rock and roll there from Liam Doherty.
Good unit in the field, aren't they, Rico? Young team, this Irish group, very mobile, showing their hands are good, especially in those outfield catches, all important in T10 cricket.
And, well, it can't get to that one. That's going to be 4 more. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. This partnership, what I like about it is, like I said, you can't afford to get into a shower. You've got to be super aggressive, and that's what they're keeping. Yeah, that's what they're doing here. 76 for 7 now at the end, off 6. Yeah, nice looking shot here. Just gives himself a bit of room, plays it away. So, a very promising partnership. Can they keep it going? But look, those two do believe, and I'm liking their belief. I'm liking the body language from the two batters, looking very positive. And these are the scorecard so far.
Yep, these two most substantial totals of the innings. Well, Fernando, you and I know he is the most important character when it comes to pushing them up past the 3 figures here, Rico.
Jared Wilson comes into the attack, and he leaves this one alone as a batter. Quite happy to take the wide here, Joe Ardennett.
So what doesn't seem like much, but 30-run partnership in the scheme of an innings of now 77 for 7, so 777s all round. It's been a good rearguard action from these two. They've kept the boundaries flowing at a reasonable rate. They can set a platform and then launch some fireworks in the last few overs. They can still have a total to defend.
Good areas from Wilson. And Joe Ardennett and I think Fernando, they're going to stay and remain super aggressive. And you can see there, I mean, if he gets this well enough, I get the feeling he's going to fly into that third man area. With him standing up, I think it's the right shot to play. You're going to swing hard. Wilson. That's a bit fuller this time. We'll take the single, so Fernando gets back on strike. He's on 28 off just 8 deliveries.
Yeah, nice innings from him. He hasn't taken many undue risks. Played controlled cricket shots. Probably a few of his top order teammates could take a leaf out of his book, just playing the ball on its merits.
It's going to be 4 more. Beautifully played, just over pitch this time by Wilson. I think he was going for that sort of wide Yorker delivery. It just gets it a little bit too full, and Fernando latches onto it.
Yeah, didn't miss it by much, but Fernando once again staying balanced at the crease, good enough to just recognise, slide over pitch ball, freed the hands. Nicely played.
And nothing from the umpire. He was looking for this, wasn't he? Fernando gets beaten by Wilson. Good comeback from Gerard.
Yeah, Wilson probably a little bit like Harvinson in a way, just running in, medium fast, there or thereabouts, but puts the ball on a good length, keeps the line outside off stump.
Yeah, good bowling. Fernando a little bit disappointed he's missed out on that as well, so hasn't he come back? So started with a wide, then gets the dot single, and though one does fly for 4, he's stuck to his task really well as Wilson here. And this is a very good tied over. To play it out in the offside and going to get 4, beautifully placed. So been some really nice shots here from Fernando, and I like what these two are bringing. It's a good sort of balance. You got Joe Wardener, who's looking to hit hard over the leg side boundary, and Fernando is playing some dashing shots out on the offside. It is the end of the over, and Italy, well, despite 7 wickets down, moved to 86 for 7 at the end of 7.
Yeah, it's a cracking cricket shot there, Rico. Wasn't a bad ball whatsoever. Plenty of good cricket coming up as well. Teams out to Croatia, then second trip for the year to Malta, then back to your neck of the woods here in Spain for the last couple of weeks of the season.
Yeah, and I think that could be a tremendous finish in Barcelona, and then well, that's going to be a wide delivery. Yes, Harbinson, the captain, does come back. Yeah, I think that's going to be a fantastic series in Barcelona. Loads more runs, and maybe a few more records broken there. That's sort of how things started earlier this year.
Tell you what, Harbinson, when he puts one wide, makes the job for the umpires pretty easy, doesn't he? Tends to miss them by a long way. That's a good change up.
Oh, great effort. It's diving forward. I mean, he makes up a lot of ground, doesn't he, to get there. And that's Mike Frost.
Frost almost gave us chills in the commentary box if he had have completed that catch. Excellent dive, kept himself well balanced. Unfortunately, just skated out of his hands. Looks like it's hit the front of the digits.
That's in the slot, and that will disappear. That is a biggie. Oh yeah, that's more like it. And well, that is horns there from Tyrone Peters, the umpire. Oh, what a good hit this is.
Yeah, great strike from Fernando. This was probably the first slower ball that Harbinson's really telegraphed to the batters. You could see when he got into his gather, there was a distinct change in the action, and I think Fernando's picked it. He's sat on it, he's waited, and he's executed the shot. Outstanding batting.
And he's going to get 4 here as well. Change of angle from Sam Harbinson, who wants to come round the wicket. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And look at that, Italy. There, looks to be bringing up the 100 in this one. And all thanks to this partnership. And Fernando moves closer to a half-century as well. 46 off 14.
It's the half-century partnership up too, Rico. 52 between these two. A lot of them coming from the bat of Fernando. We were talking only a few overs ago that if they got to 105, 110, they'd feel at least they had something to defend. Should be well past that now.
Nice looking shot down the ground. He gets a single to his name. So now, this is what I liked about these two. Well, Simranjit is pretty happy with the way things are going here.
Is that almost Macarena type moves?
Yeah. Simi, the 12th in this one.
Seen you unleash them on the dance floor before, Rico, very effectively.
Robinson. And I think this is okay because he does move early. So that's good bowling. He sees the batter move early and he says, well, you know what? If you want to go that way, I'll follow you that way as well. Dot ball.
Probably a little bit harder for this over, Harbinson, as this wind's really picked up, blowing across to the leg side. It's nullified his outswinger somewhat, so he's going back to the change-ups.
And he doesn't help his course here. Joe Widener, because he moves early, and I think Sam Harbinson's too good a player to be fooled by that. He doesn't go short, he doesn't go for the stumps, which is what Joe Widener does want. So good finish to the over from Harbinson. He's bowled well, 3 for 26 in his spell, and Italy at the end of 8, 99 for 7.
Yeah, lovely change of pace, that last ball. I don't mind it, though, if I'm Italy, because it brings Fernando back on strike. So Jay Wardner having a swing at that final ball. Not the end of the world. Mike Frost coming back on to complete his 2-over spell. Fernando up to 47, so we're on half-ton watch. Italy moved up to 14% winning chance on the supercomputer.
Hit firmly down the ground, will be fielded. And that's Sam Harbinson. I'm going to like this matchup, I think. Joe Wardner against Frost. Joe Wardner will be looking to hit this over cow corner. He's got the wind, that will help him as well. If Frost gets it wrong, Joe Wardner will hit it big. And he scuffs at this one though, doesn't he?
Nice ball from Frost, actually. Probably had two options there, whether or not to float one a little bit higher out wide of off stump, or to really dig it in at medium pace just outside top of off. Went for the second option, kept it to 1.
Fernando, 48 of 16. They get past the 100 mark here, Italy. It's been a tremendous recovery. It's a nice looking shot, goes for the sweep, but the field has been set well. They're keeping the square leg up in the circle, mid-wicket, long on back. We've got 3 men out on the offside, sort of long off, a man an extra cover, and a sweeper out on the off. So all the men in front of the batters. Going to run hard for this one and get there. That's a good change up there against from Frost. I've been impressed with his bowling gear. It's probably the best I've seen him bowl. He really is thinking about what he's doing.
Certainly is. Went for the wider, slower one on that occasion. Might have actually been a wide if Jay Wadena had left it, but Frost probably enjoying bowling with the blustery wind as well. Brings some uncertainty for the batters.
Okay, well, he toe ends this, but I tell you what, the power is in it, and this one, well, that sort of goes into the VIP section. That's a big hit, and a blast that away, and that is going to be 50 up for Fernando as well. Well batted, and didn't Italy need this fight back from him?
Certainly did, Rico. Great innings from Fernando. Tell you what, that's an incredible strike. Felt like he got nowhere near that delivery. Frost probably thought he had Fernando in big trouble, but good enough to complete the shot.
And now chance, and he's taken. It's a really good catch, caught and bowled. And Fernando, after bringing up his 50, will get out, and well, he hits this and then goes down to his knees, doesn't he? As Frost completes the catch. And that is the end of a fantastic innings, though, it has to be said, from Fernando. He'll go for 55 on ball number 19.
Yeah, well, I'll do it all again, my friend Fernando. That is exactly what he should have been trying to do, punching the ball straight down the ground. Got to the pitch, fortunately just didn't quite get the elevation, and Frost takes a neat return catch. Good set of hands. And it's a much needed wicket for the Italians. 8th wicket down, 109 runs on the board. An excellent innings from him. 5 fours, 5 maximos in there. Pretty good strike rate considering the pressure that he came in. But a lot of work to do still here, Rico. It's the completion of the 9th, so 109 runs on the board. This final over could be determinative as to whether or not the Irish have a nervy chase or one that they'll feel pretty comfortable with.
It's going to be called wide, and I get the feeling that this is a correct call here because the batter actually goes towards leg side, and I think Wilson just grabbing a little bit of the line here. But the thing is here now, Wilson knows what the bat is going to try and do. So, yeah, that's a good call from Tyrone.
It doesn't miss too many, Tyrone. Probably looked worse because of the batter backing out to the leg stump. Jay Wadena, I'm not sure why he's backing away. Should we try to get across to go to leg?
Nice looking shot, and take the single. So, Aslan, he's going to go on strike. So 111 on the Nelson. We've seen a few wickets fall on the Nelson today already.
They're really backing Wilson to bowl wide of off stump here because they've got the 3 fielders, one at deep point, deep cover, and long off. So despite the heavy wind going out to the leg side, there's no one at deep square. So he can't afford to get too close to the stumps and a little bit short of the length.
This one is a nutmeg. That's a bit of a result, really, though, as Lynch wasn't able to hold on to this cleanly. Difficult one for the wicketkeeper when he's going for the legs of the batter. A result because it means that the batter that's in at the moment, will go back on strike.
Well, it's also a result for the Irish. Just talking about that field setup. Very fortunate that Arslan didn't clip that off his toes because unaccompanied boundary out there at square leg.
Good delivery, really well bowled. This is about assessing what Jarwarden is trying to do. I think he sussed that out earlier when he got the wide in. He likes to give himself a little bit of room, and he's not able to get anything on this. So really well bowled. Jarwarden, to his credit, though, this time he did stay more upright, and he actually went the right way, but wasn't able to get the contact in. Wilson, maybe the slower delivery. Yep, and nicely bowled, well taken by the keeper as well.
So Rico, that's now 13 balls for only 1 boundary. So the Irish, as much as they let that partnership get away in the middle overs, combination of Frost and Wilson have done a good job here at the back end.
3 balls to go in the innings. Can they try and notch up, or 2 balls, pardon me, they're trying to get to that 120 score? And no, he wants it, he's begging. Please, umpire says, please give me something. And Tyrone just shakes his head with a big smile, I bet you, saying, you're not going to get anything with that. I mean, he moves early as well, and Wilson, he's bowled a beautiful over here. In fact, he's bowled a brilliant spell, hasn't he?
It's so hard to get angry at umpire Tyrone when he unleashes those pearly whites as well.
And, well, how high is this? They might have a look at it. It's been called on field, so no ball called. And Wilson, he goes for the slower delivery, just overcooks it. So they're going to get 2 runs here, 1 for the no ball, called by Newcastle straight away on the field of play. They'll take the single. So Arslan, he can finish things off with a boundary here. If he gets a biggie, they get to 120. And they don't get nothing, and I can't believe they're not even trying to run as well. So it's going to finish with a dot. And Ireland, a fantastic performance, and this is all about knocking out the big boys at the beginning, and it will stay 114 for 8.
Yeah, pretty good finish from the Irish bowlers. Wilson lucky on a couple of those balls. That full toss, once again, should have been peppering the boundary. As it was, he got away with it and turned into a really good over from him at the end. Aside from the couple of extras, just everything singles and dots. So excellent finish. And Mike Frost with his left arm orthodox also bowled a couple of nice overs at the 5th and the 9th.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Ireland, they're very happy at the moment. They'll feel that they've got the ability, and especially got the informed batters maybe to go and knock these off. But, well, it was the man that they're probably hoping can get going, Tim Tector, that did the damage. But he did the damage with the ball, taking 2 wickets in his first. And, well, it didn't start so well. There was a couple of boundaries, but then there was that catch brilliantly taken. And that was Naqvi. Naqvi going the very first ball. There was that royal duck to start things off. And this one went a long, long way. A superb effort to try and keep that in the play by Frost. Well, Frost was going to get more of an opportunity to get into this match. But Mani Sandhu started well, didn't he? 2 big hits. But then he went for a 1 down the leg side, and this was a tremendous catch from Wilson.
Yeah, certainly was. Did a good job in the field, the Irish. And we often talk on European cricket coverage about getting off to a good start in the first ball of the over. On 4 occasions in this innings, the Irish have taken a wicket off the first ball of the over. In the 1st, 3rd, 4th and 5th, you cannot get much better in terms of controlling momentum of the game than that. But it was a good partnership in the middle, though, despite the Irish throwing themselves all around and Riley missing the chance of a run out on that occasion. They did manage to reconstruct after the loss of yet another wicket for a slightly sluggish shot out to mid-on. And it was a brave effort from the Italians because they really could have lost their heads once that whole top order had been dismissed.
Yeah, I mean, it was. They kept things going. Jasprit came in to try and up the tempo in the power play. It wasn't to be. He went first ball, so Pereira came out And could the captain get something going? No, because he would go to Wilson as well. And at that point, Italy were in some serious trouble.
Yeah, certainly were. Their outfielders did an excellent job, but Arvinsson's second over, his first one was exceptional. The second one, not quite the same quality. Unfortunately, he went for 13. They didn't really let any over balloon out too much. Tector went for 19 in his second, but as much as they kept it under control, excellent partnership. And Nishalmal Fernando played an exquisite innings in the middle, a half century when wickets had flown all around the place early on. And he had good company from Jayo Adina, who also battled hard. Mike Frost showing another clean pair of hands there. So in addition to his bowling, 2 caught and bowled, both of them very good, very different. The second one drilled at his chest. The only other thing being drilled around the ground. I'm surprised we didn't see some of those flags flying at some stage.
Well, flying. Well, one thing that was flying around was the Grizzly, because there was some great shots. I mean, they needed this partnership between Jayawardene and Fernando, and there were some really good shots being played. I think Fernando has kept at least Italian hopes alive with a fine half century, 55 of 19. You can see there, Ireland, what it means to them. They were flying themselves around. They know this is like their final. They know that the only chance they've got to be here tomorrow on final stage to win this contest, and they're giving it everything. Well, Simi was pretty happy while that partnership was going on. But Fernando, he was hitting it big, but then he would get out to a great bit of bowling as well. Great ability on this cordon bowl. So he gets his 50, and then next one he goes, and he goes down. He can't believe it. But that is a really good catch.
Really good catch from Mike Frost here to a really good couple of overs, actually, and helped Ireland keep things under control. But in the end, I think the Italians certainly won't go out as the happier team, but given where they were halfway through that innings, having 114 runs on the board, getting to bowl in blustery conditions, I don't think it's what they're aiming for, but certainly from where they were, Rico, they will be more than satisfied with that outcome.
Yeah, they certainly were. Don't forget, they were 57 for 7 at the halfway point. In the power play, they were 37 for 5. So thanks to that partnership between Fernando and Jayawardene, they do get to a score 55 for Fernando. What a good effort that was from him, because I think a lot of players in that situation probably would have just given up.
Yeah, certainly would, but he held his head high. Have a quick look at the bowling figures. Tector did another good job opening up. Ollie Riley, I liked him just getting a fuller length today. Just good to see the young man adjusting his bowling style. He's learning what to do in this T10 format. And also Mike Frost, really impressive in the middle of the innings. So the Irish have set themselves up for a chase here, which they will probably feel reasonably confident of, but the Italians have got a good bowling lineup, and these blustery conditions are not making batting easy here today. So the Italians putting on 114 for 8, led by Fernando's 55. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. I'm at Carter over with Rico Full. We will have the second innings of this match in a few moments' time, so please come and join us then.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Bienvenido de Campo de Cartama. Hello and welcome back to this must-win match for both these sides. Italy have had a knock and managed to get to 114. It's a below par score, but there are different conditions here at the Cartama Oval. It's a little bit windy, a little bit more overcast, so if they bowl well, they could cause some issues for the Irish batters, and I have to say it could have been worse for Italy, thanks to Fernando's 55 of 19 in a partnership with Jawardena. They do get to something they can try and defend. It's going to be Mohamed Aslan is going to bowl the first. It's going to try and see if they can get these quick wickets off the top order of the Irish batters. So we wait for Frederica Constant to give the umpires the thumbs up for the first ball. It will be same as Lynch and Tim Tector. Tector has become more of a bowler than a batter of late after his century against Spain. Can he find his form? This is slashed at high and it will go all the way. And even though he's hitting against the wind, same as Lynch, gets the boundary. He could do with getting back into form, couldn't he? And, well, he starts with 6 runs, just a little bit too much width there from Mohamed Aslan. So the perfect start for Ireland. Italy need to do the same thing that Ireland did to them, knock out the opening top 3 in the power play. And this is Uppish, but he gets it over the infield. It is going to be 4 more. It's a nice shot to play in the power play. You already got the 2 men out. And once again, a little bit too short, Arslan here. Needs to get the ball fuller. Joe Pereira hands in the ball back and probably says just that. Say, come on, get that bit fuller. No Dinadu Morage out on the field. So the 12th man, Simranjit Singh, is on the field. Well, this is a bit of a swing and a miss. Better areas though from Arslan. Good comeback. Well, speaking of comeback, it's nice to have Andrew Ryan back with me as well. Andrew, welcome back.
Gee, it's good to be back, Rico. And the few moments that we had in between those 2 innings, feels like the weather's taken a turn for the better. A little bit less blustery, not so much of a sandstorm on the horizon.
Ooh, just over Arslan. He doesn't try to hit this too hard, just relies on the timing here, same as Lynch. And maybe gets a little bit fortunate as he hands the strike over now to Tim Tector.
Considering how the ball generally rockets off his bat, that one didn't sound particularly good at all. I wonder if he's got a little crack in there. He was inspecting the wood immediately after the shot. Hard balls, these Grizzlies. Absolutely fly off the willow.
And that's a really good shot. Gets into position nice and early. I think he already anticipates what the delivery is going to be here from Arslan. Gets it right and sends it all the way. 6 runs.
Can't underestimate what a good shot this is, Rico. Look at the way he manipulates that bottom hand to get the ball towards long on from something that's about a foot outside off stump. Really, really good craftsmanship.
Nice shot of an Irish man doing the Bhangra dance there as the next one comes in. And this is going to go all the way. Well, there's going to be more dancing from the Irish as that's going to be Manos arriba, 6 más. As Tector looks to turn on the star. Well, what he's done is, he's put a little bit of misery in the way of Italy, because not only did they need a good start, but it's a disastrous one. It's a magical start, though, for the Irish. 23 off the first, 23 without loss.
Certainly when you're defending what is a relatively low target, you can't afford to be giving away that many runs. And unfortunately for Arslan, a couple of decent balls in there, but a few that were gimme hits as well, in particular that last delivery. So Ireland only requiring 92 off 54 balls. And Rico, it's good to know that despite my absence yesterday, I didn't miss a golden ball. That total is still ticking along and it's now well into 3 figures. Sharif comes on the bowl.
And he's going to disappear. Oh, that is humongous. That is huge. Don't worry about trying to find that one. Well, if you're gonna, it's going to Marbella. That's where you're going to have to fetch it from. What a hit. And Sharif bowls his first. And, well, same as Lynch. Absolutely monsters that. That's a great hit.
Great shot from Sharif, or off Sharif, I should say. Well, absolutely cannoned off Lynch's bat.
Sharif needs to come back here pretty quickly. And he's going to bowl a wide. Well, at least he's trying to get in better areas, I suppose, but goes a little bit too wide. He's going to have to bowl that one again.
Well, don't blame him from trying to push away from middle and off stump, because Lynch absolutely hammered that first delivery. Italian bowling attack started the tournament so well against the Dutch. It's like they've just started to look a little bit more ragged as the tournament has gone on.
And, this is going to be another wide, so not sure about this delivery. I think you can see there's the call for the wide, and it's also one for the over, so he can't bowl another short delivery, so puts himself under a bit of pressure here now, Mir Sharif.
Yep, looks like he's just lost some rhythm in his run-up, those last couple of deliveries. He needs to find it and to find it quickly. It's not happening there, so third one that he's dragged down in a row. You can just see that that right arm is pulling across his chest and really, really dragging the ball wide of off stump.
Hat-trick of wides, Italy.
It's not the hat-trick they were looking for.
No, they need to win. Ireland win this one, and they're back in the contest, aren't they? Here comes Sharif. It's a better area to get the single. Good running from the Irish.
Much better ball on that occasion from Sharif. Distinct improvement over his previous three anyway.
Quick look there of Rajmani. I wonder if he gets the next over. He can make things happen. And if I was the captain, I would not hesitate to give the ball to Rajmani Sandhu and hope that some of his mixture of slower balls and variations can get you a couple of wickets. And, well, the finger comes up. So I thought I heard a bit of bat there. So I wonder if it's pad and bat. We'll have to look at this again. Certainly heard something. And no real protest from the batter, I have to say. So Tim Tector will go. Mir Sharif does get a breakthrough. And well, it's worth having a look at this again.
Certainly is, Rico. At first glance, I expected this one to get turned down. Full credit to the appeal from Sharif. Let out a tribal-like scream, perhaps intimidated by Tyrone into raising the finger to save his own well-being.
Let's have a look here. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, is it going to go on and hit the stumps? I mean, I certainly did hear bat, I have to say. Now, there was a sound. There was no protest there from Tim at all. But then he's, I suppose true professionals don't. Interesting one. What are your thoughts?
I'll hold my original opinion that I expected that to be given not out. I think it possibly could have hit the stumps, but short of a length. He was well back in his crease, but also heading down the direction of leg side. But anyway, doesn't get too many wrong, Tyrone, so he's very certain that was hitting the top of leg stump. Either way, nice little comeback from Sharif after a few struggles with his direction.
Sam Harbinson, who's been in tremendous form with the bat of late, the captain of Ireland, now comes out. Becomes an important partnership, this. Harbinson is the man that Italy would like to take out the equation pretty quickly. And, of course, Lynch goes big, and this is going to go all the way. He just stands tall, doesn't he? Keeps his posture nice and still. Clubs this to the boundary. 6 more. And this is where all those extra balls, all those wides come to haunt you. Because, well, if he hadn't bowled them, he wouldn't have been bowling that delivery. Having said that, if he picks up a wicket here, he'll be saying, well maybe it works to my favour. Not if it goes to the boundary, though. And it will go to the boundary, and that's where it hurts you. So all those extra balls being bowled again have resulted in 12 runs. It's the end of the over. And Ireland, though they did lose a wicket in that one, they're 46 with 1 wicket down after 2 overs.
Seamus Lynch just returned to normal service for the dynamic opener. He's got such an uncomplicated batting technique, doesn't he, Rico? There's no huge extravagant movements or anything like that. It's just a very repeatable strike. And trying his best to make sure that Ireland keep their noses in this competition. 2 wins to date, so if they can take this game, they'll be 3-3. Still some important matches coming up this evening.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing here, Rhino, maybe more on that after this delivery, as this has been beautifully hit through the covers all along the carpet here at Cardamom, as Sam Harbinson gets his first boundary. 4 carreras, lovely stroke. But I think here Ireland is not just winning, but it's winning well, because I think then they see the possibility to really up the net run rate here, and that's going to be critical.
Indeed. 3-3, but they can still get themselves into a fairly reasonable position. Good to see Harbinson continuing his form over the last couple of days as Singh's missed the target by a decent way on that occasion. That was a lovely shot, the previous ball. Delivery on the up, but got the hands through very cleanly. Timed it so well.
50 and came up with that shot as well. Now wide 51. That's what they're playing for there. That magnificent trophy. Still a little bit nervous, I think, the Irish there.
Been hovering close to that trophy all afternoon, though, haven't they? They might have a claim to that the way this is going. Harbinson steps inside a ball that was slightly short of a length on the stumps and has just helped it's on its way for another Maximo.
Yeah, lovely shot. Look how quickly he moves. It's all about anticipation. He gets there in that position early and gets the ball he was expecting, and it gets sent away. 6 more. Jasprit coming on in preference to Rajmani Sandhu. The thing is, though, it's a little bit of the same. It's the same sort of stuff that was bowled before by Arslan and by Sharif. Whereas Rajmani, at least he offers you a little bit more. Got to try something here. Slower ball, maybe. A bit of a hurry there. I think Harbinson looking to hit this straight down the ground. The sun comes out here on the Costa del Sol as it caresses the Cardamom Oval. And maybe it's shining on the Irish here at the moment. It's a pot of gold maybe somewhere.
You feeling a little bit off balance, Rico, for most of the day, not being able to say sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket with the weather that we've had?
It was cloudy, but I still stayed earlier. I had to, especially when we saw some of the shots there that were played by the young teen sensation Kloppenberg. He played some really funky shots. Single taken there, so chance to just rotate the strike.
Lynch is one of those players that maybe because he's not an extravagant striker of the ball, he just reaches 30 or 40 runs with what's seemingly a minimum of fuss, despite only taking so few balls. That's an awful delivery from Singh. He's tried to go for the in-swinger. It's missed leg stump by about a metre.
Well, that's a minimo. There's a big silence around the ground at the moment, because I think a lot of the Italian supporters that are here, and of course the players on the field of play, have got nothing really to shout about at the moment. It's all about the Irish, and that certainly helps you. 5 from nothing, so Jasprit gets his line wrong. 17 have come off the over. Still got 2 balls to bowl. Hit hard, high in the air. This one will disappear as well, and well, they're trying to get their hands on the Grizzly here, are the Irish. And maybe send it back with a bit more of the Irish luck. Now they're having a ball at the moment, aren't they?
Geez, I haven't seen Irishmen so happy since the Corps announced they were reforming and going on tour. This is just unbridled happiness from their fans up in the hospitality suite. Look at that.
Look at him
Arms
there.
go up, trying to get themselves a souvenir grizzly.
Oh, look, he wasn't giving up. He was going in the bushes for that one. Well, you're going to have to go into the trees for this one as well, as this one gets sent away. More applause, more dancing, more joy for the Irish. More despair, though, for the Italians. As that over, it does go magical. In fact, I think it might even go supersonic. I think it does this over. That gets absolutely smashed. And I get the feeling, well, what's it go for 29 in the end? And, well,
I think we can safely say this is a game of 2 power plays, Rico. Italy 37 for 5, the Irish 75 for 1, and the Italians have gone for more than 20 runs in every one of their 3 overs so far.
yeah, it's not good, is it? And, well, Jasprit did get, and now they're going for a bit of, so I don't know why they're going for Rajmani. All right, you've got to try something different. They're going for a bit of spin. All I say at the moment, the way the Irish are going here, 75 for 1 of 3. Well, Germany and Spain are going to be sweating a little bit because that now becomes a huge contest. Short, hammered, gone, disappears. Oh, that is brutal. That is a monster strike.
It's a monster strike, but once again, let's not underestimate the quality here. This is not just mere slogging from Harmanson. Look at how quickly he gets down to almost play a sweep-esque shot on one knee. Still manages to get the power underneath the delivery to swing it out backward of square. Fantastic batting.
This partnership, 48 of 10 deliveries. I mean, well, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And that's quite amazing. And the 50 might come off of 11. That's record pace.
Of course, just checking the ball's still in one piece.
And it will come off the 11th delivery. What a partnership this is. And this is just brutal stuff. They are taking the Italian bowlers to the sword. Well, what a partnership. Breathtaking stuff from Ireland here.
Oh, such consistent striking. Not great bowling from Crossler, to be honest. He's dragging it down to not necessarily leg side, but allowing Harmanson to get inside the line and swing it with the help of the wind. He's really got to push the ball outside off stump. Better.
And chase on for the field. They can't get there though. As there's going to be 4 more. The striking from both these batters has just been phenomenal. It really has. And Dimi Kosler, well, he does go out on the offside. But the batter, Harbison, still finds the boundary.
It wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Kosler, actually. Wouldn't say he induced a false shot, but certainly Harbison mistimed it somewhat, but he hasn't mistimed that one.
That is humongous. It really is. I mean, we are seeing some exhibition batting here from the Irish. They started this championship week with a fantastic display of batting when they scored 216 against Spain. They went off the ball a little bit. Are they coming good, Rhino, at the right time?
I think that Grizzly's still coming down, Rico. That's got to be close to the biggest 6 we've seen on that side for championship week.
We're going to see 100 come up here maybe before the end of the 4th over. Well, yeah, we are. There it is. And it's done in style. Well, it's showtime here at the Cardigan Oval as the Irish turn on the style. Well, there you have it. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well,
I knew you were going to use it then, Rico, and rightly so.
Rightly so indeed. This is incredible. 100 up. And they're still going. That's going to be another one. It goes all the way. Manos. Arriba, arriba, arriba. I seis más. That is the end of the 4th over. And the score, 107. We're going to have to go to Vinny Sandhu and ask him if this is the quickest 100 that we've seen come up. I reckon it's got to be the quickest that we've seen in international level anyway.
Well, I've just contacted AI Maximo, the augmented version, and he's nodding his head and saying, no, it's not the fastest to 100. But what I can tell you, Rico, is that Kosler's gone for a boundary on every single ball of that over. 664, 646. Probably not one he'll be putting up on his Instagram reels tonight.
It goes supersonic, doesn't it? Pereira decides he's had enough. He's going to have a ball. Well, he may have a ball, but he's going to be hit for 6 as well. Well, it doesn't matter who comes on. The ball is just flying to one part of the ground. Yep, the fireworks have started. It is raining sixes around the Karama Oval at the moment.
Certainly is. Lynch giving himself a chance of getting to the half-century mark with that shot. He's up to 48, and only the 2 runs needed to complete this victory.
And they're going to try and do it in style, and they will, because the wind picks up from nowhere, picks up the Grizzly, takes it over the fielder. It is going to be a 50 also from Lynch. He gets his 50. He also wins the match for Ireland. Ireland, they are back. Well, we're having a bit of a sandstorm here at the moment, but not even that could stop the Irish. What a victory. What a way to do it. This is certainly going to pump up their net run rate as well. So Italy, well, like Jersey before them, they're going to be playing in the last match, but really with nothing to play for, just for pride. Ireland, well, they have really now put some pressure on the next match that we're going to see here, coming up, of course, at 6:30 local time, so around about an hour, 15 minutes away, when we are going to see Spain take on Germany. That now becomes a little bit of an eliminator, I think, because we're going to have a chance to look at the standings. Ireland have done themselves a huge favour here, Rhino.
There was a storm here this afternoon, Rico, but it was in the form of the Irish batters. That partnership from Lynch and Harbinson, absolutely tremendous striking. Lynch managing to get to his half-century on that last ball of only 12 deliveries, and Harbinson taking 11 for his 44. So fantastic finish, and hasn't it kept the Irish fans happy?
Well, these are highlights that if you are an Irish fan, or if you just like good, clean, big hitting, you're going to love it, because they knocked these runs off in just 26 deliveries. It was quite spectacular.
Certainly was, and they tacked this relatively moderate total with gusto, and Seamus Lynch just once again showing that his uncomplicated but clean ball striking is such a recipe for sustained success in this form of the game. That was the 1 wicket loss. Tector might claim himself a little bit unlucky being gunned, but as it is, brought the skipper out and he continued his excellent form. He really has given them a jolt with the bat in the last day or two. Coaches, they'll be happy to have him down the middle order for some tougher games coming up. Italy, certainly not their best performance of this tournament. They started with a blaze of glory against the Dutch 11. But since then, particularly that tight loss to the Spanish, they just really haven't been able to recapture their form. And the bowlers just looking a little bit ragged as they get to the end of this tournament.
Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, there was a couple of big hits, and that 100 coming up before the end of the 4th over, that was quite remarkable. And also what's remarkable is Seamus Lynch, and one thing maybe we've overlooked, he brings his 50 up in just 12 deliveries as well. And we know that probably the fastest 50 we've seen is 10 balls, but it's just incredible hitting. And Ireland, well, maybe they did lose their way a little bit after that big win against Spain when they had those 3 losses on the spin. But when they needed to, they've come back strong. And their performances here have been superb today. They beat England, and now doing over Italy here as well. They put themselves back in contention to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly have. I'm not sure if I was one of those teams above them that I would relish playing the Irish 11. They're coming into the final stage of this tournament in some good form and a number of players growing in confidence. And Enrico Full is a man who is a subtle but dedicated Spanish fan. You have to be a little bit nervous with what is coming up.
Yeah, I mean, taking on Germany. Germany is a team, let's be honest, I think any one of the teams that are left in this championship, you do not really want to be playing Germany, because if they turn it on, they have been awesome. Their batting's been good, and they're a team that have shown that they can bowl those deadly Yorker deliveries as well. That is really going to be a super highly contested match, and it could go either way.
Certainly could. Bowling figures, not sure the Italians will be dwelling over this bowling card too much. Amir Sharif with the 1 wicket. It's the LBW. The rest of them, including Sharif himself, going over 20, including 2 of them who were taken for a supersonic 30 plus, which meant that Ireland managed to chase down this target with relative ease, only 4.2 overs needed.
Yeah, well, Ryan, I'm going to put you on the spot. So you've had my thoughts on that match, Spain-Germany. Come on. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Look, I'm going to plump for the Spanish. The Spanish, there's something about them. They haven't looked 100% through this championship week, but they just have a knack of winning close games, and I think this will be a tight one. And they just have players who know how to play this T10 format. As much as I really, really regret giving him credit, Corey Rutgers, great thinker of the game. He manages to extract value out of all the constituent parts of his team. I'm going to nod towards the Spanish to that one, and I hope it is, because it will keep you happy, Rico Full.
Yeah, well, look, I tell you what, I mean, that match coming up in an hour, 11 minutes time, that is like an eliminator for me now, because I think when we have a look at those standings here now, the way that Ireland have won that, they put themselves on 6 points. They are definitely going to be going through to tomorrow. No doubt about it. Whoever loses out of this match will be out. So this is an absolute biggie. And we said that last match, Ireland-Italy was like a final. This as well is like a final. This is the final for these two teams.
Yeah, well, hopefully this one will be a tad closer than the previous game. And I'm sure Spain and Germany will give us a great contest. That game coming up in an hour and 10, but to keep you excited during that time, what do we have here, Rico?
Well, we have more exciting stuff coming from the ECN studio when Daniel Weston put some questions to James Cantor off the head of operations of the European Cricket Network. I think that's going to be an outstanding interview. We've got loads of time for it, so let's cue it up. Daniel Weston speaks to James Cantor.
James, great to finally have you on the studio here today. Welcome. Thanks for all the efforts that you've done on the park. Now I have you on the studio, I want to find out a little bit more about you and how European cricket has evolved over the last few years. But firstly, back in New Zealand, what are some of your first memories of cricket?
First memories of cricket have to be in the backyard as any young Kiwi growing up, playing with your brothers, your neighbours, losing the ball on neighbouring property. For my first proper match though, I'd say I was about 6 or 7 years old fielding. I took a catch and everyone was celebrating the fielder, the bowler. And I didn't get it. I was like, I've just taken this catch. Why are they celebrating him? I never got it. Didn't get it that whole year. We were at the prize ceremony and he gets a trophy for taking a hat trick. I'm thinking, why is he getting this trophy? I took the catch. I didn't know what a hat trick was. I was just gutted I didn't get a trophy. That's my first competitive cricket memory.
So you took the catch, which was his hat trick?
Yeah, but I mean, I took the catch.
Well done. And what was the name of the club?
North Shore Cricket Club, oldest club in New Zealand.
Incredible. When did they start?
1850.
And who are the other famous cricketers from North Shore Cricket Club?
Danny Morrison's through North Shore Cricket Club.
Yeah?
Yeah, one of our old boys.
Has he got his photo on the wall there?
Sure does.
And when you go back to New Zealand, do you drop by the club there and see what's going on?
I go down there occasionally, keep an eye on the cricket.
And then, so when you went to school, were you playing cricket as well, or just at the club?
Yeah, so from year 5 till 10, you're basically at the cricket club, and then at intermediate school, you play for intermediate school, then you go to high school play, then once high school's finished, it's back down to the cricket club. For me, it was more of a social thing at that point, cricket. Basically, same group of mates from when I was about 11 years old, right until after high school. We were playing every Saturday.
Right, and you were playing rugby as well?
Yep, rugby over the road at North Shore Rugby Club.
Yep. And then, so what took you away from New Zealand? Where was the first stop?
First stop, moved over to the US for a winter. I was really into my skiing, my snowboarding, winter sports. So went over there for a 6-month winter, came back, started working, then decided I'd want to do a bit more skiing and snowboarding. So moved over to Canada for 2 years, came back again. Didn't really want to be away from the snow, so moved down to the South Island. That's where I met my current partner in 2011. Good year for New Zealand, won the Rugby World Cup back then. It's easy to remember.
And obviously your partner's German. So then what took you to Germany? Did she decide to move to Germany, or did you both?
Yeah, I wasn't quite ready to move to Germany yet, and her visa was running out in New Zealand, so we moved over to Melbourne for about 9 months, but she really wanted to come back and study, so we decided, okay, let's head over there, let's move over, check out Germany.
Right, and then you got to Munich, and what were your first memories of cricket in Germany?
Yeah, I was in Munich, didn't speak the language, didn't know anyone around there, so just searched on Google Munich Cricket Club, and it turns out there was a cricket club called Munich Cricket Club. So I went down one day for a training, met Desmond Bradley. He asked me, am I a batter or a bowler? I was not really sure I'm either, but I just said I'm a bowler. Yeah, then ran in some tall Australian guy, the Daniel Weston, you might have met him before. And yeah, that's where my German or European cricket started.
Yeah, and then obviously we were touring. We were a big touring cricket club back then, so we were playing cricket together. I remember I think the first weekend I spent with you, we were in the dorm room, and there was some tuna fish.
That's not a great story. That
was put into your sleeping bag, or into your pillow, and then I wanted to make sure that you knew that before you went to sleep that night. And I think that was the first time we sort of
communicated. Yeah, it was a bit of I don't know if I call it a rookie hazing or initiation, but yeah, I was in the room. Something smelled very fishy in that room. I mean, it's 13 guys sharing a dorm room, so it's always going to smell a bit fishy. But then, yeah, I was like, what's going on? You told me it was in there. I thought it was Gus on the bottom bunk, so I went to whack him with my pillowcase. Didn't realise there was tuna inside that pillowcase. The tuna came out everywhere. I felt sorry for the lady. I had to clean up in the morning.
That was incredible. But these European cricket memories, you know, the touring, playing short form cricket with your friends, that was, yeah, just a fantastic moment. And then obviously we started to work together, trying to promote cricket in Germany with German Cricket TV. How did you enjoy those few months?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I remember I'd quit my job. I was all set to move back to New Zealand. I was going to move in December. Julie would move in February after her study had finished. And you said, oh, you know, do you want to do some work for me for a month? Just help me with this video editing. And because I'm a professional video editor, I said, sure, I'll help you out, Dan. I know how to do this. Done it lots before. So I gave you a hand. The month was done. I was on my last trip. I was up in Berlin. We're having a last little holiday before leaving Europe. And I got this message when I'm on the train in Berlin. It says, hey mate, I know you're leaving, but I'd like you to stay here and help me with this. And I just looked at my screen. We missed our stop by 2 stops, thinking, okay. And so had a chat with my partner, with my girlfriend Julia, and decided, you know, maybe it's going to be tough for her to move back to New Zealand straight away without any experience from studying. So I thought I'd rather take this risk and it doesn't pay out than not take the risk and see this become what it is now and even bigger. So yeah, happy with the choice. And yeah, back then, German Cricket TV.
We had lots of cameras. We had 18 GoPros. We had 12 cameras on tripods, and we essentially just wanted to travel around Europe and create as much content as we can to promote the game. That's what we did for 2 years, until the famous Cricket on Ice event, which was fantastic, with Cricket Switzerland, getting invited to go there. One year we meet Vinny there, who became our commentator.
Mr. Maximo.
And then the next year we were there, we obviously met Roger Finer, which then started the discussions around doing something more than German Cricket TV, which then evolved into the European Cricket Network. Some of those memories as well. I mean, when we started the European Cricket League for the first time in 2019, we had 4 kilometres of banner to put up, and I remember those days of creating that first event, creating that branding, and just doing everything with our bare hands. They were, yeah, it's incredible because we were creating something new, obviously with Jonty as well, and many others. Going into the unknown, just wanting to promote the game as best we could.
Yeah, it's always pretty incredible when you look back on those days as well, of what we put on for those 3 days and how much work went into it. And you know, to be honest, not much experience putting that event on either. And, you know, none of us had done this before, and yeah, I think just a week of no sleep. I think my greatest moment was right after the final was done. It was, you got a sense of relief that we'd achieved this, and yeah, it was a really great feeling. And to see where it keeps growing is, you know, from a 3-day 10-team event to a 30-day 35-team event is massive.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, huge thanks to you. And being head of operations now, I know that after that first event I couldn't sleep for many weeks. I was eating ice cream non-stop because the buzz of having that ECL for the first 3 days was so high. It was actually, yeah, it was hard to think about what was next. And then obviously we wanted to plan the next event, and then Corona came. and then we completely changed what the plans were to create this European Cricket Series. So now that we're promoting and trying to help grow the game all across Europe, do you see a big opportunity in where it's all leading for European cricket?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at the growth we've already created, it's been impressive. You know, just building a structure in Europe for teams to really excel on the platform, to really excel. You know, a lot of guys before, you know, they weren't so interested in winning their league, because you win your league, you got a plastic trophy. You know, some clubs took it seriously, but there wasn't much of a carrot really for them. Now that they're so passionate about it, they all want to be on this field here playing in ECL 19. You see it growing all the time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's fantastic. I know, yeah, I knew you were the right man to help with this. Just ever since I first met you, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you in these years. Let's hope it's just the beginning now. We've got so much ahead of us, especially with the women's ECC that will start in a few weeks' time, and we really want to expand the women's game, because I know Julia, obviously your partner, loves the sport. She plays the sport, and if we can do as much for the women's game as we do for the guys, then that'd be really exciting in the years to come.
Yeah, and I think we're already doing that as well by putting on these ECS matches, putting on these internationals for the women as well. It's given them more opportunity of letting them take their cricket more serious as well, because they know they're being appreciated. So, yeah, I think we can grow the game really well with the women's cricket too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, James, once again, thank you so much to you and the ECN crew. Everyone that's trying to make this thing work, creating things new, and sometimes they're uncomfortable, and sometimes it's the first time we're ever doing things. But the way you and the entire crew hold themselves, yeah, congratulations, well done, and huge thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, James.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, kind of an eerie afternoon here with a bit of interesting weather around, but right now we are plodding forward and we have match 20 on the way. Really interesting clash between Spain and Germany coming up. Just 2 more matches left in the qualification stage here, and this is a biggie. A few scenarios we'll talk about in a sec, but right now let's go out to Rob Kemming. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Right, Germany, your call.
Dream11. We all have a ball.
So Daniel Dorcaye of Spain has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So Spain and Germany, it looks like there's just room for one in the final for tomorrow. Of course, we have to say goodbye to 3 teams at the end of the night. But there's another interesting scenario that, you know, with a bit of rain around, with 3 teams being tied on 6 points, even though the Irish are ahead at the moment on net run rate, but if these 2 teams were to split the points, actually both these teams will go through and the Irish would miss out. But let's assume the rain doesn't intervene. It's simply an elimination matchup between these 2 and the winner will go through to the finals tomorrow. Also Spain, if with a big enough win, and I'm thinking if they were to chase in like 7 overs or less, they could actually still grab the double chance. So it's kind of a bit on the line. Let's go up to the commentary box now, and Rico Full is waiting for me. I'll be back in a sec, Rico, but for now I'm going to tell you the news from the toss here in match number 20 is that Spain, and they've won the toss, and they've sent in the Germans.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. There are smiles on the faces of all the players at the moment, but one of them at the end of this contest will not be smiling because elimination faces the team that ends up on the losing side here. Spain taking on Germany. Spain, of course, had a sensational win over the Netherlands last night, thanks to Hamza Salim Dar. He's in great form, as is the captain, and Daniel Dorcaye. Question marks, though, about the bowling, maybe from both these sides. That's where the weaknesses have been. And Germany, the last time we saw them in action, well, they weren't able to get a win over the Netherlands, putting 122 on the board. The Netherlands got there with 5 balls to go. But before then, they did have a good comprehensive win against Germany. That's against Jersey. That's the way that Germany have been. When they have won, they've won well, and they've won in destructive form, you know, hitting runs quickly or bowling teams out well. But when they've lost, they've played badly, and I think that's why the win predictor has Spain just in front, 53 to 47%. But this is a huge match. The way that Ireland have performed today, getting those 2 victories, it means that they have put themselves in a good position. They will be here tomorrow, and the winner, whoever wins out of here, will be here tomorrow as well. The loser will find themselves out of the Euros of cricket leading up to finals day tomorrow. So a huge match. Welcome back to everybody as well. Hello to Twilight John Gray, and also to Mr. Kitty as well. And Maya in the chat as well. Of course, Maya will be supporting Germany, no doubt. So a huge match. Spain, though, have won the all-important toss, and the team that love to chase put Germany in, and it will be Atif Mohammed who bowled in the first ball. And what I can tell you is that the wind has really picked up the last half an hour or so. It's been swirling around. We've had some issues with the sight screens, and I know that some work is being done on that right now, which might be a reason why there is a slight delay. Well, there you go. That's what's happening at the moment. Trying to sort out the screens here, and I get the feeling that there may be a little delay. You see that Ian Rummage just holding proceedings up, and the team, the crew are up there trying to get things sorted out pretty quickly. I'll just remind you of the way things went yesterday. Germany, as I said, they weren't able to get a win over Netherlands. The last time we saw them, 122 for 9, they put on the board. The Netherlands, they got there thanks to 42 of 20 from Clayton Floyd. He also took 2 for 24, so he was the player of the match there. So Germany, they come into this one with a defeat behind them against the Netherlands. But remember, we had that extra match yesterday, and as a result of that, Germany did get a chance to play again. They took on Italy in match number 15, and it was better from the Jamshid Khan. 56 of 18 was the hero, and Italy just falling short. Germany winning by 9 runs, so got that win. And of course, their opponents here, Spain, got a good win against the Netherlands. Netherlands won 40 for 5. And Spain, thanks to, as I mentioned earlier, Hamza Salim Dar, 61 of 16, get the win under their belt. So you can see that we're just having a discussion there with the DDC. Probably, I think, going to have a chat with the batters here as well about those screens to see what issues that might cause. I mean, it might be because this wind is not letting off, so it might be the fact that they may not be able to get those screens, sight screens sorted. We'll have to wait and see. But what I can tell you is well, that the world is watching, and we have a lot of partners around the world that are tuning in. I think here, of course, in Spain, La Liga Sports TV will be actively following this, and I know a lot of the Spanish will be watching and hoping things go their way. And well, in Germany, it will be Sports Digital TV, and hoping that is Germany that are victorious in this one. And glad to be joined by Vinny Sandu, who might have a bit more of an update for us on what's happening with those screens. Vinny, welcome.
Yeah, well, you're right about the wind. I kind of intimated it a few moments ago, but what's happened is actually the sight screen blew apart because of the wind. And so, that's Corey. It's just in game mode, obviously. But so what the decision has made is you can't really repair it. And it's not a terrible background anyway, but it's been flapping around. So the idea is, to try and get that material out the way so that both teams are batting under the same conditions as far as the background. It's not ideal, to be honest, but I mean, the winds have been gusty and really strong. A lot of things have been blowing around. We know it can get like this sometimes here. And let's be honest, Rico, we've been blessed by beautiful weather, haven't we, so far here on the Costa del Sol? But today, it's been a little bit different.
Yeah, it has been. We've had fantastic sunshine, great weather, high temperatures. But today, as we know, the forecast was always looking a little bit tricky, a little bit testing. And that's certainly coming to play here. The important thing is this, is that at least at the moment we're not having any rain. It's got a bit nippier. You can see the rummage there. It's got a few extra layers on as well. A bit of discussion there with James Cantor, man, that we just saw on the ECN studio, having a conversation with Daniel Weston. But I think you're right. It's going to be more distracting having it blowing around.
Yeah.
So the better option is just to have it taken off. It's going to be the same, of course, for both teams. So
same
get it
both
taken
sides.
off. And
it was a 4-man pull at the moment. There's 2 on each side trying to hold the flaps apart. So that's kind of the situation. Obviously, Daniel Dorkaya getting a few instructions. And Tyrone, well, he's coming to help out. I tell you what, no matter how dark it gets, his smile still lights up the Cardimer Oval, doesn't it, Tyrone?
Tyrone swinging into action.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about here. That's where the sight screen was, and because of the wind, it's been pulled apart. And basically, I think it's quite impractical to try and fix that. It's quite a big job. So, I mean, it's not the worst background, like I said, at this time of the day. The giant ball's holding on, maybe only just. That could be the biggest chase of the tournament if that goes.
That might be more of an issue if that starts to roll onto the pitch. Can you imagine that?
Well, have you heard of the Zorb balls? You know, those giant Zorb balls? Imagine that coming out and taking a few players out. It would look like a Japanese game show. Anyway, it's a bit of frustrating for these two teams because ultimately it's such a big game, isn't it? It's a huge match for these two. Now, Ireland 11, they're also here. They're waiting, and they're waiting a little bit nervously because they know if there's no result in this game, so if we don't get to a 3 over minimum per side, then they can get knocked out of the tournament. So a pretty nervous wait for them as well. Germans, well, they're pretty happy because they're under cover at the moment. But yeah, it's been a bit of a strange day and a bit of a strange start here to match 20.
Now, look, why don't we talk about this? I know that you were there doing the draw the other day, and this is it here.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Because I used to roll the dice to choose which group I'm going to talk about, I'm completely thrown now because I need a 7-sided dice, right? But I'm going to try and look to see if there's one anyway. Okay, I'm going to do that. And I've got, give me Group A. Okay, pretty easy.
Yeah.
The Italian representative still to be determined. And there's a few clubs that are in the frame there. I wonder if it'll be a club from the north or maybe a club from the more central region around Rome. Cobras, I mean, they were brilliant earlier in the season in the ECS.
Well, yeah.
Didn't quite go all the way in that, but did qualify for the ECL as the T20 champions of Hungary. So great to have them playing for the first time. Skanderborg, really excited to see them. Nikolai Darmstadt plays for them. If you remember, he was a guest for Farmers in the ECL earlier this year. Played really well. He's been playing club cricket in Ireland. And Skanderborg have qualified before for the ECL, but it was one of the pandemic editions that couldn't get played. So I'm super happy they get an opportunity. Croatia, obviously, they've been represented by Zagreb Sokol last couple of years, but we don't really know their representative yet, but we know we will be in Croatia very soon. I think maybe the Zagreb Assassins might be around the mark there as well. And Heritage CC, I know that Vikram Vich from Luxembourg plays for Heritage CC and a couple of other national representatives. So that's Group A, and well, hopefully we don't have to get on to me talking about another group, but give us your thoughts, Rico.
I'm looking forward to one question I had for you. I've noticed that Drew are in there in a group stage, so there's no automatic qualification then going into sort of the finals week then.
Yeah, that's right. And so that's because it's a 35-team tournament. It was 31 last year, so it was 6 groups of 5 plus the returning champion automatically qualifying, because that's a 31-team setup. But because we have 4 new teams involved, in fact, you can see Slovenia bottom of Group D there, you can see Serbia bottom of Group E, as well as another 2 teams yet to be officially released, but we know who they are at the moment. Just waiting on a few official things to happen in the right channels. But anyway, looks like we're going to make a start here, and it's just a little bit of a misty rain coming at the moment. It's the classic, well, I say it's the calm before the storm, but I wouldn't say it's too calm out there at the moment, Rico.
No, it's not very calm. And the players, they've had to stay sort of focused. So a little bit of pressure on the batters. They've been out there probably itching to get started. Well, we are going to get started here slightly later than scheduled. It's going to be Atif Mohammed to start.
And what a start it is with the wind up and out of here. I mean, Jungbauer must have been a bit nervous. He was going to make the longest golden duck in history. He's been batting for 9 minutes, but he just picks that one up off his hip with the wind, disappears out of the ground. 6 runs, a perfect start for the Germans.
Yeah, nice shot from Jungbauer. We saw this yesterday, this move from Germany, having him up in the power play. I think it worked well for them. And he gave them a good start yesterday, and he's looking to do the same here today. That's his areas. He hits on the leg side really well.
Yeah, he sure does. And I think partly also it's the fitness of Vasikaran. We're getting deep into the campaign for Germany now. I know they played 3 days of intensive group action, and now we're into day 4, pretty much straight off the back of that in championship week. So I think Vasikaran at this stage is a player that they don't necessarily want batting unless he has to. But now this one's to the skies. How far is it going to fly? Well, far enough. Maximo back-to-back this time. Jungbauer goes downtown and beats the wind.
Yeah, good hit. I mean, again, not trying to overhit this. It's more timing. He goes high, but it still goes all the way. Lovely stroke. So 6 runs, 2 balls, 2 sixes. Well, there she goes.
You don't actually see Atif Mohammed hit that way too often as well, because he's not that easy to drive. He tends to get a bit more bounce than you expect. The ball gets big on you, as we say. But Germany got the early lead here, but it's just an early lead. But yes, everyone that was saying, scores are out of control and this, which is true, but also we had perfect batting conditions. I think you can't discount that over the first
doesn't matter
few weeks of this.
How much gel you put in your hair, it's going to make no difference at all. Look at Atif Mohammed's here. Well, that's a little bit of gel, hairspray and everything. And it's not doing this job, is it? It's not doing this job.
Like a 1980s MTV clip at the moment. Atif gets the comeback, and he's going to get hit for a 3rd consecutive 6 by Jungbauer. Batter's hat-trick. Maximo. Germany on so far. A race against time, race against the weather, race against the clock. But Jungbauer, 18 off 3.
Who needs a sight screen? Well, he don't need one, does he? He's seen it pretty good. 3 balls, 3 sixes, and against who? One of the best bowlers that we've probably seen at the Kardama Oval, Latif Mohammed. And well, he's taking the rag to his shoes and to the pitch here. And look, there is a little bit of spray around. It's sort of that misty. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of one time in Gibraltar. I have to be honest, when we had the misty spray coming in from the Atlantic. But yeah, not ideal conditions here. But if you're hitting down lakeside with the wind behind you, that Grizzly is going to sail.
Oh, now he's bowled around his legs. Well, he tries the 3-card trick once too often. Does Jungbauer. 6, 6, 6 and out. Well, we had to wait, but once we got on the park, we got some action coming your way here in match 20. Crucial match. Atif strikes back, 18 for 1.
Yeah, look, it's a perfect delivery. You know what the batter's trying to do. He's there for one job, isn't he? That's to get flying in the power play. He gets 3 of them out of the middle and hits big. 3 sixes, but you just got to back yourself as a bowler. And Latif Mohammed, he is a classy bowler. He says, you know what, if that's what you're going to try and do to me, I've got to get on right up there. And he does. Gives himself a little bit too much room to play with. And he ends up missing the straight one. And Latif, he hits back for Spain.
I still think that's the odds of a guy jumping miles outside his off stump. Those balls outside the leg, not easy to catch up with. Jungbauer, though, has the dream start, really. Might call it. Very good T10 innings, but he'll be disappointed he doesn't stick around longer. As he departs, it's 18 for 1. And that does bring Haritharan and Vasikaran to the crease, so he won't bat as low as 6. He'll come in at first drop here.
Yeah. Haritharan, I know there was some questions over his fitness. I know he's been struggling a little bit with a side strain.
Yeah. But I think, in a way, Jungbauer is just used as a kind of free shot. And now they're back to their regular batting order. He's bought him 18 runs in no time.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have him in the middle order, but you know they've got a lot of batting, don't they? So you've still got these two that would normally open together. You've got Mini Boom Boom at 3. You've got Rohit in there, Fayaz. This is going to be 4. Full toss, first up. First goes Magical. We've only had boundaries in a wicket so far, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this delivery here would probably have been a good one to Tristan. But you can see Vasikaran, he doesn't make that movement. He stays still and he punches this away outside the off. So 4 more. The over goes Magical. 22 off it. And there's still a ball to go. It's going to be such a contest here. Some Germany will be hoping to keep piling on the run. And this is the question. How many runs do you need on the board against Spain? I mean, Spain have been chasing almost anything. So it's remember, they chased 170 against Italy, and they did it with 12 balls to go. So, yeah, I think he's just got to try and keep going and see if he can get to a 150, 160 score. Short. And it's been called a wide by the square leg umpire. Suleiman Saeed believes this one has gone and over the head of Vasikaran. Let's see if we get a look at this side on.
Yeah, wouldn't mind a look. Let's have a look. Is it over his head? Got no idea where that is. That is wide. I think it is. It's still going up there. So still going up.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Tight call, but a right call, I think. It's very difficult to make even in real time. Anyway, this is miles in the air. Should be caught. Daniel Dolkaya has to grapple with the wind, but he'll take the catch. So 2 wickets and 4 boundaries in the first over. Vasikaran 4 and out. And don't forget the wide in there as well. So that is the end of a very eventful and long first over. It's 23 for 2.
Well, you'll take that. I think if Atif Mohammed was disappointed that shorter delivery was called a wide, well, he should be thankful because he gets a chance to bowl another and he picks up the wicket for Vasikaran. So, well, that wide call has probably done Spain a huge favour.
Yeah, it probably has, actually. It's funny how that works. Yeah, Vasikaran gets the contact point completely wrong. And so he's going to have to go again. Doesn't waste any time. Boundary in and out. So 23 for 2 at the end of the first.
Vasi makes his way back. And, well, I suppose, all right, 23 on the board, but you got 2 batters and dangerous batters back in the shed. I reckon that first one goes to Spain.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how to grade that. But I know that you can get in touch with me, and people have been sending you messages from all around the world. So sorry if I haven't got back to everyone. It's pretty tough. But this is just a little blanket thank you for everyone that's taken an interest in the tournament. It's been a wonderful experience. So you can also message Rico. Rico, before we get me Mr. Maximo, don't forget, at European Cricket, it's the home of European Cricket, all our social media channels and our YouTube channel. If you haven't already, make sure that you subscribe, and it'll tell you when the cricket's on, which is pretty much every day for the rest of your life. Anyway, with that wicket, Spain back in the lead according to this. No, they started 53% favourites. Raja Adil to bowl the second. That looks like a wide as well. Just goes a bit too short. Jamshed Khan faces his first ball, but he'll get it again.
Yeah, I think they've done their homework, haven't they? Keep him out in the off. Don't give anything at the body. Rohit having a bit of a chat already with Jamshed. I wonder what he's talking to him about. He's probably saying, hey, I think they're going to target your offside. Make sure you don't give you a wicket away cheaply.
Oh, brilliant shot, but straight to Burns. Mr. Burns holds on to it, so just trying to reel it back. I mean, it's been a chaos start. Essentially, you're bowling at two fresh batters here, even though one's an opener. Jamshed Khan, of course, a lot of chat about his 22-ball 100. Smashed the previous record by 3 deliveries. Rohit Singh also has been in really good form at times throughout this tournament. Just a slightly indiscriminate swipe, though, from Jamshed, who can't make contact with this one.
Yeah, it's a good area where we're going to see a lot of this. I mean, Nawaz Ahmed losing his cap because of the wind. Some of the ECN flags being blown away. Wind is causing some havoc.
Pretty hard ball to drive, isn't it? And it's almost chest high. Well, now another one in the sky. It's got to work where this is. Daniel Dolkaya takes the catch. Well, I was lost for words. I was tongue-tied. Well, he was doing the Watusi out there, but that's a brilliant catch in these conditions, Rico. DDC holds on to a second, and Germany lose a third. It's 24 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, watch where Daniel Dolkaya starts off and watch where he ends up. And that is all about where this wind takes this ball. But Jamshed probably didn't pay too much attention to what Rohit said to him. Rohit probably said, look, they're targeting your offside, so be careful, try not to go across the line. He pays no attention, and as a result of that, he is going to go for I think that's a 3-ball duck for Jamshed Khan. That is a huge result for Spain.
Really is. Top 3 gone really quickly. And the shades of the Italian start about this with lots of early wickets clattering. I mean, that was a brilliant catch because, okay, DDC knows which way the wind's going. It's going from his left to right. So he's conscious of not necessarily going to where the ball is, but where it might be going. And so he just always kept that right side covered. It ended up blowing towards him, and he held on. But that was a very difficult catch in a swirly early evening. So Fayaz Khan comes. Again, they haven't wasted any time here. Their run rate's 16 and over at the moment. And we saw Italy fight back to an extent, didn't we, in a lower order partnership. Raja Adil with his first wicket continues to Fayaz. He misses out first ball. So, I know we had to wait 8 minutes before we had the first ball, but this has been quite something so far.
Scintillating start, it really is. But look, you got Fayaz Khan, and I was saying this yesterday, I don't think we have seen the best of Fayaz Khan. What a time it could be for him to perform with his captain out there as well. Both batters, though, yet to get off the mark.
He goes shortish again, and it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4. So this one almost another bouncer. Would have been a no ball, but not quite. But it does rattle the pickets, and Fayaz is off the mark.
Yeah, confidence boosting shot to gets one out of the middle. And yeah, I mean, it's on the way up, isn't it? It gets it cleanly over the fielder, but he's just got to be careful of this. That's Raja Adil.
Yeah, Raja sticking to that kind of heavy length kind of plan. But yeah, the other thing is, I don't want to mention it too early, but I'll mention it in a moment. It's Corey and Alistair. Watch on with Christian Munoz-Mills, the regular skipper in the background, out with a fairly long-term knee injury at the moment.
Corey seems to have gone grey overnight. That's the pressure of being a coach. I mean, I know it was a real
doesn't look a day
night, wasn't it, last night?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that in a second. This is a bounce that doesn't really get up, actually. Might have been a slightly slower ball. Yeah, he doesn't look a day over 40, Corey. He is 34, though. I mean, it could be a wide. It's a wide for width, but I was just curious about the height here.
Vinny, the rain. The rain has started, and you can see this wind has brought some rain.
Yeah, well, the other thing is you want it. Ideally, you want to get to 3 overs to get a game in, but I mean, you've got a unique situation here with Spain and Germany where if this was a washout, they are going to get through. So look, I've never seen both teams so keen to hit the benches ever, but it's up to the umpires. But I think they know this might be a precursor of what's to come.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's interesting that the players are walking off while the umpires are discussing it. So the players are saying, well, we're not hanging around. Well, off they go. Of course, yeah, I mean, what you're, of course, referring to is if this match doesn't take part and let's say it does get abandoned, say it's a no result, both teams pick up a point, and that's bad news, of course, for the Irish. You can see some of the Irish boys there in the background, and, well, they're taking the opportunity to quickly get out there. And why? Because they're putting the covers on. So how about this? And this is all about the Irish saying, well, we're going to protect this pitch because we want it covered quickly, because we want this match to happen. We want there to be a result here, because only a result in this match, i.e. if it's played and it's not abandoned, we'll see them come here tomorrow. If it stays as it is, both teams, i.e. Spain and Germany, pick up a point, and Ireland will lose out.
Now, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know if you can see this right now, but yeah, you can see it in your middle of your screen. There's people flying everywhere. There's covers flying everywhere. I mean, it's been such a calm, serene setting for the last 3.5 weeks, hasn't it, here at the Carter Oval? And the funny thing is the rain's eased off a bit already. Anyway, you know what we'll do? We'll go to some highlights and we'll throw to a break in a minute, and we'll come back and give you some more information. But right now, not often you can do a highlights package after 11 balls of a match and think it's going to be fleshed out. But Rico, for sure. As I was just doing my bit to supervise the side screen.
You've been caught, buddy. You've been caught.
But yeah, everyone was ready to go. 8 minutes delay as well. In fact, they don't get to 3 overs here. Pretty important. We'll come to that in a second. But when the cricket did get underway, Jungbauer started it with a hat trick of his own.
Yeah, I mean, 3 big sixes, and Atif was under attack. This was the second. There was one more to come as well. And we thought, okay, and at that point we thought, well, he doesn't need a side screen at all. And he didn't, because look, this was another cracking shot, but Atif Mohammed cautioned on pretty quickly. He thought, you know what, first I'm going to wipe the pitch, then I'm going to wipe my shoes, and then I'm going to knock him over.
Yeah, and he did. Jungbauer just took 1 step too many. And like when you swim from the side of the pool and you can't quite reach the edge anymore, that's what happened, and the Spanish flags were flying. And when I say flying, I mean flying. Fassi Curran then went 4 and out, and so it was a good catch by Daniel Dorkaya. A real swirl job, wasn't it, for him to deal with? He did, and then Jamshed went dot out. And once again, you see the importance of fielding and holding your catches. So look, I'm still not satisfied that this will be a long break, if I'm honest, Rico, because it seems like it's pretty light. I mean, again, we'll just concentrate on what we're seeing right now. That's when it did get heavier, and I always think it's going to be more to come. But I mean, right now, I actually think by the time they put these covers on, it might be time to come back out. And then, of course, we'll always finish the highlights package with the covers being rolled out. And, even though that didn't go according to plan, you can see right now they are trying to cover that area. So, I mean, that's great. But also, if you don't want to necessarily overdo it, if you're going to have to pull them off in a second.
I get the feeling that, I mean, it is still raining. There's a bit of drizzle, so they continue to get those covers on. But I think the biggest issue really there is the wind. You can see the wind has really picked up. But yeah, I'm with you. I think pretty soon, I mean, because this wind is blowing so strongly, it could blow this rain away very quickly. And we could find that they'll be taking these covers off pretty soon as well.
There's a bit of blue sky around as well. So I'm hopeful that this won't be a big interruption. But what we'll do, we'll throw to a break. We'll let you know as soon as there's any news, or if it does look like it's setting, and we'll come back and we'll let you know. But for now, it's 29 for 3 after 1.5 overs. And yes, that is the score. Germany in the first innings against against Spain. Feel like this will mean we'll have some sort of reduction here, but we can give you more news when we come back. But right now, we'll leave you and hopefully see you soon for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back. And, well, luckily, it is a fairly quick turnaround, and the players back on the field. The score when we left you was 29 for 3, Germany after 1.5. Here's the last ball of the second over from Raja Adil, which is a dot, and that's the end of the second over, 29 for 3. So, I believe that it may now be a 9-over game. I haven't had official confirmation yet. We have a little bit of time to play with. But yeah, I've got confirmation it's a 9-over match. Now, why this match is so important for 3 teams, actually, not just Spain and Germany, but also the Ireland 11. These 3 teams, Ireland 11, Spain, Germany, they're all on 6 points. If this was to be a no result, then Spain and Germany get a point each, and they go above Ireland 11, essentially knocking the Ireland 11 out of the competition. Ireland 11 so impressive today with 2 wins, but we had a brief, fairly heavy shower, which forced the players off the field, and as the covers came out, it actually had already started to subside. So yeah, we're just carrying on as best as possible, but pretty uncomfortable conditions. And again, there is expected to be quite a severe storm coming in later on tonight. Right now, Atif Mohammed's going to bowl the 3rd over. And so it's going to be Atif to start the 3rd.
I'm laughing here because I don't know if anybody else saw that as the bowler's coming in the bowl. Away side there, yes, his cap went flying off. And, well, at least that doesn't put the batter off, and now you got the work being done by DDC, who's just helping. Atif's been, I mean, you saw Atif before he took the wicket of Tristan earlier. Yeah. He first had to wipe the pitch with the cloth, and now he's wiping his shoes as well. So he's obviously maybe struggling a little bit with the footwear that he's got on here. Okay, Rohit Singh yet to open his account. And he will with a biggie. That will go all the way. Bole, Ginnasona, Shaka, Lagian. Germany, okay, yeah. They have lost 3 wickets. But they're going to have to keep just playing their shots and trying to get to as many as they can in the 9 overs, remember, that they have got to bat here. And Atif, he ends up going for another biggie, but he always finds a way to come back, doesn't he? Well, welcome back to everybody. And thankfully, not too much of a delay. Hello to Kitty Huntley, who's in the chat.
Goes again. This time could be trouble. What a catch from Burns! Oh, what an unbelievable piece of cricket from Lord Burns. Oh, he's a guy he might not be the tallest, but he sure can jump. That's what I'll say after that. One hand sticks in the palm, and Germany lose a 4, 35 for 4.
Absolutely superb. And he doesn't quite get it right. And look at him looking. He's saying, have I got enough? Have I got enough? Oh, no, you haven't. As Burnsy takes a one-handed wonder catch. What a moment. And is that your passion celebration? I reckon it is, you know. They came from everywhere. That's an outstanding catch. Wonderful. The Frederica Constance celebration, live your passion, moment of the day there. And let's have a look at this again. What a catch, outstanding, absolutely outstanding. And the captain of Germany, Rohit Singh, cannot believe his luck.
Yeah, I mean, it has to go right in the middle of the hand if you're going to try that. But Burns, remember, it's slightly slippery underfoot, has to be, doesn't it? After the bit of rain we had, but he took off, launched himself. Not just how he took the catch, but look who he's caught, Rohit Singh, who is such a good player. He has to go for 6, 39 for 4, but Lord Burns, that for me is my player of the day. That was breathtaking.
Oh, yeah, and in these conditions as well, we maybe get a chance to look at that again at some point, but Atif now bowling to Afridi, and this is a lovely shot. Nobody's catching this. This will go all the way. Hinnasona, Shaba. Things are playing around all over the place as the wind picks up again. Maybe a little bit more rain coming this way, but it doesn't stop. Mini boom boom going boom. Shakalagia.
Well, this is absolutely crazy because we just had pretty much 6s, 4s and wickets when Atif's been bowling. Yeah, he's bowled 10 balls. He's got 3 wickets and he's been hit for 6 boundaries. So that's been the story so far. I'll give you a bit more information in a moment about the update. as far as the match conditions here. 2 to come in the power play. And it is hit. It's hit really well, and that one's heading towards the Royal box. Maximo Afridi. Oh, he's not bothered at all. 2 balls, 2 sixes for Mini Boom Boom.
Yeah, well, he's saying, what's the problem out here? He's saying to Fayez Khan, this is pretty all right for me. The thing is, though, Latif, he might go for a few, but he always comes back with a wicket. And, well, that wicket will do nicely now for Spain. It certainly would. But just have a look at the score. Having him in the 47th with the ball to go in the 3rd.
Now, so the innings has been reduced to 9 overs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with a 9-over match, it still is a 3-over power play. So that's why this is still a power play over. Last ball of it coming up. Short nudged, and Freedy will get 1, retain the strike. So time to breathe for a second. It's 48 for 4. Yeah, so Latif ends up with 3 for 42 off his 2 overs. They both go mad. Oh, that one doesn't go magical. It's 19, but 23 and 19 you see there. 29 in the middle. That was also an over that had a wicket. So you don't see too many 48 for 4 power plays. So this is where we're at. So 9-over match, 3-over power play, and it's still no different. 2 overs per bowler, because you use 5 bowlers. You can have 4 people bowl 2 overs, and somebody can just bowl 1. But the other thing is there'll be a slight adjustment using the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system at the first innings, because it'll be minor. I think maybe a run or 2 at max, and that's because when Germany went out to bat, they thought they were batting 10 overs. Actually, they only have 9, so they theoretically might have batted a bit more aggressively. Find it hard to believe that'd be possible. But no, but but they had lost 3 wickets. That will hamper their adjustment a bit. So it could actually even be a minus adjustment. It is sometimes. Anyway, we'll leave that to the mathematicians. Let's stick to the cricket. And a deal. Has he got an edge here? He has. And Boom Boom is out. 4th ball. He goes 6-6-1 out. Raja Adil. Crazy stuff, really. But he comes up with another wicket. And there's no way he went for 29 in the 2nd over. No, he went for 6. Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, there'd be many, many more. So I don't know what's wrong with the graphic. I think the systems are getting blown around here, but I can tell you it's 48 for 5.
Another one bites the dust. So Germany, even though they keep hitting and hitting well and keeping that scoreboard ticking pretty healthily, they're losing wickets all the time as well. And they're waving the flags, aren't they? Mind you, let the wind do that. Save your energy, because it's you don't need to use manual power to wave those. But a good delivery there from Raja Adil. He comes good, doesn't he, on a day they need him to. And what a good delivery that is. He's in the right areas. He's absolutely ecstatic. He knows he's got his man. He doesn't even have to look at the umpire. He knows he's out. And Afridi, after playing some lovely shots, is going to be the unlucky 13 for him. So another batter's going to have to come out. Sachin Mandi comes out to join.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, I know that was a split 2nd over. But I was like, I don't remember it going for 29. I don't remember Raja getting smashed around. And yeah, trusted what I saw on the screen. But anyway, Mandy, he's had some good innings. Gets a bouncer first up. He flirts at it. I heard a noise there, you know. I tell you what, the bowler never heard it. The umpire never heard it. So this is a wide, and as long as it's not nicked, it is a wide.
Well, it is windy, and I think the wind can play tricks with you.
I reckon he's nicked that, honestly. But I don't look at Raja, number 19. He never reacts.
Well, let's have a look at it again. I mean, it's close to the bat, so bangs it in.
See, look at Raja. Doesn't appeal, and then he kind of late addition, but I mean, Sully, the umpire, is even further away than Raja Adil is. So I just think there was I mean, we got the microphones around there, right? I have a sneaky suspicion there might have been a little edge on that, but you can't really blame the umpire, especially when the bowler hasn't gone up.
Yeah, it was, Awais Ahmed was absolutely certain.
Now wide, which that's nowhere near.
Sachin Mandi happy to leave it alone this time rather than chase it. But I don't mind this from Raja Adil. He's got a plan. He's sticking to it. He's taken 2 for 8.
I'll throw something else at you, and I haven't wanted to bring it up so far, but if Spain win well, they can take 2nd off the Netherlands. And I'll let you know what they need to do. Reduced game, that probably makes it a bit tougher, but only a bit. All right, yes is the call from Andy, who's off the mark. Yeah, so the Netherlands probably watching with interest. It's about a 1 point differential between the net run rate of Netherlands and Spain. But what we saw with Ireland 11 earlier is a big win can move it. And at the moment, I mean, you've got half the wickets in about 3 overs.
Germany, I think, will still try to remain pretty assertive here and aggressive.
Well bowled. Different conditions at the moment, isn't it? Fires Khan misses out outside the off stump.
It's doing a bit, but you can see that they're trying to guide these and push them rather than trying to club them. And I just think that it's a 9-over match. You still got good hitters to come out there. Bassett can do your job. We saw that Sajid Likat can as well. So Adil Khan also back into the side this time round.
Pushes straight at the fielder. See, batting's not so easy as some of these guys have made it look this week, Rico. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on Spain. Even with the run rate up where it is, Germany uncharacteristically having to be a little bit more conservative, not to lose a 6th or 7th here.
Yeah. I just get the feeling though, they don't want to get themselves into a show. I mean, the bowling's been good from Adil, but they're just being a little bit too cautious. The intent has gone all of a sudden. And that one cuts him in half as he gets this one to come back in. And expecting maybe another one to be outside the off. But look at the way this comes back. This is all about the conditions, you know. It's all about the conditions. Watch this one go.
It really does. That seems back prodigiously, and Fire's probably lucky not to get a little inside edge on that.
Great bit of bowling here. Raja Adil, 2 for 9. Looking to finish his spell well.
Now push, they'll get a single, but no more. So Adil, brilliant spell. Considering his first over went for 29, he finishes with 2 for 10. Work that one out. No, but it was a great spell from Raja. And after 4, it's 52 for 5.
52 for 5, and according to the win predictor, well in front Spain here, 72% to 28. But I suppose Germany, they know they've seen off the attack of Atif Mohammed and Raja Adil, and now this will be an opportunity for them to try and get the attack in. And it won't be easy though, because they're up against some more pace, and I'm liking this from DDC. He's sticking with what's working so far, and Hamza Salim Dar.
Yeah, I think you've got to stick with pace on, and it's working. He might have had plans to go to someone like a Burns around now, but I think it makes sense. Pacers are getting the job done. And this is up in the air. Will it carry? It does. Maximo. The Flyers finally gets one away. Change of bowler, change of luck for the Germans. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. It was just there in the slot. It's an area that gets patrolled by Adam Agar, but he's got no play on this. He gets it well, nicely whipped away. But that's the difference, isn't it, about going for the stumps or close into the body as opposed to being outside the off stump with the ball rising. That's where Hamza needs to try and get this going. Great delivery, great comeback. The slower ball, beautifully bowled, cleverly disguised. Dot ball.
Yeah. Good comeback from Hamza. Strange game, hey. The other thing is, okay, we're past the 3 over mark in first innings, which means if we had an interruption, then the window to finish the game is only 13 minutes. But I think everyone's worried if the rain starts, might not get that break for a few hours. So it seems away, it's going to be called wide. And so, I mean, the ball is still moving around, though. That's a positive, I suppose, for Spain at the moment. The beauty of cricket is that conditions can change the feeling of a game, and we've had pretty same conditions all the way through. We actually, this is match number 104 right now, but today has been a bit different. Now another one, which the player plays down the wrong line. Fires 11 off 11. This is very unlike him, but yeah, he's still there, I suppose. We know how damaging he can be, but it seems like the right call to bring Hamza on. Despite him going for a 6 first ball, he's battled back into the over.
Yeah, I think I get the feeling that the batter here had just asked Ian Rummage maybe we could perhaps have the lights on, because he has a chat with him and he's pointing upwards and saying, hey, do you think we can have some lights?
hit, and it's slightly misfielded, but it should stay the field of play. Not game for a 2. It's actually a good point you make, because with the 8-minute delay at the start of the innings, and normally the lights are turned on at this point, at halfway through this match. But the thing is, that would normally be about now that we turn the lights on.
Yeah, so.
And so obviously with all the chaos, they're not on. And not just that, there's 4 overs left in this innings.
Well, all happening out there.
Unforeseen things happening left, right, and centre. Now a big swing and a miss. And also, once it's in your mind that it's dark or you're not seeing it very well, it does do something to your psyche. It affects your confidence as a batter.
Great bowling from Hamza. Que lanza. El lanzador Hamza. Salida por España. De momento, España jugando muy bien. It's another swing and a miss, and they can't get back on the ball. What a great over that is from Hamza. It started off with a big 6, didn't it, from Fayaz? And then after that, it was a wide and a single. That is it. And the score moves to 60 for 5 at this halfway point.
Yeah, let's have a look at how these teams got here. Of course, Germany stormed through Group F, didn't they, with a memorable win over the Scottish on Saturday night. They also got past some pretty good teams in Portugal, who finished 3rd. Norway finished 4th. In Luxembourg, they played some good cricket, but just couldn't quite string a game together. As for Spain, they were at opposite ends, weren't they? They were Group A. They had a rematch with Isle of Man, who they made headlines for a memorable T20 earlier in the season, but they got past France in the final, actually. Greece actually pushed into 3rd in that group. Czechia failed to qualify. But now it looks like we will get some spin. I think the lights are slowly getting turned on as well, but you can see the weather moving very quickly. That's what I would say at the moment.
It's moving quickly, and Germany need to get their score moving quickly as well.
Here's Lawn. In the air, loops away from Baba Khan. Just a single. So like I say, there will be an adjustment, a Duckworth-Lewis adjustment. And normally when overs are reduced, it goes up. But if you do lose a lot of early wickets, it can actually bring your score down.
Correct,
because you're getting out of jail a bit about as far as batting the overs out, right? Think of it another way. If you're in trouble of getting bowled out, I mean, it's a lot easier to bat out 9 overs than 10. I say a lot easier, but the 1 over reduction isn't going to have a huge effect. It'll have a minimal effect. We may even have a 0 adjustment, but it might be 1 or 2 runs either way. That's my guess anyway. Oh, how's this missed? It has gone pretty close to the stumps. I always can't handle it. That's the other thing, that the keeper not handling a lot cleanly lately anyway. Again, I think the lights going on should help us out a little bit. Hits this hard, picks out the fielder. That's good fielding from Ihsan down there. Normally a keeper, Mohamed Ihsan, but he's a very good outfielder as well.
He's been superb, in that part of the field. Mohamed Ihsan, he stopped everything that's come his way, caught everything that's come his way. What a good over this is from Burns. Can he get 2 more good balls in here without going to the boundary?
Tosses up, batter says yes please, and gets it. Maximo! That was Hamza down there on the deep extra cover boundary. That's Burns. Rolled the dice by tossing it up. And nice shot by Mandy, gets 6.
Yeah, good hit. Needed that. They could do with 1 more here as well, Germany, just to keep the pressure on and just to keep their hopes up to a big score. Goes shorter, hits hard, but Ihsan is there and he takes the catch. Of course he does. We talked already about how good he has been in that area. And, well, Mandy goes for it, tries to take him on, can't get the elevation. And Burns, after being hit for a boundary, comes back and takes the wicket of Sachin Mandy. It's also the end of over number 6. 3 to go in this one. And Germany 69 now, and they are 6 wickets down.
Yeah, it was really clever bowling, I think, from Burns, who spotted that Mandy was on the charge, and he definitely made a late adjustment to bowl shorter. I mean, if he was back in his crease, Mandy, it's an easy put away, I think, over the fence, but didn't get the elevation. Ihsan, again, slightly greasy conditions for the fielder and the bowler, but they overcome those obstacles, and Mandy, he'll be disappointed after hitting that 6 to get out so soon after, but he is the 6th to fall, the 69 for 6.
Yeah, just wasn't able to get under that, was he? That's what he needed, to get under it and try to hoik it over. Ishan hits it hard, hits it flat, but Ishan takes the catch. And this is the scorecard as Sajid Learcat comes out to join Fires Khan.
I will say Learcat's probably the last of what I would term the batters. He's more of a bowling all-rounder, Learcat, in this side. See the Southern Cross field being used at the moment, so the straight fielder, Daniel Dorkaya, slightly wide, long on, long off, 3-fielder wall on that straight boundary. This is hit really hard, but straight to that man at deep extra cover. It's Burns now having swap places with Hamza. And you talk about the Southern Cross field, you can't cover all the gaps. That's one example where it did work out, because normally that would be 4.
That was absolutely thumped, wasn't it? It went to him so quickly. So Fires Khan, sort of that run a ball 15, not quite finding the boundary rope as often he'd like. Okay, Sajid Learcat can turn it on, can hit the ball pretty well.
All right, on the hook this time, but hangs in the air. Fielder has no chance really in the end. And the result's going to be 4. So Germany still fighting hard. Learcat gets a boundary away.
Yeah, interesting that Ishan, I mean, he was in that position, wasn't he, to Burns, but he's been brought into the circle for Hamza. I don't think they were expecting Hamza to go for that shorter delivery. And I think maybe if he advertised that to DDC, he may have pushed the man back.
Again hit hard, but this allows the fielder to come around Burns, because he's already starting pretty wide. This is no gimme for Spain either. And like I said, not that they'll be thinking about this too much, because I think they're just trying to win the game. But if they were to do it quite easily, and they might just do that by being naturally aggressive, they're not going to crawl towards target. If they can chase in a certain period of time, they could actually get the double chance off the Dutch. This is a pull, and it's away from the fielder, and it's 4. So I think Hamza has been a bit carried away, doesn't really have the field for the short stuff. Maybe this was a misexecution, but it's a nice pull shot, and Germany fighting back again, 4 more.
Yeah, fighting back. And the other thing here from Germany, I'm just looking at, they've got Adil Khan in the side, Abdul Basir, so they've got all paces lined up themselves. Sajid Learcat as well. So this is going to be an all-out pace attack from Germany as well.
Yeah, maybe only Amadi slowing things down. Now it's kind of an easier length to protect, isn't it, with that Southern Cross field. So Fires moves to 20. Remember, he was 11 off 11 at one stage, so obviously he's trying to get something going. Learcat, to see if he can be an ally. There's only 13 balls left in this innings.
Still be wanting to get to maybe around about 105.
Yeah, it's a really good finish, but having said that, Hamza's over is one that contains 2 boundaries for Germany, and at the end of 7, Germany are 80 for 6.
Yeah, I think you'll take that. You see there now, all the lights are on. And as we come approaching the end of this very, very important Thursday here for the sides, this contest is to decide who will go through tomorrow and who's going to lose out. Of course, proceedings here will come to an end tomorrow. It's finals day. And then, well, we start things on Monday, the 23rd, with the European Cricket Series in Croatia. Got some ECI action there as well. We then, after 2 weeks of action in Croatia, go to Malta for the Malta Encore. 3 weeks happening in Malta. And then we come back to Spain, go to Barcelona. And, well, looking for the action to start there in Barcelona. Don't forget, put a date in your diary. Sunday, the 17th of December, is when we start the European Cricket Championship Women's edition, with 5 teams, 5 national teams going head-to-head. Lorne Burns is to continue. Why not? He bowled a very good first over. Took 1 for 9. So 12 balls to go in the contest. And Germany, I think they want another 30 runs on the board.
Good leave, actually, by Fires. Will get it again. Burns tries to tempt him.
Blustery early evening here at the Cardamom Oval. Big change in the weather tonight.
Tries to muscle this. And, it's actually a bit of fancy footwork there from DDC. They'll have a look at this, but I think he's all right. just knocks it before he goes over the rope. So just a single.
It's well done, isn't it? And it's been hit quite powerfully, but once again, that's that southern cross field comes into play. Yeah, nicely done.
A little bit short, but slides on. Here, the frustration from Leah Cat that he can't get it up in the air. So again, just another single.
Yeah, this is where I think it's quite clever. Yeah, Burns, he come on and he's bowled really well as well. You can see batters, they feel they want to get after him. They feel they should be smashing him. And they're trying too hard, maybe. The timing's coming out of the game. And, well, this is better. This will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Goes a little bit fuller and pays the price.
Yeah, so, I mean, when he has tossed it up, they seem to have had his measure on the drive, haven't they? It's been that one that kind of slides on. They haven't really timed up the horizontal bat shots, but that's another strike. You can see Maya saying, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now there's the short one, it's too short, and it's going to go miles with the wind. I actually have no idea where that's gone, but I know it's not with us anymore, Rico. Seis carreras más for the Germans.
Well, with the wind behind it, that is definitely on its way to Marbella. And you can see just how pumped Fires was when he hit the one down the ground. So bowling him a short one, allowing him to get underneath this one. Well, it was going to travel, and travel it did. Good hitting towards the end here.
Yeah, that is the length that's kind of caused problems for the batters, and Fires actually refuses this. He says, no, this is personal. I want one more chance at Burns. So he says, I want to be here. I want to hit it. Let's see if he can. On the charge. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. Well, gives up one but gets 6 as Fires. And Burns frustrated that he finishes 1 for 30 off his 2 overs. Last over to come. It's 101 for 6.
Yeah, that one does go magical. And it was right on cue. Germany needed that. So I said they would want to be getting another 30 of the last 2. They're on their way, aren't they? 110 is what they like to get. And I suppose now, into the last over, they'd love to go for a round, get 15 here. And, well, this is a surprise. Daniel Doyle-Kaye is going to bowl the last over. So the captain deciding that he feels that it's going to be his turn to get in the action and try and contain Germany here. Oh, that's going to be a wide ball call, the first one. So there's the wide. Ian Rumage is out there.
Then this rain, then the rest. It's cool.
So, did he see? I'm not sure who he was talking to there. Might have been to a ways. So, one more to go onto the total.
And now to the skies. Well, it's been sliced away, and with the wind behind the bowl, it goes for 6. So do not count Germany out of this. Remember those 5 wickets? They lost them in a clump, didn't they? But they are fighting back. Yeah, they were 35 for 4, 48 for 5. This was all in the first 3.1 overs, but since then, in the last 5 overs, they've only lost 1 more wicket, and they've been scoring at a very good rate still.
They have been. And they do have, of course, Reddy in the side, but you see, Daniel Doyle-Kaye decided that he would bowl this one, so taking the responsibility himself.
All right, takes the pace off a bit. And Leah Cat settle for the single because Fires certainly has established himself. His first 11 balls went for 11. His next 11 balls have gone for 28. So he's really turned it on, TDC.
Well, he was getting that runnable after 15, weren't he? He was 15 or 15, so you can see he's got the acceleration going pretty sharply.
That's in the slot, and that's going and gone. Maximo Fires to 45. Now, I was going to say they bowled out 4 bowlers, 2 overs each in the 8th. They always had to bowl a new bowler here. But here's another problem. That clock's ticking down. And I know that the clock does get adjusted to take into account the 9 overs, but oh yeah, I mean, that could be an issue. Stay tuned. Swing to miss, that'll help. But yeah, this is the thing. They get a minute for that 6 wicket, but it feels harsh, doesn't it? I mean, I know it's the rules, that we've got to play by the rules, but when you had an 8-minute delay at the start, of the game. And then to get done for a few seconds. Anyway, this is high, and it's going, and it's going, and it is gone. Straight over us, Maximal, and 50 for Fayez Khan. And, hold on. Now that I'm thinking clearly, the clock's run out, but it's the last over. So they just had to bowl that by the end of the last over. Okay, so now I'm back with us. This has done something.
I was worried because when this is in the air, everybody's looking at me, and I'm thinking, and now I know why, because it was pretty close to ending up in here.
I could see what's going over. Anyway, where are we? Last ball? Maybe? Yeah, last ball coming out. They've got to go for 2. They will go the long way. Throw pulls a ways out the way, and he's going to be.
Oh, they can come again.
3.
Oh, they're going to run 3.
It's a batless 3 coming your way. Always took the gamble to try and save a run, but he gives away a run instead. So Fayez Khan is going to finish 54, and Germany 124 off 9. Well, straight away, that's a bit more like a 137 pace or something that's probably par under lights. They'll get a slight adjustment, and I think they might get a run. Maybe 1 run, maybe 2, maybe none. We'll have that for you pretty shortly. But right now, there's plenty to talk about here in match 20. A crunch match for not only these teams on the park, but for the Ireland 11 too.
Oh, well, plenty to talk about. So, well, first of all, 3 runs there. I think that's the first 3 that we've seen in Championship Week, and it comes. That run could be so crucial. 124, Fayez Khan. I said that this guy hasn't shown us what he's capable of. Well, he did here in this knock. 54-26. Well batted to him. Well, we had all sorts of issues at the beginning. Vinny was made to sit in the naughty step, and he thought he was caught. He was caught. The wind was lashing around. The sight screens were blown away. We had a later start. We had to wait. And, well, it was worth the wait because we had a blistering start. It started off with 3 big 6s from Young Boer. He hit the ball all over the place. And Atif couldn't get it right. He thought, you know what I need to do? I need to towel down. He threw in the towel. He cleaned the foot marks. He cleaned his shoes. And then he came back, a new man, a fresh man. And he knocked over the stumps. Jog the party!
Yeah, it was chaos start, wasn't it? 4 boundaries, 2 wickets in the first over. It looks very peaceful there, but it was anything but, was it, out in the middle? But, I mean, guys that came and went, they didn't waste time, did they? And this is a good example. Boom Boom went 6-6-1 out. Jamshed went for a 3rd baller. Roger Deal also kind of elicited a sky ball. But I've got to say that DDC pretty important with his hands because they could have gotten away a lot earlier. As it was, they kind of did get away. Fayez Khan, after a slightly slow start, got going. And yeah, just explaining how the weather was coming in sideways there in Ramage and Suleiman Saeed. So the players went off for a while. When they came back, it would ultimately be a 9-over game at Ireland. They were pretty keen to help out. The reason is, if this is a washout, they'd be out of the tournament. Anyway, probably not a great day to be a hat. He'll be flying all over the place. Rohit Singh, well, we know how good he is, but he would get done by a ridiculous catch. He was willing it to get over Burns, but Burns had other ideas.
Oh, what a catch. One-handed jalebi, a wonder catch from Lerm Burns. That was brilliant. And, well, that was your Fadrike constant live your passion moment, wasn't it? Great catch from Burns. But credit to Germany. They kept on coming. They kept on attacking. And Atif Mohammed, well, you look at his bowling figures, you think what's going on here, and this one just catches a little bit off the edge, and that was the end of another batter. That was a Freedy after he was looking dangerous. Mandy had a bit of a scare as well, didn't he, when he came out? I mean, he did get a little bit of luck, didn't he, we think? But did he touch it, did he not? We'll never know, but he wasn't able to commit and get too many more on the board. Burns came on, his first over was pretty sensational. He kept it nice and tight. And got the wicket as well. And there it is. There's Ishan. And he takes the catch. And that one was hit hard, but Ishan was not going to put that one down. That was the end of Sachin Mandi. And Corey, he was enjoying things at the moment. But Burnsy, second time round, didn't go too well because Fayez Khan took a liking to him. And he made it count. Well, he smashed that one down the ground. Then he gets a short one and he peppered that into the skies as well, and then this one charging down, hitting it on the up, but getting a big 6 there as well. That over went for 21. Well, if that was bad, then Daniel Zorkaya decided he'll bowl the last over, the 9th. Remember, it's a 9-over per side match, and the last one went for 23 as well. So 44 coming to the last, and then there was this as well. Awais Ahmed, well, he doesn't know how he misses the stump. Well, we don't know how the bat misses his face, but there was all action there towards the end. That one run could be so crucial.
Yeah, maybe. It was a gamble to save one, but he gives one away, doesn't he? So it would have been 122 if he'd run him out. Instead, it's 124. So Fires Khan, quite a blitz from him, I think, after his runner ball through the first 11 balls. He finishes 54 off 26. Learcat was a good ally for him at the end. Jungbauer with 3 early strikes was the second top scorer in the end, but Afridi with 13. Look, still waiting to see what the revised target will be, or if it will change at all. There is a chance the adjustment might be 0. But as far as the bowlers went, what kind of bizarre figures there. Atiq Mohammed just seemed to be wickets or boundaries. 3 for 42 for him. Roger Adil was excellent, 2 for 10. His figures the other wicket went to Burns, though he had some problems late in the piece. We'll take a break and we'll grab our composure and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And I'll let you know what the exact target is, because it should be a slight adjustment on that one. Will it be Spain? Will it be Germany? Will it be Ireland that have to say goodbye to the ECC? You'll have to find out. Join us after this break for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. See that Fires Khan after scoring a splendid half century to get Germany to a 124 score, which I have to tell you has been revised because the DLS turn system. So what you're seeing there on your screen, now they get to 124 using the DLS system. This target is actually 124, so their score readjusted to 123. I know that sounds a bit odd at the moment, but we'll confirm and clarify that for you in a moment. But we start off with a dot that this man was instrumental. He scored a fantastic half century. So as a result of that, it gives Germany something to bowl at. Really, remember, this is a 9-over match. Rico Full here, and joining me back is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And yeah, just to clarify, some people are a bit confused. I can understand how the target can be reduced on Duckworth Lewis Stern. I'll try and give my best explanation in a moment. First, here's Fires. He's going to get whacked away over point. Well, there's 6 of them. Maximo DDC. Well, every time he's got off the mark, he's put on some big runs. And could it be another one of those occasions, Rico?
Yeah, well, bowling a little bit too wide to him. This is the way he started last night as well against the Netherlands. And he crashes that away. It feels like it's the last match of the day because of the light, but it's not. We've still got one more to come, of course. But what a start.
So the reason that a target might be reduced is if you've lost early wickets before an interruption. It's actually exactly what Germany had done, despite putting a lot of runs on. This one beats DDC outside the off stump. So, I mean, it's hardly an adjustment. It's just one run. But when they put all the numbers in. So I'll give you an example. If, let's say, after 2 overs it rains and you were 5 out, and then they say, okay, with the rain, it's now a 5-over game. Well, now you're a good chance of getting bowled out before the 10, but you're probably not going to get bowled out in the 5. So it kind of rewards the team that took early wickets while it seemed that it was going to be a full game. So that's kind of why it's a minus situation here, even though it's only -1. DDC, he's going to get 4 here as well. Inside half of the bat. Again, he knows there's no outfielder down there. So basically this equates to about 13.7 or 13.8 and over, which is what they need. So they're looking for that kind of 14 and over pace to get this. And there is even a way they could probably take second spot. I'm not sure what the exact calculation is there, but I don't think they're too worried about that. It's just a matter of survival.
Yeah, win the match and come back here tomorrow. Goes very wide here, and it's going to be called a wide. So that's a correct call for me from the umpire. The umpiring has been absolutely superb. Big shout out to all the men in black, Ian Rummage and Silman Saeed out there. Of course, Tyrone Peters has been part of the crew here as well as the umpiring panel, and Nilkesh Patel led, of course, brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemin. Great job from all the officials. Fires trying to get the important wicket. Knows the call here. So dot ball. Sajid Lakat doing the fielding, loving his cap, by the way. He's got a spaghetti western feel about him, and well, you could see with this wind blowing some spaghetti western action as well, as some dried grass and things can blow onto the field. Ball to come, Fires. Can he keep it to under that 13? And the answer to that is no, because he goes for the stumps, and this has been clipped away beautifully. What a shot. And Corey's saying, did you see that? What a shot. Did you see that? Yeah, we saw it, Corey. It was exceptional. And that means it's not 11 of the over. Add 6 more to it, it's 17. And Spain are right where they need to be. Good start from them. And Fayaz were not quite able to get the dot ball in to finish the over. And first of the end of the first over, it is 17 without loss.
Well, I mean, with that one-run adjustment, it'll be pretty funny. Oh, I won't be laughing, but if it's golden ball, it could be. Imagine that. But, I mean, anything's really possible. All three results on the table here. Yeah, so you can see the confirmation on your screen as well. Still a 3-over power play, of course. Still 2 overs maximum per bowler.
Abdul Basir. He's going to come on to bowl here now. I think he bowled beautifully well the other day. Bowled with pace, bowled with fire. And, picked up some valuable wickets. And they've got him in their attack. They also got Adil Khan, whose ball was pretty quick as well. Thing is, though, just get the feeling that maybe that the Spanish batters may prefer the pace. And it all depends on the line that gets bowled. Basir wants to try and see if he can get the Yorkers going. Well, now it looks like maybe he has some of the issues that we perhaps saw that Atif Mohammed was having. And now, well, we've seen this before. We saw it from Atif, and it worked a treat for him.
Yeah.
He was able to pick up a wicket or two.
Yeah, but it took 3 for 42. Let's have a look here. And to be honest, feet actually seem to land okay. It's probably maybe a bit of a mental thing. But yeah, you know who's really watching right now is Ireland. They are 12 balls away from making the 4. Simple for them. They don't really care who wins. They just want to make sure that these teams aren't going to split the points.
Yeah.
And they'll only split the points if this is a washout. There is another way. It still would kind of be a washout if they were tied and then it started raining for the golden ball, which has happened once before. Turn around the corner. What was on this? Maybe a bit of leg. Attempted kind of half glance from Yassin, but he'll get a leg by.
Yeah, Spain won't mind that. It's a run on the board. They are ahead. It means that DDC goes on strike, and you'll start to hear DDC, because the Spanish are out in force. Huge match. I mean, huge match. One of these two top sides who have played brilliantly in the group stage. You remember Spain and Germany in their groups won all their matches. One of them will not be here tomorrow.
Now, I can't see this happening, but I'm not going to count it out the way these guys bat. If Spain win in 5.5 overs or less, they get second.
Okay.
They basically win within 6, roughly.
And
that's the reason, Rico.
He's high up in the air, but is he going to find it? And no. Oh dear, oh dear. They say it's going to be 4. They're going to wave the flag, but that was a real teaser. And, well, I think it's going to... A few wardrobe issues there for the fielder chasing this one.
Well, let's just say Tristan Jungbauer loses more than just his balance here, doesn't he? And what's worse is it ends up spilling across the line for 4 runs.
I'm glad the flag comes across to cover up his blushes there as well. Well done, that young man. It's not quite the last fixture. It's still a family show. Basir will feel a little bit unlucky there, but yeah, DDC is on fire once more, isn't he? And this is a lovely shot. It's going to be 4 more. And if you don't bowl a good length to him, he's going to put it away. And that's what he's doing here at the moment. Need the Yorkers. I just love the way he goes about his work. Daniel Dolkai is just 100% focused. He gets a bit of width. He goes down on one leg. You can see Basir saying catch, but there's nobody there. And Fayaz is now trying to organise the field for him. Rohit making a change. So getting one more to come across into the ring on the offside where that one went through. So now this is where Basir has to make sure he gets the ball in the right areas. Has a look at the field and says, okay, this'll do.
In swinger, sliced away. Any fielder going to play on this? No. And this time, Bauer, who's composed himself, will grab the ball, but just a long single there. Have a look at the run rate required. So that started around 13.7, 13.8. That's how you know whether they're ahead of the rate or not. So at the moment, it's come down slightly to 13.2. What a dramatic game this is. And you'll probably see all kinds of histrionics here about you can't land and just almost saying, is there any way we could come off the ground now and grab a point each? But the umpires aren't going to have any of it.
Vinny, listen, there's been no rain since
hasn't rained
they've come back on.
Second
so
over.
So if you like, Spain had the worst of it. So they can't, you know, I think the umpires are going to come together and have a chat here. But basically, it's the same for both teams. It hasn't got any worse.
Yeah,
so.
you see, this is where I think you can have a... Oh, yeah, I mean, look, this is just giving more... Germany are getting exactly what they want here. They'd love it, but downpour. I'm not saying that they are ahead or behind in the game, because it's kind of even. Maybe they're slightly behind. But, I mean, both teams here, and now they're bringing out water. Maybe, I don't know, we could have a water bottle malfunction here.
Don't drop that now, will you? Because that wouldn't be good. I mean, looking at it over there now, I mean, I've just noticed there, we can't see that from the box because there is a little bit of rain.
A little bit around, but only a little bit. I just think you have to say, look, it is what it is, and Spain had to bowl on it.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw it's no different.
And the thing is, but that's what Sully is saying there, and bowlers have to adjust. I mean, if, you know, Spain had to do it, maybe that's why DDC came on to bowl that last over to say, all right, I don't want my quick bowler to be bowling. You've got to adjust, you've got to make the adjustments. And I just think they're not helping themselves. And the thing about this is, and I'm liking this from Ian Rummage, you should telling the others, look, go away. This is a discussion to be had with the captain. We've had the discussion. Get the guys off. Let's carry on with the game.
It's blatant time wasting is what it is. It's just, if the rain was to come now, then both teams get what they want. And the thing is, like, you can't be too precious about this stuff. I mean, Spain just bowled in it. Yeah. And yeah, okay, it's very light rain. But it's very light.
Yeah.
And
Silliman say, look, get on with it.
Don't get me wrong, it's worth a crack, but it's got to be a point where you get on with it.
Yeah, you've got to get on with it.
If it means you have to be a bit more careful, then you be a bit more careful. And that's what Spain had to do.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, Basia, and it is frustrating. Don't get me wrong, it's frustrating for the players as well. They probably can't run in and really let it fly like they'd like to. This won't help either. Yeah, so this is the other thing is, if people really are wasting time, what can you do to get them back on track? We've seen penalty runs given before. It was actually in Germany, I think, for deliberate time wasting. But it won't get you to the 3 over mark. And that won't get you any closer either.
Of course, look, the umpires are out there. They know the conditions. They're looking at it. There's no way that they would put player safety.
Here's the risk of what they're doing at the moment if they're falling behind with the clock, Germany, is that they could cost them the game. And this is up, and it's flying away. That's going to go all the way. Maximo Yassine off the mark. And Basia, well, he's going to carry on like a toddler here, but he's going to have to get on with it. And he can have all the excuses in the book. But in the end, Germany just need to, I've got to say it, Germany need to sort themselves out and try and win this cricket match. Stop looking for excuses and get it right. At the moment, they're not doing that.
Nah, and mentally, you see, this affects you mentally. If as a bowler, you're really making noises like this and the captain, look, you're playing at this level. If you're having issues there, cut down your run, shorten it, concentrate getting your line and length right here, but stop. Stop trying to find excuses. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's the same. It was the same for both sides.
But you're hurting your team by taking so long. For example, penalty runs could be on the cards here if the clock runs out. Again, Seaman's coming through fine. He's just getting it wrong. He's getting the line wrong, and that's another wide.
Yeah. And I also want to know why he's coming around the wicket. That's not helping either. Maybe he feels that he's got better footing there, but.
The thing is, the players, and that's what cricket players do, they'll try every trick in the book to gain an advantage.
There was no issues also, I've got to say, when Fayez was bowling. Fayez was bowling with a proper long run-up. So, yeah, Bassier just got to get his mind focused on what he's doing here.
And now he gets whacked away and is down to the ground. Maximo Yassine gets 2 Maximos in the over. And the end of the second that goes magical. It's 41 without loss.
Yeah, 41 without loss. It's a perfect start for Spain, and they've taken that rate down to below 12 as well as that one sails. Unfortunately, not quite into the fan zone. Good hit. So what to do here? So look, this is the other thing. So they could make a change here. They go back to Fires. Now Fires, he's not complaining, is he? He bowled the first over. You can have a look at the standings
I tell you what's
here. Why
happening though,
is it so important?
there is a backdoor way to get through, and that's the rain. But if you concentrate on trying to go that way, you're not really doing yourself a justice and trying to win this game. This game's up for grabs. And all this carry on about the landings and all these things, you know, that you're not, it's taking your eye off what the real issue is here. Fires starts with a wide, so again, not saying conditions are easy, they're not, but Spain had to bowl in them. They haven't changed too much at all. And so now Fires starts with a wide. So Dorkay at 25 off 9, looking the goods at the moment. Yeah, there is light rain falling, but it's only light. There's nothing that's going to take you off the field. Cracking shot, and it blasts through the fielders. There's 4 more. Equipo Rojo watching on. They're liking what they're seeing so far. This is the power play they wanted.
Muy bien, chicos. Adelante, adelante. Para sigue. And Spain, they have given themselves a reputation, haven't they, as the run chasers, the destroyers when they are chasing. And I suppose they like to do a lot of their good work in the night as well.
Ireland watching this, 5 balls to go. This will be the longest 5 balls of their life. They're not experiencing time like we are, because you can see the rain is there. Good Yorker that time, but well struck by Daniel Dorkay.
They'll take the single. So the Ireland, and remember how quick they were to run onto the field of play to get the covers out. You know why. And the field now changes to the left-hander. Fayaz is going to come around the wicket. Or is he? Having a conversation there.
I reckon they could gamble hard on this, waiting for the rain to come. It's getting heavier. I reckon, you know, all of this, the extra minutes might allow the rain to start falling more strongly. This is up, it's in the air, it's a pretty good strike. It's gonna be 1 bounce 4. So, yeah, Sane doesn't look too bothered about things at the moment. Just a nice free swing of the bat here. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for these two.
Yeah, a beautiful shot. And Mohamed Yassin has had big boots to fill, didn't he, in the absence of Mohamed Babar. And how well he has done. There's another delightful shot.
Yeah, it's got slightly heavier, slightly. This is when things come down to a judgment call. When you're having to make judgment calls where teams' tournaments are on the line, it's probably one of the hardest things about being an official. And this is going to be down the ground. That's 4 as well. So you've seen clicking. He's 12 off 5 now. And Spain running away with this. To 5.5 overs or less, that's my calculation anyway, for if they were to chase it down that quickly, then they could make it into second spot. But right now, I think Spain just trying to get the win. Germany trying to find a turning point.
Yeah, they need something here. I mean, I suppose one option that you've got straight away is to go with Ghulam Ahmadi in the very next over as a spin bowler.
Yeah, he'll definitely come in next. This is struck really well as well. Maximo! So Spain up to 61. Corey probably didn't want to know what the second place target was because he's not thinking about it. But we also say this, in Germany, we've seen all these guys playing. We've seen, for example, in Krefeld, when this pitch gets drenched and everyone still plays on it.
Yeah.
Same in Dresden. You know, if it gets completely unsafe, that's a different thing. We're not talking about that. And so, I mean, these guys are pretty used to playing in these conditions. But, I mean, obviously, you get to this stage of the tournament, you're kind of looking for any angle. And that's kind of what I'm seeing at the moment. Now, look, to their credit, they're back out there. They're getting on with it. But this is the ultimate ball for Ireland. And look, Rohit still, he's making a last plea here. And again, he's going to buy another 2 minutes here. Rohit, and this is not really on. It's not his decision. It's the umpire's decision. And now they're coming together with 1 ball to go in the 3rd over as Rohit is trying to make a plea, but I mean, it hasn't really changed in the last 2 minutes.
I think, yeah, I mean, you can see there that Ian saying, come on, boys, get on with it. Just get on with it. And
Spain aren't really bothered one way or another if they win the game. Obviously, it hasn't been won yet, and still 6 overs to go potentially to get the other half of this target. But it was a kind of last roll of the dice from Rohit. He knows that once this ball is bowled, either one of Germany or Spain will be removed from the tournament after this match. It's a legal ball, so that'll be the end of the power play in Spain, and win it comprehensively at 61 without loss after 3.
magical over. There's 20 come off it, so well, now we know that the result, there will be a result of this match. In Ireland, well, wherever they're watching, they would have been very, very nervous when that rain started, but now they know that there will be a result in this contest, and the way it's looking at the moment, it will be Spain who look victorious. 63 required in 36 deliveries, and this is what I don't understand here. So with all of the complaints, they're still going with the pacer. So you can see the rain there. So they're going with Adil Khan. Now Adil, surely, I mean, this guy really does sprint it. So it's be interesting to see what he says about it. But remember, you have got Ghulam Mahmadi. It's in there, so they're sticking with pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that Adil's back in the picture, but yeah, that's the thing. If it's so hard to bowl pace, then you don't go to your spinner in this case. Okay, maybe it's hard to grip the ball as well. But now the Germans, they need to stay out of the park. It's not a thing. They're losing. So there's no... They need to flip their strategy and their messaging right now, because their only chance of staying alive in this tournament, Germany, is to prevent Spain from getting these 62 runs. And it might look easy. Still 10 plus and over.
Yeah, look,
you've got to break this partnership, keep taking wickets.
Exactly. Take wickets. Take wickets. Be positive. Start thinking you're going to win the match and win it on merit. So now, that's what they've got to start thinking.
And now if there's a Category 5 hurricane, the Germans, they won't want to leave the field. That's the thing. Edge, and that's going to fly for 4. So yeah, Adil Khan, his pace working against him this time. You've seen, gets another boundary off the edge.
Yeah, a bit of mal suerte there for Almania, as they do find the edge, but this flies over Sachin Mandi, and he can't get anything on it, and well, only a few meters away was the man on the boundary, and he can't get there either.
So this is where Spain, in theory, they could start saying, hey, come on, it's too wet to get us. I mean, Spain, they're not too bothered at the moment. They've got the run of the game, they've got the momentum. Oh, no rain for how many days here on the Costa del Sol? And now it's starting to sweep across, and yet Germany really pulling a rabbit out of their hats. Their only lifeline in this tournament. Yassine pushes one to leg and throw off balance Adil Khan. But yeah, Adil Khan had a brilliant group final. Let's not forget, he kind of changed that match against Scotland. And if it wasn't for him, maybe Germany wouldn't be there. And look, there's Ireland. Well, yeah, they're loving it, aren't they, over there?
Those smiles have appeared on the faces of the Irish.
Not a great poker face from a couple of those guys.
I said earlier at the start of the day when they were playing England, they had a few things go their way. I said luck of the Irish, and well, it stayed with them all the way through here. And they will be here tomorrow.
The irony is, probably will take them off at some point, but if Germany had just kind of been a bit more focused on the primary task, maybe they might not be so far behind in the game. Now Adil goes over in the follow-through. But again, if his teammates are smart, they'll say, Adil, get up and give us a chance here. So let's not make a big deal about it. You can see there what it looks like in the floodlights. And I honestly think that there will be a point. I mean, it's 8:07 local, and we thought it would be about 8 o'clock when the rain would come in. Adil down at his haunches. It's in Germany, it's really their last roll of the dice. They've got 57 runs to play with. And again, Rohit's a pretty smart operator. He'll know, he knows about it. And now, let's see what he's motioning. Because if Rohit's smart, he'll say to Adil, if you can't bowl, we need to find someone that can. Because, yeah, again, going to Adil Khan instead of the spinner in the 4th over. There's been some strange decision makings around this last half an hour.
You know, the deal is down. So I think I'm not sure if this is when he followed through and he went down. He's holding his side here like maybe he's pulled a muscle. So well, the magic spray will come out. And I wonder, this looks more muscular than anything else. Maybe he just landed on this.
Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the India versus Sri Lanka semi-final in the 1996 World Cup, where eventually it was ended before the schedule would close. And I mean, everyone's having strong opinions on these things. I mean, you have to make the judgment about whether it's safe or unsafe for the players, and that's what it comes down to. And it will vary as we go. We saw them come off in the first innings, then come back on. They've stayed on since then, but it did kind of go over in the follow-through there. But then he did walk back to his mark, and then yeah, you can see he's in some discomfort there, clearly. Remember, he was out of the side a few days as well, so he hasn't done a lot of bowling, if any.
Yeah, nobody likes to see an injury, and he did when he bowled that last one. Maybe just landed badly on his side, so it's getting some attention there.
The thing is that we've seen this in the European Cricket Network events around Europe, though, that it's a slightly different thought about with an artificial pitch. It's really the onus is on the players to adapt tactics that fit the conditions. So, for example, in American football, if it's snowy, they won't attempt field goals, for example. So here, maybe you have to bowl off a reduced run, or you have to bowl different bowling options, but you have to adapt to the conditions. I don't think the game's set up so that you are sprinting off 30 metres and going 100% all the time, if the conditions don't allow it. Just like if there's a slightly wet outfield, that you might not play the same sorts of shots as a batter. So I think the onus is on the players to adapt to the conditions until such a time that the umpires feel they're unfit for play. So you're not always going to be able to run in like Shoaib Akhtar, for example. So, I mean, it's a tough one, but Germany, the only way to get out of this is to play their way out of this, Rico. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. I mean, the umpires have got a job to do, and that's as well as officiating the match. They also got to take players' safety into account. If it was unsafe, they'd be the first to lead the players off. And yeah, I think it's been the same really for both sides. That's a nice quick delivery, but he obviously has got an issue. I mean, whether it's definitely muscular, perhaps.
So that lower back, which a lot of strain goes on it when you're bowling the kind of pace that Adil Khan can bowl.
He walks back to his mark, but that's a good delivery, well bowled. And
Spain still need 57 runs here. Let's not think this is a foregone conclusion. You can see it's that step after he bowls where he kind of lands right side of the body. He's a little bit tender. It hasn't been the worst over, to be honest. It's gone for 6 off 5. Now he gets hit away, and that's going to go over the fence. Maximal 6 to Daniel Dorkaya, and he gets Spain a little bit closer. End of the 4th over. That means there's 5 left, and the score 73 without loss.
Yeah, this is that last shot there from DDC. Waits for it, dispatches it well. Beautiful timing. And hasn't he, the captain of Spain, been absolutely awesome. We had that little spell, didn't he, where he couldn't get a run to his name. But I said it many a times, good players come good when your team need it, and they needed him to come good, and he did. And he's had scores in the 80s and the 60s since then, and he's going well again here as well. 37 of 15, been supported really well by Mohammad Yassin. 31 of 9, 73 of 4, and they need 51 30 deliveries. It's not over yet, and well, this man, Afridi, can change things. So again, they're sticking with the pace. I find that a bit strange. I thought they would have tried to go with something different straight away, maybe Ghulam Ahmadi, but maybe Ahmadi doesn't fancy gripping the ball in this. Maybe it's harder for a spinner.
But like I said, and when we're in Germany, these are conditions we've seen a fair bit of. And it's not fun for the players, but I mean, they might never play at all if you wait for perfect conditions. So
I think you have to also consider it's not that much easier for the batters as well.
That's true.
They've got the spray going to their eyes. I think the bat is sliding around in your hands as well. And this is whacked away, and it's going to be 4 more. Quattro Guerrera, so he goes for that full delivery, sort of Yorker length, doesn't get it. So Quattro, it's that slower one, isn't it? So he couldn't afford to miss this. He doesn't. He gets enough of it. It's 4 runs. Yeah, so also got to consider that as well. The batters, rain in their eyes, the spray, the mist, the bat gets wet, the handle gets wet, the gloves get wet. Yes, in. Freddie, this is just caught a little bit of the pad. It'll just be a leg by. And I guess at the same time, the men that are under all the pressure, it's not easy on them as well. The men in black here in Rubbage and Suleiman Saeed have to bear it as well. Rohit Singh is trying to keep his men interested and focused here. They've got to believe that get a breakthrough, something go their way, get a wicket, and they can get themselves back into this.
That's well bowled by Mini Boom Boom. Might be cold and wide though. I mean, it was a good area, but I think it just catches the line, to be fair.
Okay, umpires coming together here.
Yeah, I don't think that probably wasn't wide, to be fair, on second look. Look, they're going to come together. Again, Germany, they'll... Again, umpires, this is the hardest bit about umpiring, I think. And it's you need to try and be completely objective and take the situation out of it. Now, Germany, they obviously wanted to come off earlier, and you said no, so now they wanted it to stay in the game. So Germany want to stay on the field here. I mean, Spain still need 45 runs. A lot can happen. Right? I know it looks at the moment for Germany like it's all doom and gloom, but you get a wicket, you get someone else out there, maybe it can change, you know. For Spain, if anything, Spain will be the ones now saying, hey, a bit wet out here. So it's amazing how the teams, you know, can kind of flip what they want, depending.
They're going off.
Yeah.
They're going off here. And well, now you can see that Rohit is approaching the umpires and speaking to Ian. And
yeah, so that's what Rohit's saying. He's saying, hey, when we thought it was too wet, we stayed. And now you're saying we have to go off. Well, that's our only chance to keep playing. So you can see the Germans, and to be honest, it's coming and going. It's a judgment call. So that's what Rohit's saying, hey, give us a shot here. And meanwhile, the batters, they're walking off. They know they're miles ahead on the DLS. So, yeah, bit of controversy here, and the discussion's still ongoing out there in the middle.
yeah, discussion's still happening. He's going nowhere. He says, I'm not going anywhere. I'm sitting down here. They're going nowhere. And now I think they're calling the batters back.
Yeah, well, I don't think the umpires, well, I think it might have made a motion, but now the umpire's saying, no, it's fine. But look, the thing is, it's coming and going, right? So sometimes by the end of the situation, or by the end of the sentence, it's changed. So it's almost like a full escort for DDC to go back out there.
Yeah, I think the batters probably thought, well, while they're having a discussion, we'll just go inside. And
Kevin saying the Irish won't be rushing on the covers this time. Probably the comment of the night from Kroom. But yeah, I mean, could we have more drama here? Could we have a turnaround? This does remind me of a Thursday night last year. It was France versus Belgium, and everyone thought that was a foregone conclusion. In the end, it ended up in a golden ball. Well, if this ends up in a golden ball, it'll be a golden ball for survival.
okay, let's weigh up things here. So Spain are needing 45 for victory. They need to go at just under instead of 10 and over. And Germany, they need wickets. They need to start skittling a few of the Spanish batters. So, well, I wonder if that just breaks the concentration of the two Spanish boys.
So I had confirmation, actually, some medical updates on Adil Khan. It wasn't an impact injury, so it wasn't from landing or anything like that. It was something internal. That's the information I've been given. Anyway, boom, boom.
I think he's going off as well. Do you see him going up the steps there? So it looks like 12th.
Yeah.
The 12th is on.
Probably makes sense. He's not going to bowl again, you wouldn't imagine. And now is this out? Well, he's gone. And so digs it in. DDC, little feather. And suddenly things taking on a slightly different tone after the mini interruption. Afridi strikes. DDC doesn't look thrilled with the call. Moundy takes the catch and Spain lose a second. 79 for 2.
Well, it's all happening out there. And remember, I was just saying, well, how much does that affect the concentration of the two batters? Because remember, while the discussions were going on, the two batters had walked off. They went all the way up the steps. And then they were asked to come back. And the very next ball, when they come back, there's the wicket. And he's asking the question.
I got a feeling this is shoulder for me. Just my instinct, and the replays kind of support it. Have a look at it on the replay. Over the gloves, takes a bit of a jump. Again, Shade Afridi following through, partly obscuring the vision of Ian Ramage perhaps, but Ramage makes his decision, and DDC, he can afford a right smile, but he batted well for 37 as he goes at 79 for 1. But still more work to do, and I think there's only one man. I haven't even looked who's batting now. I look up, I bet it's Hamza. And guess what? It is. It's Hamza Salim Dar who's coming out at 3. Exactly halfway through this innings, Rico. 79 in the first half. They need 45 in the second half, so pretty much exactly 10 and over required. Is Hamza on tonight? Draw card to draw card. First one down the leg side, almost cramps Hamza for room, but he gets inside, it gets the wide.
Yeah, it's just having to adjust to the left-hander. That's why Hamza coming in now is so good. A, he throws the line of Afridi. That would have been a good ball to the right-hander. And B, well, if you bowl badly to him, he clubs it.
All right, he gets out. That'll put a cat amongst pitches. Oh, that's not a good shot at all. Afridi spot on target. Well, suddenly it's a bowler's game, Rico, because Hamza Salim Dar bowled around his legs, getting very inventive there, but it was a perfect Yorker from Boom Boom, and boom, go the stumps, and it's 80 for 3.
Wow, juggling for their style. The stumps have exploded, haven't they? That was a little bit of dynamic action from the mini Boom Boom, and it's going to be a golden duck for yesterday's hero against the Netherlands. Hamza Salim Dar goes first ball, and now all of a sudden Germany up and about. It's not a good shot. Look at the off stump go. It is uprooted. Kiwaike Haniel, and that is a disaster for Spain. I mean, I say that, I mean, they still are in the driving seat, but now they'll start to feel a little bit of pressure for the first time in this contest.
Yeah, I mean, just showed way too much of it, Hamza. And so, disappointing for him. It'll bring Mohamed Isan to the crease. But again, I'm going to call it kind of the lost overs, where Germany, we're too focused on the conditions and needed to be more focused on executing like they have to now, because they have to. 2 to come in the 5th. Yorker first up, turns into a full toss, and Isan pushes a single. And that's what we talked about. 80 for 2 then, after both openers removed, becomes 81. And yeah, suddenly this game's taken on a different reflection, but it's Yassine on 35 who's still there.
Well, Yassine and Ishan, these two have batted so many times together back in Barcelona. Afridi, can he remove Yassine as well? Not with that delivery.
Great take by Mandy. You see what I mean? These aren't easy conditions, but they're also not unplayable. You know, this is my point. You know, Mandy's taken a great take down the leg side, diving, you know, on the turf, which is a bit damp. Obviously, there'll be a delay to the last game because it's meant to start in 9 minutes. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on conditions. I think the umpires kind of motion to go off, but then, to be honest, the rain is almost stopped now. You know, so that's the thing. And that's the end of the 5th over. So it's 82 for 2 after 5. 4 overs left in this one, and it could be a cliffhanger yet.
Afridi is having a discussion with Rohit Singh.
Yeah, so this is what, you know, might say, well, the umpires changed their mind, though. But the umpires are always changing their mind based on the conditions changing. And, you know, it's coming and going at the moment. Italy, Jersey in match 21. Well, unfortunately, it didn't really go to plan for these two teams earlier in the day. And that's listed to start in 8 minutes. Italy winning the toss and bowling. But it won't be starting in 8 minutes. We'll let you know as soon as we have a confirmed start time for that one. You know, those teams, that'll be the last time we see them in this competition. But they've had a great run along the way. So stay tuned for Game 5, the last match before we head into Championship Week Finals Day. So is there a twist here? remember we had overs in the first innings where bowlers got on top. You know, we saw that around the kind of 4 or 5 over mark, maybe around now. You've got Isan coming in cold. You've got Learcat to bowl. Is that a deal coming back on? Maybe. All right.
Learcat is the bowler, and that's a good start from him. What I noticed just before Learcat bowled is that Basir just had a mini trial of a run in the bowl. Didn't like it and says no. So one thing that certainly is happening here is this one has been whipped away and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 querés. Look at, yes, in there.
Yeah.
He goes over to Ishian and says, yeah, that's the way. Come on, me and you. Just like the good old days in Barcelona, he says. And Ishan puts that away beautifully, 6 runs.
Yeah, and so it was a good shot. I mean, these two played together for Paco Care. Rain starting up again, a bit heavier. Now he's going to go again. He's going to get 6 more. So Isan, well, he's not too bothered about it. Whatever comes his way, he's swinging out, and he gets a couple out of the screws.
Ishan, it's a fantastic player. And it's taken a while, I think, for him to cement his place in this side. I think his head goes in the past. He's come and gone. But this time round, under the regime of Corey, he's he's settled in nicely. He's played some fantastic knocks for his country. And he's looking to win it here for Spain.
Now, big swing and a miss. He punches his bat in frustration. So, still, this isn't over. 30 off 20. And I think Afridi, when he got that Yorker right, I think jamming it in, especially with a bat that might be a little bit wet, you know, down the bottom, trying to jam those in. Probably the play I'd be going for. He goes short, and he's going to pay the price. Well, that one disappeared over the trees. Learcat rolls the dice and comes up snake eyes. Maximo brings up the 100 as well for Spain.
Qué grande, qué grande. España, ¿quieres ganar? España, ¿quieres jugar mañana en los finales de eso campeonato de Europa?
You've got to bring back Afridi next after this ball. That's the last chance, I think. Once again, though, it's too short, just way too short, and it goes the same way. 4 Maximos in the over. Spain get it down to a runner ball, and after 6, it's 106 for 2.
24 off the over, and it's not the way they wanted this to go. Look at Fayez Khan there. He knows that the way things are looking here, unless there's a little bit of a miracle here, that they are not going to be here tomorrow. They'll be on the plane back. They're not going to be playing any part on finals day. But stranger things have happened. And Afridi, he got 2 spot on, didn't he? He got the York again. That's what he's looking to do here. Get the York again. Take a couple of wickets. Trying to make this a sort of tragic over for Spain.
I mean, they're only in this position, these two teams, because Ireland played so well today as well. Don't forget that. Ireland had put a big win on the board and got their net run rate looking healthy. We knew net run rate would be would be a big deal. Remember, Germany, they hurt theirs earlier in the week against England, going down by 130. But there's another wicket, and well, Afridi, well, he knows what's going on. He goes full, he goes at the stumps, and he tilts back the middle peg of Yassine, who's the next man to go for 35. And this one ain't over yet. Spain now 106 for 3.
Afridi, maybe he is keeping that dream alive for Germany, because he gets another one on the money. It's just full and straight. I'm not saying it's the perfect Yorker, but it's full, it's straight, it's on the stumps. He shatters them one more time, and Yassine will have to go, and another batter will have to come out. And here we go.
Ain't nobody wants to come out at the moment. I mean, sitting nice and dry in the tent, and suddenly the bowlers, you know, they've been out there. You know, the fielders, they've been out there. You're going into their environment now. Yassine, handy 35, but no more. Job not done yet. And Afridi again. Go back to that last over with Learcat continuing to bang the ball halfway down to Isan. Baba Khan, the Spanish boonie, coming in. Oh, it's a big wide. He does go for the York, the bouncer, but it's way too short.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a setup ball, I think. It wasn't meant to be that short, but I think he's setting him up for a big Yorker next up.
And he's certainly having not too many issues getting his control, is he? But yeah, I mean, that's a softener. Great take there from Mandy. They're well captured by Spring Productions as well.
Now, this is Yorker, I'm telling you that right now. Booney ain't that tall. That was well over his head the first time. There it is, and he doesn't get it on target. In fact, he's been squeezed over the fine leg fielder for 4. Well, that's quite extraordinary. And yeah, the fielder in the circle was kind of helpless. It was jammed into the ground and flew. And Bubba, well, I know that cheeky little smile anywhere. And he knows that could have been the end of him, and instead he gets 4 and gets Spain 4 closer.
Never looks flustered, does he? Oh, Booney, Bubba Khan. And somehow he turns what looked like a pretty decent delivery into 4 runs. 13 off 16.
Oh, that could be gone. It's pretty close, but why is he in the middle of the pitch? Afridi doesn't give the umpire a look at this decision. It's very, very close, but you watch where Afridi, he runs straight from middle stump to middle stump. And even though I think that could be out, Ramage doesn't get a look at it. Have a look on the replay, but have a look at where he is at that moment of impact. I mean, how can you expect the umpire to give that out when he can't see it?
Spot on, Vinny. You can't give what you can't see. And that's what Afridi does. He can't give it.
Can't blame the umpire for that one. Now inside edge onto the leg and squeeze away for 1. You feel these 2 balls from Afridi are massive. And then you've got issues. Who are you going to bowl? They haven't bowled Ghulam Ahmadi at all. Maybe that's to do with the grip of the ball, but I feel like he's a better bet. Adil Khan only went for 12, but you know, he's got some sort of internal injury. You got Basir, who threw the toys out of the cot in his over. He went for 23. So I don't know who you go to here, but I know you want 1 more wicket out of Afridi, maybe 2. Ihsan on strike. And he gets it inside edge, doesn't go too far, just a single. But the longer you take this match, you're hanging in there if you're Germany. Hanging in there. Can you take it to the last over? Can you build the pressure? It's a weird atmosphere right now, but both teams have their tournament on the line.
Yeah, I think that was Ishan saying, whatever comes, Jagade Fateh, maar, batke maar. It's the last ball coming from Afridi. And Afridi, oh yeah, well, he's bowled so well, you got to say. 3 for 15. I think if he could have got out of the way, the umpire, it would have been 4. For me, that was out, but it can't be given. Umpire can't see it.
This is going to be just okay, and it will be the end of the over. So 11 required off the last 2. Afridi, excellent work. He dug deep there, and you can't deny his passion when he pulls on that German shirt. The score, 113 for 3 after 7.
Fighting for survival. This next over becomes the most important now, doesn't it? Germany, can they get a good one in? Can they take it into the last? Can somebody bowl something spectacular? The man who was making all the complaints earlier, he couldn't keep his footing, he couldn't bowl. Now he's going to come on to bowl this one. Abdul Basir. Now conditions have got probably worse and even wetter.
I mean, they've kind of had it both ways here in a way. They've said, right, okay, we'll give you a chance. You know, you're making a song and dance earlier, so we'll give you a chance to try and get out of the jam. But there's also an extra minute's been added for stoppages. So 4.5 minutes to bowl this over. And it's going to start with a slot ball that gets smashed out of the ground. Ihsan whacks it. Maximo.
Well, I think there's a little bit of talk out there, and Ihsan is saying, go on, go get it. Go get it. That's who it is. Go get it. I don't know what's happening out there, but there's obviously some chat as well.
When it's all said and done, right, Spain have played the better cricket in this game, ultimately. I know you can talk about the conditions and this and that and other things. Oh, that could be it, Rico. Game, set, Maximo. And, well, Ihsan's fired up. Spain survived. Germany fall by the wayside. High drama on a Thursday night at the Khartoum Oval. But Spain, they're going to pull this one off in the end with 10 balls to spare.
Oh, Ihsan has gone wild, hasn't he? Well, whatever's been said to him, I think the man at Square was saying some bits to Ihsan, and Ihsan, well, he replies with the bat. He says, let the bat do the talking. His 2 big 6s, they're absolutely pumped, but I'm liking this here now. They do come together afterwards, and you can imagine, look at him. He said, come on, take that. He said, there, go get it. Go fetch the ball. He said, I'll let my bat do the talking. You can give me whatever you want. Oh, Ihsan is passionate. Ihsan is pumped. And, wow, look at this. And
I mean, you never like to see it getting physical like this, and I think that's about enough. But you can't deny the passion from the two teams. I mean, Eastern doesn't need to do anything foolish here, but anyone that thinks that these guys don't care about playing for their country, just watch the last 5 minutes. They were battling for survival. Now, Germany, they're frustrated. I understand that. It wasn't ideal conditions, but it was the same for both teams ultimately. And in those conditions, the Spanish team, they played the better cricket. And in the end, they do it fairly easily. And Rohit's fired up. I understand that. You know, it means everything to these guys. It's not like these aren't franchise players that get to do this 45 weeks a year. You know, it means everything. I understand that passion. But ultimately, Spain, they came in slightly ahead of Germany on the net run rate anyway. And even though, I mean, the Germans, they're heartbroken. I know that. I mean, they've played in similar conditions in Germany. We've seen that earlier in the season. But they're going to have to walk off. Let's just kind of get out of this moment and think about what the Germans have brought to this tournament. They've been outstanding. I mean, they beat the Scots on the weekend, and that's the reason they're here. And they also had some tricky games against the other opponents in a very, very difficult Group F. I've loved watching them translate some of their domestic form into international form, and they can certainly hold their heads high. I know the emotion will be running high right now, I get that, but I think when they come back and they look at it, you know, with some objectivity, they'll be really proud of what they've achieved here, making championship week for the first time and really making a run towards the 4.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, just for everything you said there. Germany, they played some sensational cricket. They made some changes. I think Ajit, the coach, coming in, has fine-tuned their batting. Don't forget, when they were here last time, they were being blown away by bowling attacks. I think on 4 occasions, they scored less than 60 runs. Remember what happened in the group final against Italy. Italy blew them away last time around. They've come back strong. They've got some good players in the side. Fayaz Khan is looking good. They've got some good bowlers there. And they'll build on this. This is going to be, I mean, there's going to be pain out there. Of course there is. Yeah. They're going to hurt. There's going to be pain. But they will learn from this. They'll get better. They'll get stronger. And they'll come back. So this frustration is there. I mean, you see that boil over as well there towards the end. You don't want to lose. You want to be here tomorrow. You want to be competing. They'll feel that they, you know, that they've earned the right to, and they have. But, you know, on the day, on the night, beaten by a better team.
Yeah, I mean, and look, sometimes you've got to win a bit ugly, and that's kind of the way it was. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest cricket we've seen out there, but a bit of light and shade about it. Look, the rain fell pretty constantly. It came, it went. They thought about coming off. Then it kind of got a bit better. And then Germany, once we got past the 3 overs and they were behind in the game, I think they were wanting to stay on no matter what. We saw Adil Khan have some injury issues. We saw the Irish celebrating, trying to keep those grins off those faces. But, you know, Afridi, to me, he showed how it should have been done. I still think, you know, you can make all the excuses in the world, but their plans weren't right. They needed to get full and straight. That's when it looked like they were coming off. Then after a bit of a discussion, the rain had stopped. So they said, you know what, while we're having this conversation, Ian Ramage looks up and says, you know what, we're fine. And Mandy never went anywhere. He knew where he was going. Mandy. But Afridi got it right. Some of the others got it wrong. Amadi never confident to bowl, must have been with the ball. And so DDC, he made the long walk out there to the middle of the Carter Oval. Then this game took a turn when he got dismissed the very next ball. Yeah, and then don't forget what happened after this. Don't forget the Yorker to Hamza, which, well, what a delivery this is. Talk about explosive action. So DDC had to go. Hamza goes out, and watch this. Oh, well, there's nothing more emphatic than that. And that was a sort of a turning point. You know, I mean, for me, because of the passion, because of the desire and the want, I mean, Afridi there for me, I know he's on the losing side. He's my player of this match because despite all the odds, despite what was happening in his own camp, he said, you know what, I'm here to play cricket, give me the ball, let me do my best. He's my player of the match. Yeah, okay, that's a fair analysis. I mean, he certainly provided some fight. And I mean, things were really fired up. I mean, by this stage, we knew it was 2 teams were on show, one could stay, one had to go, and it was going to be one of these. Germany had to pull it out of the fire late in the piece. Babar, I mean, I still reckon he was LBW, but Afridi ran straight in front of the umpire and he couldn't give the decision. And you can totally understand that. But then Isan, well, he was getting all sorts of verbals out there, I'm sure. He wasn't afraid to give it back. But ultimately, he let his bat do the talking. Just kept getting those half trackers. And he was going to take on everyone, wasn't he? And had a little bit of the WWE as we got towards the conclusion. But ultimately, it's job done for Team Spain. They will be a part of finals day. Unfortunately for Germany, there's only room for 4 out of the 7. And in the end, well, everyone had to come and break it up. But like I said, I'd rather they show too much passion than not enough. And these guys, they are very, very proud cricketers. And ultimately, Isan, 38 off 10. I mean, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? He came out with the game seemingly turning against his team, but he was able to do what he's done so many times before with the Spanish lineup and just put that out of his mind, continue to hit bombs with the ball. Well, there's one standout there, and it's Boom Boom Jr., Shahid Afridi. And wasn't he brilliant during this series? 3 for 15. When his team needed him, he stepped up, he gave him a shot. It's just a shame that none of the other bowlers could click in this match. We got to get out of here because we're going to be here in 2 minutes taking you into the last game, which starts in 7 minutes. Good news is the rain's eased off a bit, so we'll see you very, very shortly. Until then, there's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Back soon with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello, welcome back to the Kantama Oval, and what has been a very dramatic night so far. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we roll into the last game of the night. As skies have cleared to an extent, and certainly a fair bit of tension in the air as we get into match 21. The next match will feature two teams, unfortunately, that won't be here tomorrow on the field at least. Italy versus Jersey. A little while ago, Rob Kemming had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call.
European cricket.
It's Dream11.
We have board first.
Okay, Italy will bowl.
So there you go, Italy winning the toss and electing to bowl in this one. And it means Jersey get the chance to bat first. They've been pretty good at doing that so far in this tournament. I guess time will tell if they can finish with a win. Both teams would, of course, love to finish with a win here tonight. They've had a real exciting journey through the group stage and, of course, through championship week as well. Yeah, just the conditions at the moment. We know the rain's been on, it's been hot. 5-minute delay, but one more time, we'll have a look at some of these players that we'll see on the park tonight. Zayn Nakvimi, what a great tournament he's had, including a century, and so he'll likely open the batting in the second half. This one listed with Sharif this time around. No Moraga in the lineup. We know he sustained some minor injury in the last game. And so Jersey, I mean, Tribe also a centurion. I love Gouge at the top, and Jenna, very talented top three. And then Lawrenson, who hasn't quite fired in championship week, but I think he's a very good young player. Sumaré, I think, has been a good all-rounder. And, well, Chuggy Perchard really pulled him out of a mess earlier with a fighting half century to give him a shot, but ultimately they couldn't hold on in that one. And so Jersey, we now know, just the one win, just like Italy, they won't be a part of the finals tomorrow. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan not too far away, but while we've still got Rico, just give us your thoughts again after that last game. It's high drama. You've been involved in European cricket for a long time.
Yeah, look, you know, as you know, the teams, the passion is high. They want to go out there, want to perform, and they know what's at stake here, of course. And Germany, they play some really good cricket along the way, and you know, they deserve to be here in Championship Week. They didn't lose a match in the group stages. And of course, tension is high there. They knew, and I think this is the thing you see, and I think the way I look at it, maybe I could be wrong here, but I think Germany, probably more than Spain, were hoping that the weather could play a part. And if the weather did play a part, they know that they could have got in. The weather wasn't going to play that part for them. It wasn't to be, so they had to play. And on the night, I think there's no doubting it that the better cricket was played by Spain, and that was frustrating for Germany. And they tried to see if there was a way that they could, you know, go through. And with the match not being played, you knew that if that was the case, if it did get abandoned, a point each, Ireland would have been out. But maybe the weather gods didn't play ball, and Ireland make it through. And well, I think Spain just played better cricket. I think they were more focused at going out there and winning the match. And maybe Germany were hoping that you know, other things outside of cricket could have played the part and got them through. I can understand, you know, that tempers, of course, there at the end running high, because you know you lose out. They wanted to be playing here tomorrow, but I think when you look at the two teams, they're very close to each other. The way that they play, I think the bowling is very similar. The batting, they play aggressively, but the difference was maybe a bit more passion, a bit more desire there from Spain.
I'm a bit worried now because we had that extra 5-minute delay, which the rain has kind of picked up, and the wind's actually changed direction a little bit as well. So at the moment, it's not looking great, but yeah, we are still hopeful that we can get this game on. Of course, I think both these teams, they'd be desperate to get out there because it will be their last opportunity to take part in the European Cricket Championship. Of course, it's not like these players get this opportunity every day either. So yeah, you can see there the rain coming in, and it would be unfortunate if we were having to lose this game. But I suppose, I mean, these are judgment calls. I will say that, you know, a lot of discussion about, you know, some of the decisions made and not made in the last game, but to suggest, for example, that Germany didn't have an opportunity to win the game, I think they did. I mean, that's the thing. The umpires were keen to take them off, but then there was a discussion. The rain subsided. That was the only way Germany were going to qualify once you hit the 3 over mark.
I think the best way to sum it up, I mean, we can talk a lot, but you've got, you know, the same way you have bowlers to bowl, the keeper to keep, a batter to bat. Umpires are there to do a job, you know, and the umpires, let the umpires do the job. Let the umpires make the call. If they believe it's unsafe, if they believe it's too wet, then the umpires make that call. And I just think maybe Spain sort of perhaps respected that more than what Germany did. Germany wanted to sort of, I don't know, maybe muscle in isn't the right word. You know, they wanted to try and convince the umpires to do things in a particular way, and things are not done that way. And I think maybe too much focus on that rather than on what they were doing out there in the middle. But like I said, I love the way that Afridi went about things. You know, it was the same conditions for him. In fact, he came on the bowl a bit later than some of the bowlers before him. But I like that. I like the fight. I like the fact that he said that this is what it is. This is the conditions. It was maybe the same for Spain when they were out there. It's the same for us. there's only one way to do it. Go out there, give 100%, try and win the match, and he did. And, you know, like I say, for me, he was, even though he ends up on the losing side for Germany, he was my player of the match, because I just like his approach, like what he did. He bowled really well. He picked up 3 wickets from 15. And yeah, you're right. You said at the time, unfortunately, if he didn't get in the way of the umpire, he could have had another wicket as well. But you can see here, unfortunately, the weather has taken a turn for the worst here now.
We thought of coming seriously around now, and that's kind of where we're at, I think, in this one. And so, yeah, we're going to have quite a big delay. You start to wonder whether this match can happen at all. And this is the kind of rain that will put you off the field. In fact, well, Rico, congratulations. You finally got your first ever commentary box getting wet, because I was worried this would happen, and that's exactly what's happened. We've had the wind change, and now we're getting very wet.
We're getting very wet, and I'm pleased to say that Rhino is here. So you know what, without further ado, I'm going to get out of the way. And since Rhino's wearing his winter coat and is dressed for the part, I shall hand over to Rhino.
That's probably pretty wise. This is not a great situation for the electronics up here either. And now it's really coming in. And when the wind changes, that's when you know that we got some issues on our hands. And that's the situation at the moment. So yeah, it's just a bit of a mad scramble up here. Well, again, keep the discussion going on the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, right now, it's not necessarily an easy place to be. But, well, as you can see there, the rain is coming, and it is coming hard. So what we might do is we might take a quick break, and we'll join you if there's any more information. We'll see you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.